All right. Hi, guys. I hope, can everybody hear me? Thumbs up. Okay, great. Hi. So I hope by now you know I'm Brandy Blackburn, Director for Professional Education Services. I know I don't get to talk to you guys like a lot. You probably you get more of my emails than you do seeing my face. But I'm excited to see everybody. I hate that I'm sorry that it has to be over break. But this is kind of the only way we could do it for you guys that student teach during in the spring because you start the first day school starts right after Christmas break. So today fortunately it's a long day, but it is all of the things that a lot of which are required before you guys actually enter the classroom as student teachers, particularly with the ethics and confidentiality trainings and school safety. And then, obviously going over the requirements for student teaching itself. One of the things I think it's the last thing of the day, the last session. We have someone from the Office of Academic and Career Services coming in to talk about resume writing. Make sure that you pay, if you don't already have a resume, or even if you do, pay particular attention to that session because our day 2, when you guys come back in March, 2 Eastern, the middle of the day, there will be a career fair where anywhere between 30 and 40 school districts will be here, and you guys will be going around talking to them and seeing what job openings they have, what benefits in particular their district has to offer. So you'll need to have resumes with you. And then also during that day, you'll get a survey from me sometime probably in January. It'll be set kind of conference style, and you'll get to pick sessions throughout the day that interest you or you want more information on. But one of your sessions that's required is actually a mock interview session. And we have district representatives from around the state, superintendents, principals, some of our own clinical educators and faculty that come in and do mock interviews with you guys just to get you ready, and get those jitters off for the real thing. So you'll want to have resumes for that as well. And I will say that we have had and Angela can attest to this, Ms. Baker, that we've had several people get on-the-spot job offers just from the mock interviews in the last few semesters. So it's definitely a day that you want to come looking the part and prepared. So I just kind of wanted to give you that heads up. But otherwise, I am going to I'm going to turn this over to Angela Baker. She is one of our clinical placement coordinators in my office. And also, she's also a clinical educator also. She's a retired school teacher. And so she's going to kind of lead the day for you guys. So I'd like, but before I completely turn it over to her, I do see that there are a few of our clinical educators for the thing. So I'd love for them to jump in and just introduce themselves. And if it's one of yours, you don't know them, you'll get to see who they look like. I see Janet Butler, so I'm going to pick on you and let you just say hello and who you are.
Well, good morning. I wasn't prepared for a speech, so I'll keep this short. I am a clinical educator. This will be my 5th year, I believe. Gosh, it's gone by fast. I am a retired elementary school teacher. I retired from Lemons Mill Elementary in Georgetown, Kentucky. I've taught all grades, kindergarten through 5th grade at some point during my career. I love my job as a clinical educator, and I've already met with my student teachers, so we're ready to go.
Oh, nice. I see Vicki Gibson on here.
Good morning. I've been doing this since about 2020. I started when COVID started. So when I see a camera in front of me, it makes me sad. I really enjoy working with everybody in person much more. So I look forward to meeting all of you all.
Thank you. Do we have another?
Beth
Yep.
was on here.
Oh yeah, Beth, go ahead.
Good morning. I am Beth Spradlin, and I am a retired middle school and high school English teacher. Also, really, really love history. I did eighth grade language arts through the lens of American history, so I'm comfortable with that as well. This is my second semester as a clinical educator, and I am really enjoying it. And my cat Missy is joining in as well.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah, we got plenty of critters in this house. So yeah, I'm looking forward to having new student teachers in the spring.
Thank you, Beth. All right, I think that's the only three. Am I missing anybody else? Okay, yeah. So, obviously some of the other ones, they've got stuff going on. They're, this is a part-time gig for them. I always say the clinical educators, if you haven't heard me say it before, they failed at retirement. And so then they have, because they love the profession so much and they now want to mentor you guys. And that's like a passion that drives them. To still be connected. So you guys are really lucky to have them, and they're the best form of advice and mentorship that you can have. So please, we've got to, all of our CEs for you guys, whoever you have, they're fabulous. And please make sure that you're utilizing them to the fullest. They want you to reach out and talk to them, and ask for help. They want you to succeed and be the best you can be. So having said that, I'm gonna shut up. And turn it over to Angela Baker. And she's going to, like I said, lead the day for you guys. But again, I'm always here if you need me, and reach out with any questions. That's what we're here for. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, Brandy. And thank you for the clinical educators that have joined us. I think it's really nice that everybody's on the same page to start the year and everything. And so I'm going to try to watch. I think there's still a few people that are trying to get in, so I'm going to try to hit that admit button. And so unfortunately, you're going to have to hear from me twice today. So, and I had to crack up. I don't know if you all saw me laughing when Beth's cat jumped in front of the screen and of course gave that lovely butt shot. That's what our pets are known for, is trying to embarrass us, just like our children once did. So it's kind of fitting to use that to go into the ethics training, because you really want to be careful that you don't show your butt on camera because that would probably be an ethics thing that somebody would bring up and say, well, so-and-so was on camera showing their butt. Anyway, thanks to the cat for giving me that little segue. So I'm going to do this a little differently because we're on camera. I'm sure that you all probably remember, because I know it's a practice and it's actually outdated. It's called popcorn, where one person reads and when you get through, you call on another person. And so Christy Ruckle, you're going to be first. I'm going to go ahead and give you a heads up so you can panic sweat for just a minute. You're just going to read some of the slides on the screen. And then when you get through with your slide, you'll popcorn to somebody else. And I picked on you because they can't see your name. And so I'll get that started in just a second. I do want to real quick just share our agenda. And so let's just kind of take a quick look at that. And so we're pretty much at this all day. So Brandy has done a lovely job with our welcome and introductions. Can anybody let me know if you can't see my screen, because I'm always like trudging along. And if one person Beth, can you see my screen? Okay, give me a thumbs up. Yep. Okay. So welcome and introductions. And then I'm going to actually be leading your professional code of ethics with your assistance. I'm going to have you all read some of the slides, because I have found that I'm not in the classroom 8 hours a day. My voice goes pretty quickly because I don't do a lot of talking other than to my dog when I'm at home, and then in the office to my office mates. And then the HR director from Madison County Schools will do our confidentiality training. And then we will have a brief break at approximately 9:35. It's hard to be exactly on time with these things, but we'll have a break after him. And then from Frisco, Texas, Independent School District, we have a former student that will speak to you about an opportunity she got at that career fair that Brandy was talking about. And then Danielle Blankenship, who's also a clinical educator and starting this spring an adjunct professor, will be presenting on communication skills and conflict management. And then you'll get me again for student teaching task. We'll have a lunch break at approximately 12:30 to 1:30. And then we'll have 2 more sessions. We'll have the one keeping kids safe, what every teacher should know. And unfortunately, this follows the heels of a shooting on a college campus yesterday. Mr. John Akers is an absolutely incredible wealth of knowledge. No matter, excuse me, no matter how many times I hear him, I always learn something new. And then we'll wrap the day with resume writing and interview do's and don'ts with Darlene Stalker from our own EKU offices. So that's kind of where we're at. And so I was so busy admitting people. I don't know if Brandy reminded you all that you do have to keep your screens on. And I understand that, if you need to take a quick break, if you're like me and you have a pet that's just like has to go out, do that quickly and come back. Or if you yourself need to go to the restroom, please, we're not little kids anymore. You are adults and you know when you need to take care of things. So with that, we're going to get started. Christy, be ready. I'm going to get this pulled up, and we're going to get started with our presentation. And so this is our professional code of ethics. And I'm going to read the mission statement. I've got to move your all's pictures because it's blocking half of my screen. And the EPSB, that's the Educational Professional Standards Board, in full collaboration and cooperation with its education partners, promotes high levels of student achievement by establishing and enforcing rigorous professional standards for preparation, certification, and responsible and ethical behavior of all professional educators in Kentucky. And so most of you have had to sign a professional ethics statement at different points throughout your education journey. And so this is just a really in-depth, now that you're going to be in the classroom full time, of the things that you need to be aware of. So Christy, you're up first. If you'll read this first slide for us, and I'll advance it for number 1 after you get that far.
Certified personnel in the Commonwealth. 1. Shall strive toward excellence, recognize the importance of the pursuit of truth, nurture democratic citizenship, and safeguard the freedom to learn and to teach. 2. Shall believe in the worth and dignity of each human being and in educational opportunities for all. 3. Shall strive to uphold the responsibilities of the education profession, including the following obligations to students, to parents, and to the education profession.
Okay, and so you can popcorn someone.
Ethan.
What code of ethics do you need to follow?
You got lucky. Popcorn someone.
No. Alex.
The students.
Which one? Yeah, which Alex?
Oh,
I guess whoever's first started talking.
I'll just do it. To students shall provide students with professional education services in a non-discriminatory manner and in consonance with accepted best practice known to the educator. Shall respect the constitutional rights of all students, shall take reasonable measures to protect the health, safety, and emotional well-being of students, shall not use professional relationship or authority with students for personal advantage, and then shall keep in confidence information about students which has been obtained in the course of professional service unless disclosure serves professional purposes or is required by law, and shall not knowingly make false or malicious statements about students or colleagues, shall refrain from subjecting students to embarrassment or disparagement, and shall not engage in any sexual related behavior with the student with or without consent, but shall maintain a professional approach with students. Sexually related behavior shall include such behaviors as sexual jokes, sexual ignoring, sexual kidding or teasing, sexual innuendo, pressure for dates or sexual favors, inappropriate physical touching, kissing or grabbing, rape, threats or of physical harm, and sexual assault.
Thank you. Boy, you got the big slide, didn't you? All right. And then you can popcorn someone for this one.
I'll just go with other Alex.
SB 181. Schools and teachers must use traceable communication system exclusively in communicating with students unless consent is given otherwise by parent.
And so, yes, this is something we will discuss again later, Danielle Blankenship, when she joins us, because this was new this past semester. Some of you may not be as familiar with it, and so she'll talk a little bit more about that in her session. And Alex, if you will popcorn someone to read the 2 parent slide.
Rannon. Sorry, Griffin.
Two parents shall make reasonable effort to communicate to parents information which should be revealed in the interest of the student. Shall endeavor to understand community cultures and diverse home environments of students. Shall not knowingly distort or misrepresent facts concerning educational issues. Shall distinguish between personal views and the views of the employing educational agency. Shall not interfere in the exercise of uh, political and citizenship rights and responsibilities of others. Shall not use uh, institutional privileges for private gain or the promotion of the political candidates and for partisan political activities, and shall not accept gratuities, gifts, or favors that might impair or appear to impair professional judgment, and shall not offer any of these to obtain special advantage.
Thank you. All right, will you popcorn someone to do to the education profession?
Morgan Smith.
Shall exemplify behaviors which maintain the dignity and integrity of the profession. Shall accord just and equitable treatments to all members of the profession in the exercise of their professional rights and responsibilities. Shall keep in confidence information acquired about colleagues in the course of employment unless disclosed serves professional purposes or is required by law. Shall not coercive means or give special treatments in order to influence professional decisions. Shall apply for, accept, offer, or assign a position or responsibility only on the basis of professional preparation and legal qualifications, and shall not knowingly falsify or misrepresent records of facts relating to the educator's own qualifications or those of other professionals.
All right, popcorn someone for this very short slide.
JC.
Why are these code of ethics important for pre and in-service teachers?
Awesome, thank you.
Um,
Okay, so you were going to give a thumbs up or thumbs down, and I don't know how I'm going to try to see everybody on the screen. Perhaps our CEs will help me see. So thumbs up or thumbs down. And then for the why part, if you've got friends on here, if you want to message them and discuss your answer, and then I'll call on some people to give me some input. If you don't know how to use the direct messaging, you just pull up the screen and you look for specific people's names, and you can message just them rather than the whole group or the speaker. Okay, so here comes our questions. You post a selfie with a student artwork. I got to move pictures again, sorry, on your public Instagram account with their name visible. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Is that an okay thing to do? And I'm going to pull our pictures back up so I can see as many of you as possible. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Is that okay? I need you to visibly give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. And then I'm going to be asking for a why. So once I see your thumbs up and thumbs down, whoops, I saw somebody didn't have anything up. Okay, now I'm starting to see. Give me a second. There's a lot of you all. Get those up nice and high so that I can see them in the camera. Okay. All right. I'm seeing all thumbs down. All right. So if you need time to discuss, now is the time. If you want to give me, then unmute yourself. If you know a good answer and you don't need to consult, or if you want to consult, I'll give you a few minutes, but I'll wait for somebody to unmute and tell me, why is that not a good idea?
Due to privacy laws.
Yeah, and so it's this part, the name visible, isn't it? Right? So even when you hang artwork out in the hallway, just having their name on the back and somebody could flip their paper over, that's still, that's questionable. What you want to do is put a sticker over it, or the best practice is to, unless, your things are in color, like it's a drawing or something other. It's just, put something over top of their name and make a photocopy. And that way no one can, you can peel stickers off and things like that. So yeah, you want to protect that. And of course, especially, it used to be, you would put stuff out in the hallway graded back in the olden days, back in the dinosaur days when some of the rest of us have taught. Okay. So good good job on that one. Let's look at their next one. A student shares something serious with you, and you tell your mentor, teacher, and counselor. All right, so thumbs up, yep, that's okay. Thumbs down, that's not. And then we'll discuss the why. So just make your thumbs up or thumbs down visible in the camera. You can take a minute to think about this one because this one takes a little bit of thought time sometimes. Okay, starting to see people react. Keep your thumbs up or thumbs down up for a while. It takes me a while to get through all your pictures. So thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay, I'm seeing the majority of your thumbs up. So again, if you want to discuss this with, you know, direct message a couple friends, but looks you all were pretty quick on this. Somebody wants to unmute themselves and tell me, why is this okay?
The mentor, teacher, and counselor would also have confidentiality training. As long as the mentor teacher is part of your school. If your mentor teacher is at a different school, then it might be a little shaky with that. But they should have the same confidentiality training, be in the same school as you, which makes it okay.
Okay, let's even dig a little bit deeper. What else might be going on that would make this okay? You're absolutely right. You do want somebody that's had that confidentiality training, right? So people in your school have had that. But what else? There's some deeper things here. Let's dive a little deeper.
We're also mandated reporters as well, and an incident report might need to be filed. And if we fail to do that and a student ends up getting hurt, that's on us.
Yeah. Yeah, so we don't know what that something serious could be, but we certainly want to be thinking about whether or not, you know, this is something that a student is going to hurt themselves or maybe others, or, you know, and when we talk about hurting yourself, we're not always just talking about, you know, an injury. It could be taking pills, or it could be, you know, it could be an eating disorder. Anything like that is still that harming yourself. So yeah, so you're right on all counts. You're all doing great. So let's look at the next one. A parent gives you a $10 gift card during the holidays, and then you accept it with a thank you note. What do you think? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Remember what we've read. Some of that may have been, you know, a little bit new to you, or a little bit of a reinforcement. Are we thinking that's okay to take this gift card? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay, I'm going to have to stop sharing for just a second because I keep thinking I'm missing some admit groups. Y'all can continue to do that, and I'll come back to that question. Okay, no, my admit was empty. So, sorry about that. I just did want to make sure I was keeping somebody from joining our group. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. Who wants to unmute themselves and tell me why you think that thumbs up that's okay? What was okay about that? Anybody?
I feel like that's not an outlandish amount that could persuade you to do something that you're not supposed to do.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's really it in a nutshell. It was just it's a small token. It's not, yeah, it's not something that's going to make somebody change a grade or something like that, right? Risk our career over. Good. All right. You text the student from your phone about a field trip tomorrow because it's urgent. Okay, let's try to scroll through some pictures. Yeah, it looks like I'm getting all those thumbs down. Yeah, especially with that new Senate bill, right? We can't do that any longer. It has to be a traceable communication. All right, one more. You use your work email to follow up with a student about missing work. You use your school email to follow up with a student about missing work. Let me see, thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay, I'm scrolling through some pictures here. Everybody got that thumbs up going on? Yeah, okay, so why do we think that's okay?
Because it's a traceable line of contact with the student.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've got that traceable. Yeah. Okay, there's another one, but we're going to move on. Okay, so in the in-depth scenarios that are going to follow, here's what we're going to do. Okay, so we're going to identify the ethical issue. We're going to decide what action you would take. You're going to cite which part of the code applies. That's going to be a little bit harder, so I'm going to try to go back and show you those slides, right? So we're going to identify the ethical issue, and then I'll try to go back to some of those slides if you all are struggling, but somehow I don't think you're going to be. All right, so here's scenario 1. So let's do it this way. If you are an elementary major, you're going to take scenario 1. Okay? If you are a middle school major, you're going to take scenario 2. And if you are a high school or a K through 12 or preschool through 12 certified person, you're going to take scenario 3. Okay? I'm going to stop talking, let you all think about it. And then, so elementary scenario 1, middle school scenario 2, high school and K through 12 or P through 12 are going to do scenario 3. Right? So look at those, and when you have the beginning of an answer, let me know, and I will go back if you need me to at those first slides about students, parents, and profession. Okay, somebody from the elementary group, what are we thinking? You're added to a group chat with other student teachers. One person posts a photo of their classroom with a student in the background and makes a joke about the children or about the child's behavior. Somebody from the elementary group want to give me you can get us started. What's the ethical issue and what exactly is the implications here?
I definitely thought the ethical issue was, making fun of the child's behavior, but also just putting it out in a group message with like other teachers that are not involved with that student in that classroom. I think there's always, a temptation to reach out to other teachers for support, or if you've had a rough day student teaching, but you definitely can't send photos of the students because not all of them might have that access. Their parents might not want photos shared of them. So taking the photo in the first place probably isn't a good idea. And then also sharing it with other teachers in a group message isn't good either.
Yeah. Yeah. What could they have done differently to make this okay? Does somebody else want to jump in?
Not included a photo and just said that you've had a bad day.
Yeah, if you're just needing support, you could have done that. What could they have done differently about their photo?
Maybe
Not have the kid in it.
Yeah, not have the kid in it, maybe again, if you're just needing to vent, the best thing to do is just say, here's my classroom, and boy, today was a rough day. I mean, we have to learn to support each other and not need those gritty details. Do you know what I'm saying? We all know you're going to all be on those front lines. You don't need the details sometimes. And if you do need to share details, then do that without implicating, any other person in your rough day. All right. Scenario 2, this is our middle school folks. Here's what they're said. A parent emails you directly to your personal Gmail to ask why their child received a poor grade. You helped with the grading and know the student didn't meet the expectations. So this is our middle school group.
I think the first problem is it's on your personal email, not your work email or school email.
Yep.
Then the second issue is well, it's more of a question. When it says you helped with the grading, and know the students didn't meet the expectations, does that mean that you changed the grade after they emailed you, or you
Mm.
just helped with the grading?
Yeah, there could be some implications there. Yeah. What else could be implied in that last statement? You helped with the grading and know the student didn't meet the expectations. What else is going on there that might make us want to go, oh, yes, you're right. The personal Gmail was the first big red flag, but what else might be a smaller red flag in this last part? Come on, be brave and bold.
The wording of helped with grading implies that you didn't do it yourself, which would
Right.
violate confidentiality.
Well, yeah, so you helped with the grading. There's kinds of ways that you could have helped, right? So just that being so vague, you would never want to jump in and say, things that maybe you're unsure of. Yep. All right, so our last one, these are our high school folks in our K through 12. You go out with friends in school, after school, and someone takes a video of you making jokes and using strong language. It's posted publicly and viewed by a parent.
I think the big one here is just professional conduct standards.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And so, there are certain professions that are just held to a higher accountability, right? And we're definitely one of them. Sometimes something as simple as taking your picture, how many restaurants have you been in and the bars are attached with all the beer logos and everything like that. And so it's just, you need to always just be, second guessing yourself, not second guessing yourself, but always critical of yourself, saying, now, is that a picture that I would want, my administrators, my coworkers, the parents of my children, see, and of course, some of them, even the children are on social media, etc. So, all right, we're going to wrap this up. So, what are your takeaways? There must be some people struggling with their technology. So I want to keep admitting people. But what are your takeaways? What is something maybe today that you has been either reinforced or you're like, wow, I didn't think about it quite that way? And just unmute yourself and share with us.
Sometimes like the professional ethics, it seems like easy, I guess, in your head. Like that's just something obvious that you know you shouldn't do. But some of it is a lot more complicated than that, and it has a lot more different implications. So just making sure that you're always aware that you're behaving in a certain way and
Mhm.
trying to always maintain a professional relationship with everyone that you encounter.
Yeah. And I'm always really glad that they broke it down into students, parents, and then your profession. Because it really kind of helps. I think by doing it that way, it really helps take care of some of the blurriness sometimes when you think about it. I know I was in the profession for 27 years, and one of the things that always shocked me, and we really have to get a handle on, is talking about other people in our profession. It is hard out there, and we need to be supporting each other and making good choices about how we treat each other, because let's face it, sometimes we all we have. And so we've got to make sure that we are lifting each other up rather than tearing each other down. Um, so yeah, so um what should you remember? I think what she just said was it exactly. We have to remember that this profession, that there are things that we have to think about, and be professional about. What I said, you're held to high ethical standards, and it's before, during, and after your teaching day. The Code of Ethics protects students, families, and you. And I'm so glad that's in bold, because that's really what it's about. It's about protecting you. And so I think we sometimes think that, okay, I'm having to follow everything within these lines, but the truth about it is that they're trying to protect you. Again, we're going to talk about this Senate Bill 181, how it requires all student communication to be traceable, unless parental consent is provided. And when in doubt, ask, document, 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 and just stay professional and uplift one another. Okay? So let me find my stop share. Any questions about that? And if any of the CEs, Janet, Vicky, Beth, if anybody else has joined us and I just missed you, if you want to hop in and add anything or words of advice, we'd appreciate that.
I did want to add one thing just about the people that email you on your private email. And where I'm in a small town and I'm from here and I taught here and like I know people all kinds of ways. I did have parents that would contact me on personal social media. And even though I wouldn't talk to them about their child that way, I would not want them to think I was completely ignoring them. So I would usually just send a little quick email that says, please contact me on my school account, and then give my email address for school and then end it. That way they don't think, well, I emailed her and she never did get back with me. And I know she's online all the time and, that kind of thing. So that might be something else that people might want to think of as well. And my cat just loves it when I talk.
And I'm so glad that you brought that up. Absolutely, you all. A lot of people go back to their hometowns and they teach, and people are used to reaching out to you. Maybe they have your cell phone. My cell phone number has not changed since I've had my cell phone, and I've had the same number for 24 years. So, so it becomes really easy for that to happen. But now she's absolutely. They message you now. You can just quote Senate Bill 181 and say, I'm not allowed to do that, but here's my school email. Feel free to contact me with questions. So yes, beautiful. All right. Anything else for the good of the group? All right. Well, I'm actually going to get to turn my screen over to the head of HR at Madison County Schools, Dr. Dustin Brumbaugh, is with us, and ask you give him your attention. Always great information, and we appreciate that he comes and does this for us every semester. All right.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Baker. I just submitted a request to be able to upload my PowerPoint to share that.
Yep, and I'm trying to get there. There we go. I think I just took care of it.
All righty here. All right, folks. As Ms. Baker just mentioned, my name is Dustin Broombaugh. I'm the Human Resources Director with Madison County Schools, an EKU graduate as well. Today's topic will be confidentiality training. I'll own the fact that it's not the most exciting training, but it's a very, very important training to protect a lot of things from the public and from yourself. But also, I guess a smidgen about myself. As I mentioned, EKU graduate, former middle school math teacher. Then I was an elementary school principal, and then human resources director in my 13th year. So I've been an administrator for over 17 years. So at the end of this training, kind of what I'm going to do is kind of give my own, I guess, personal advice on, what would a student teacher give advice to student teachers, how to land a job, what are some of the things that through my experiences are some look fors like that. So I guess if you have questions for, someone that that's been a decision maker on hiring teachers and things like that, I guess prepare those questions. I would be honored if you ask those and me try to answer them. That way, you're well prepared for hitting the ground running when the hiring season occurs this spring. All right, so as I said, confidentiality training, there's my contact info. If you have questions along the way about jobs or whatever I can do to help, please feel free to reach out. So why does confidentiality, why does it even matter in the first place? It protects students in a variety of different ways. Number two, it's the law. Whether you want to or not, the Kentucky law and lots of federal laws indicate that you should and will be confidential with all kinds of information about our students. A big thing, the bullet three there is never changed, but I guess in my personal opinion, this is becoming more and more prevalent. But maintain trust between families, students, teachers, and schools. You're starting to see a little bit of the public not have as much trust in educators. So, let's follow those rules to, maintain that trust with our families and our communities. And then, of course, preventing legal consequences and our professional reputation. So, what are some of those? First, we have FERPA, Family Education Rights to Privacy Act, protects educational records and personally identifiable information. Parents retain those rights until that student turns 18. Are there a few exceptions to that? Yes. I think in those cases, it rarely happens, but if it does, as a student teacher, I don't know that you need to keep that information confidential. But if you're dealing with a student who has been emancipated, meaning they have their own educational rights, I'd work with your administration on that. They're going to be better suited to handle some of those things. Student teachers should only access information that's legitimate concern to them, and unauthorized disclosure of student information is prohibited. So what are we getting at? You're about to summer student teaching, and then definitely when you get a real your full-time job, you're going to have access to a lot of information. And sometimes you're gonna you're gonna feel a little nosy or something, or people are gonna ask you questions. So you shouldn't just go look around in Infinite Campus. That is our platform where we keep attendance and grades and things like that. If you don't have a legitimate interest in that, you shouldn't be going around snooping and things like that. And obviously, if you are doing that, obviously that can be traced if somebody needs to look into that. IDEA, that's kind of confidentiality with special education. That's our IEPs, evaluations, behavior plans. All those things are confidential. As a student teacher, you should only access what the supervising teacher or administrator has approved you to be able to view. And then the Kentucky Department of Education can monitor that access. So and what you're doing in there. So again, people can check on those things and hold you accountable. But in the end, let's do the right thing and follow these things from the start. Section 504, this protects students needing accommodations for different disabilities, treated as confidential medical and educational records in Kentucky. So again, FERPA, IDEA, Section 504, all these things reinforce the fact that you are going to be provided information about children and students, that you need to keep that information to yourself 100% of the time. Specifically to Kentucky, student records, that includes digital, paper, and verbal notes about students. Again, requires protection of all students. Student teachers, you guys must follow these local policies and supervisors' instructions. So, less is more. If you don't know, should I be, shouldn't I be, ask. Follow the lead of the teacher in the classroom that you're student teaching with. And again, anything you have information to, that includes the digital ones there, intentional on my part, including digital. Those are what I'm seeing a lot of times are the breaches in confidentialities, because things are so easily accessible that you can even look up things from home, that even the digital information that you take a picture of or you download, whatever, all those things are still, that's confidential information. This is not an all-inclusive list, but a variety of different student records in Kentucky. Some of the things are obvious, like grades and test scores, GPAs, IEPs, but also realize, when it comes to counseling and social emotional type things, family backgrounds and custodies and foster care, even observations and different things like that. Again, that's all information that you have to keep to yourself. So that can be difficult sometimes when you have an issue between two students, and that issue between two students, it warrants you reaching out to the parents or guardians of those students that you not talk about the other student with that student. So, Johnny and Fred get in a little fist fight. You need to write that up. Well, you can't, when you write that up, remember, part of that form or whatever used in that district is going to go home with that student. You need to write that up in a way that doesn't, Johnny got in a fist fight with another eighth grade student. You can't say that he got in a fight with Fred on there, those types of things. Are parents going to like that if you're the one that needs to make that phone call home? No, they're not. But just stay calm. Politely tell them. And unfortunately, Kentucky law doesn't allow me to share that information. But I'm confident that that information that you're asking about, if you ask your student when they get home, I'm confident, without being a smart aleck, of course, I'm confident they're going to know who they got in a fist fight with. So you can answer their question without answering their question, and they can still do that. So sometimes you're not able to pivot and be a little given that information in a manner they want, but trust me, you have to know when to say yes and when to say no on doing that, because you are going to be put in position. People are going to ask you things, even they know most will know that they probably aren't allowed to share that, but they're going to ask anyway. So you don't have to be mean about it, but just politely tell them, yeah, I'm not at liberty to share that information this time, and I'm very sorry. I know that's not the answer that you want, but and typically if you share, hey, listen, I know you're asking some questions, but the other family or the other party or whatever the scenario is, I'm answering those questions the same way with that other family. I'm not sharing any information about your child. And typically when you do that, in my experience, if you handle that calmly, most people are very understanding about that. Directory information. All right. So when talking about confidentiality, directory information comes up a lot. And what we mean by directory information, that's simple things like the student's name, grade level, their photos, activities, and things like that. This information can be released if the district provides annual FARPA notice to parents. So here in Madison County, part of it's a form that we send out with kind of all of our beginning of the year forms is that information. 98% of the time you'll get parents that'll check the boxes that yes, these things can be shared. That way, when it's things in the yearbook, things on your district website, the little flyer or brochure or whatever before a play or a chorus assembly or anything like that, those things can be included. And you do get some that mark that they don't want that shared, and a lot of times there might be a story behind that maybe you don't know, that something's occurred in the past and that stuff does happen. But as right now as a student teacher, you take the lead of the teacher in your classroom to hey, is this information, can it be shared and can't it be? If they don't know, then don't share it. But as it says there, directory information for student teachers shouldn't be released. Just be cautious on that. I think that would be the wise on your part. Call this kind of the need to know principle. Only access things if you need to know it. It's pretty self-explanatory. I heard one of you guys mention as I was waiting on this training before this one of y'all mentioned something about that some of this stuff's pretty obvious, and it is, but you would be amazed at some of these little obvious things or things, as HR director, I unfortunately have had to investigate a good handful of situations dealing with confidentiality, and almost every single one of them, the employee is like, yeah, I knew better. They always did, but for whatever reason, they didn't they didn't follow the rules. They didn't follow their intuition. They didn't think they would get caught. Whatever that is. So again, if you don't need to know the information, don't be going look at it. Again, I'll use the example of as a district administrator, Infinite Campus. I have the ability to look up any single student that's ever went to Madison County schools in here. But unless it's my own kids or unless it's something that's pertinent with what I'm investigating, whatever right now, I shouldn't be going around and and looking people's information up, as well as yourself. You're going to have access to different things. You're going to have access to information, sometimes about information of a student that's not even in your specific class. Don't be nosy. Don't be looking up that information because you don't need to know it, and you definitely shouldn't be sharing that information. Conversation rules. Discuss confidential information only with your supervising teacher or administrator. I would encourage you to be very cautious about talking out in the hallway, the teacher's lounge, buses, cafeterias. Social settings will happen more than you think. As you get more experience and working, on a daily basis with students during your student teaching, I won't be surprised if there'll be a couple things that you're going to be like, my professors or others said that these crazy things that I never thought might happen. You can't share it. Yeah, you can talk about it with your cooperating teacher, but you can't go home and gossip about it with your significant other or your parents or whatever like that. So you got to keep those things to yourself. Don't fight that urge to tell stories. So again, that's why do we do that? The law says we need to do that. And two, we want to keep the public's trust that, hey, we're going to keep this information to ourselves. Even talking general things like that, even talking general about that, people can connect the dots with generalizations on who you're talking about it. So even talking general about it, it would be a big no-no. Digital confidentiality. Obviously, the world we live in, we still have hard copies of things like that, but digital confidentiality is the one that I see. What I personally see is digital information that's breached, or people talking too much. Those are the ones I usually see too much. So don't store student information on your personal devices. Use only district approved platforms. As Ms. Baker mentioned earlier about, don't email students information to your personal accounts and things like that. And then, those things that you use at school, when you're done, make sure you log off of them, because, when you just leave it wide open like that, the next person that may come use that computer after you is going to would have access to things that they should not have. Physical documents. Never remove student records from the school. We try to encourage you to keep all those things. And what I'm talking about, if you're taking papers home to grade, that's fine. But don't take someone's cumulative folder and put it in your car and take it home. Return all papers to supervising teacher. Follow secure storage and shredding procedures. Again, if something needs shredded, typically it's 3 years, sometimes it's 5 years. I would rely on your cooperating teacher for things like that. And then just be cautious of leaving things unattended on your desk or in your classroom. Just because you leave it on your desk, which is away from everybody, you go home for the day and you didn't plan on getting sick, or you didn't plan on for a child to get sick, and boom, people are coming into your room the next day and you've left all kinds of things on your desk for everybody to see. So again, be very cautious about that. Using student work for college assignments. If your supervising teacher is okay with it, we are as well. But again, when you do that, try and remove all identifying information on it if you need to share that with a professor for an assignment or whatever it may be. This is only for an educational purpose. Again, remove things about the student. You can black it out, whatever it may be. Observations. Observations of behavioral, academic, or medical issues, again, are confidential. Again, only share it with your supervising teacher, and that includes a variety of different things. So again, you see the theme here. The theme is, you're getting access to a lot of information. Don't be sharing it with people that you shouldn't be sharing it with. And if you duty to report, all educators are held by this duty report, including student teachers. So if you see someone that is, you feel like abuse, neglect, or whatever may be happening, it is your duty to report that. We expect you to report that to administration or your supervising teacher. I would encourage you in instances like this to get in a habit, I guess, of documenting these things. In my experience, you remember, I see the things as a human resources director. I see the things when things go really bad. And when things go really bad, documentation comes into play. Uh, yeah, did you call social services or did you report that? Oh, you did? Well, when was that? Well, I don't remember. I know it was sometime around Labor Day, but I don't remember. That's not going to be good enough. So you need to document those things, who you called, what you did, write those things down, put that in a safe place, and get in the habit of that. Even when you don't think you're going to need it, the times that there's been issues of if they would just written those things down, it would have helped. So you don't need to investigate it yourself. You just need to report it. Let administration do those types of things. And then, when things get really difficult, someone like a human resources director like myself in whatever district you are in, may come help assist with things like that. But again, duty to report, that's a big one there. I have seen firsthand where the Kentucky Department of Education, they definitely frown on confidentiality, but when there was an obvious duty to report something, when someone's been abused or you suspect they might be being neglected or things like that, and that's not reported, I'm seeing firsthand. KDE is they're not horsing around when it comes to that. They'll take your teaching certificate pretty quick if you don't follow those guidelines. When is sharing allowed? When your supervising teacher, principal, or whomever allows you to. Emergency responders, if safety is at risk, of course, we invite all these police forces and EMS and firemen into our schools. If they have, if they ask questions and they want information on that, yeah, tell them. They work for the public as well, and they have their guidelines to follow. So we want to cooperate with them and assist them when they have needs. And again, never share this with your peers unless you're explicitly directed to. Examples of breaches. Again, this is not an all-inclusive list, but it's discussions about behavior. It's leaving things out when you didn't mean to, and they're visible. Again, I know you guys talked about this already. It's emailing student information to personal accounts. It happens more and more. Try and have those professional lines that you're not going to cross. Hey, I'm going to communicate with people through district approved platforms. And when people try not to, just as Ms. Baker said before, yeah, you don't have to be rude. You can go ahead and tell them, hey, this would be a better way, a more appropriate way. And blame the law. Senate Bill 181. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult, but Senate 181 indicates that I need to communicate with you using this platform over here. Here's this email address or whatever it may be. And then just sharing things that you shouldn't be. IEPs and 504s and things like that are obvious, but again, if you don't know, ask. If you don't know, ask. How do we respond to breaches? Nobody means to make a mistake, but be honest about it. What's worse than making a mistake? It's making a mistake and then fibbing about it. All right. We're going to figure that out. So if you make a mistake, most of the time, when a mistake is made, if you're honest about it, we can work through those things. We can usually clean it up without anybody getting in trouble. But just notify your supervising teacher immediately. Explain what happened. Preserve evidence. Okay. If you didn't mean to send something, don't go in there and go into your deleted items and delete it. That just makes it, you made a mistake and then you made another mistake by trying to cover it up. These things can be tracked and stuff like that if we need to. So again, the best approach is doing the right thing the first time. We're human. Mistakes happen. Be honest about it. I don't ever recall. There's been very few times that someone's gotten in trouble because they made a mistake. It was when they made a mistake and then they tried to cover it up, or they didn't come forward, or things like that. That's when the issues have happened. Consequences in Kentucky, we're going to work with EKU if a mistake's made, but just realize, this is not a threat or anything like that. But, during severe instances, you could be removed from your placement, or university could take action on that. We'll defer to those to EKU on that. Documentation with a department like, human resources where I work and things like that. And during big issues, Kentucky Department of Education might get involved. And then unfortunately, reporting you to the standards board. Each superintendent in the state of Kentucky has a duty to report things to the standards board when big mistakes are made and things like that. So we send that to EPSB, the Education Professional Standards Board. Folks, what's hard about that? You feel vulnerable, you hate that you made a mistake, and then EPSB doesn't move real quick. I've seen sometimes where some of their things, it takes a few months for them to work through the issue on that. So, they can take your certificate, and then you've done all this work and paid all this money to get this degree, to get this teaching certificate, which is part of your livelihood. To be able to teach, you have to have that legally. And if they take it or they put that on probation, there's nothing we can do about that. So again, not meant to try to scare anyone, but it's meant to make, knowledge is key here. And, you're going to be armed with a lot of knowledge, and you need to be, you're supposed to know better by not sharing that information. So what's best practice? Ask before accessing or sharing information. If you don't know, ask. Keep all conversations professional. Follow district technology and social media rules. We could do an hour course just on social media issues. I'll leave it at that. I think that's pretty obvious in the world we live in. Treat all student info as a need to know only. And when in doubt, don't share, ask first. Final thoughts. Confidentiality is legal and ethical requirement in Kentucky schools. Protecting this student information ensures safety, trust, and professional credibility. Adhering to these standards is foundational for the teaching profession. So, quick little quiz that we'll do together. You can just think of the answer to yourself. All right. Some of these scenarios aren't just made up; they're pretty real here. So, the Children's Corner Daycare calls a local school district and requests that school records are forwarded to them. It's a small community, and the person receiving the call is familiar with the caller. Can the records be sent under these conditions? The records cannot be sent without written parental consent. FARPA and IDEA do not allow school districts to send personally identifiable information to another agency without parental authorization. A daycare may be providing educational activities for the student. However, they are not a state educational school district or agency. So again, if you get agencies that ask for information, and if you don't know, remember we talked about ask, but in this case, you should not send that. When it comes to documents like this, again, I would rely on administration, specifically either your attendance clerk or your guidance counselor for things like that. They are well versed on this, and typically on things like that, your attendance clerk or your guidance counselor would probably be taking that call and sharing that information in the first place. Amber's family moved to the neighboring county. The neighboring school district sent a request for the transfer of records. Can this information be forwarded without parental permission? Again, probably something that a guidance counselor or someone would need to deal with, but these records can be sent to the neighboring school because FARPA requirements allow the school district to forward educational records to a school in which the student seeks to enroll. I'll just leave it at that. So yes, when a student enrolls into another school district, we are able to share those educational records with them. Again, rely on your counselors for things like that. This one's very legitimate here. Jane is a bus driver and parent at Brownsville Elementary School. Jane's close friend asked Jane to check on the progress of the friend's nephew who also attends Brownville. Remember, Jane works as a bus driver. Can Jane go find that information out? Jane has no legitimate educational interest in the progress of someone's nephew. Therefore, she has no right to review the progress. So how could Jane even find that information out in the first place if that parent wants her to be able to? Well, in order for Jane to review the progress of the nephew, she would have to be working directly with the child, but she still could not share that information with her friend. So if Jane was working with them, she could know that information, but she still couldn't share it. So written consent by the parent is required before educational records can be released to anyone does not have legitimate educational interest. Again, I'll say, as a teacher, if you don't know, make sure you ask. Had this happen a good handful of years ago, your supervising teacher will be out for 3 days and a substitute teacher has been hired. He asks you to put the names of the students who go to resource and speech on the board and the times so you can keep the schedule straight. Can you write the names of the special education students' schedule on the board? Please don't do that. No, you cannot post these names and all that information and charts on the boards because this information, in this case, we would ask the substitute needs to know that information, of course. Yes, they need to know it. So put that in their substitute folder because they're bound by confidentiality just like you are, and they're allowed to, and they need to know that information. But you shouldn't be just sharing that with anybody that comes in and anybody that comes in or views the board or anything like that. All right, so congratulations. That concludes the confidentiality part of that. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to unmute your mic and ask those. So now I'm going to transition, and this will be short. It's just a few slides, but I do encourage questions and things like this. So what to do when securing a teaching position? I cannot emphasize enough that your student teaching assignment and all that is going to be paramount for a variety of different reasons. One, this is going to set a really good foundation for the rest of your career. So jump in the deep end. Go all in on, I'm just going to go do what's right by kids. I'm going to be extra hands. I'm going to do whatever my cooperating teacher asks me to. Ask lots of questions. Just jump in with both feet and really start forming relationships with those kiddos, with the team or the department or whatever it may be that you're on, and with your cooperating teacher. But realize that's the other teacher's classroom, so follow their rules for the classroom and their guidelines because it is their classroom. But really go build strong relationships during your student teacher placement. Be professional, reliable, enthusiastic. I can't say that enough. I'll say it again. Be enthusiastic about it. We want people that want to be there, that love students, and they're there to do right by kids each and every day. So show some initiative, be positive, and ask for feedback and take that feedback and apply it. What would I do to get noticed? Again, talk about student teaching. It is a semester-long job interview. It's just plain and simple that way. A lot of times, in Madison County, we hire a ton of student teachers who taught right in that very same building. Think of this from a principal's perspective. If you're about to recommend somebody for a teaching job, it's a lot easier to go ahead and hire them when you've seen firsthand with your own two eyes. Yes, this teacher they're enthusiastic about kids, they're dependable, they're hardworking, they're honest, they seem to fit in and get along with everybody. Sometimes, though, that school, had a lot of good student teachers, or there wasn't a job that came open. What happens then? Well, our principals talk, hey, I'm needing a K-5 teacher. I need a science teacher, whatever it may be. They ask their peers and other principals from other schools, hey, anybody know of anybody that they've heard does a good job? Or, if you had an opening that you would want to talk to. These people, they talk. So, treat this student teaching like a semester-long job interview because it essentially is. get your application in early. If I were student teaching right now, you're about to student teach in January. A couple things I'm probably doing. I'm brushing up my resume. Um, is a resume going to get you a job? No. But you're going to have to include that on an application. So I start brushing that up. If I've not taken the praxis exams already, I would definitely be doing that. No one plans to fail. If you take it early enough and you fail it, that gives you time to take it again, of course. Nobody really cares. We just want to see, as an HR director or as a principal, we just want to know that you are eligible to get that teaching certificate. And you can't get that teaching certificate until you've passed the appropriate praxis exams. So make sure you've taken those as soon as possible. I would get involved when I'm student teaching. If there's opportunities to tutor, attend SBDM council meetings, sporting events, faculty meetings, all those things, participate in those. You'll be amazed at what your involvement will help your cause in looking for a job. It is a job. I won't deny that, but our best teachers, it's not a job, it's a lifestyle for them. They're not just a teacher from 7:30 to 3:30. They're always a teacher, again, because it's a lifestyle. And just be willing to learn. You guys have been well educated and well prepared for student teaching, but then now comes the actual, you're doing these things and some on the job training type things. So be willing to learn, be willing to ask questions and things like that. Just add to your bucket, so to speak, of knowledge that you have, and be ready to use when you have your own classroom. What to do to get noticed? Have your elevator speech prepared to sell yourself. And what do I mean by elevator speech? At some point, one of two things are going to need to happen. Just it happened naturally it just happened to be that you got some FaceTime with an administrator. You might not get a long time, but you need to have your elevator speech prepared, meaning, you get a minute or two to sell yourself on what you can do for kids for that school with the principal. Be prepared to, again, be enthusiastic. Let he or she know that how you love kids and how hard you're willing to work for kids, and to be able to sell yourself. If that doesn't happen naturally, then you need to try to make that happen at some point. Then you might want to, during a planning period or after. I don't know if I do it before school, but after school or something, drop off a resume. Hey, I know you're busy, ma'am, sir, but just want to drop off a resume. I don't know if you're gonna have anything open next fall, but just know that I'd love to come work here. If you have anything open, and here's my resume, and again, give them your sell yourself real quick. Get well-respected people to sell you, meaning you've taken care of business on helping kids for a couple months, and now you're starting to hear some jobs might be coming open, or you might see the jobs come open. Get some of those people, like your cooperating teacher, or people that you can tell might have a little bit of influence in that building, to put in a good word for you. As a former principal, trust me, I get to see I was able to see student teachers some, but it always made me feel a little better that the people that worked with them also want us to hire them. That, yeah, they're getting along with people. Other people are saying, yeah, they're taking care of business. So that helps as well. We want high character, highly motivated, highly trained individuals. Again, if you're enthusiastic about working with kids, and we trust the fact that you're going to do the right thing, we usually can work through the rest of that. So again, go be energetic, go work your tail off for kiddos. You use the different resources in the classroom to add to your experience, whether that be different assessments. If you're a K-5 teacher, maybe you get the ability to get trained on, Fontes and Pinnell, for example, an FNP, as they would call it. That way, do we expect you to be an expert immediately on that? Of course not. But at least when it comes time to have discussions about some of those things, that you're able to talk shop, so to speak. You know what all those things are. In education, we have so much data. Use that information. There's nothing worse than having all that information and then you don't use that information to help drive instruction for your students. So use that information regularly. And again, don't be, sometimes the data will intimidate people early on in their career. Ask questions. We were all inexperienced once. It's okay to ask questions, but hey, teacher, what does this mean? How's this information going to help me teach this student tomorrow? Things like that. Job fairs, it'll help you get noticed. And I've already mentioned taking your praxis exam. And then all too many times I see a lot of students, they do all these things, they land a job, and then they just go through the motions. Hey, guys, once you land the job, then it actually starts. So be student centered. Do what's right by kids every time. Keep perfecting your instruction. As you develop these lesson plans, save them. If you teach the same lesson multiple times in a row, by the end of the day, that lesson should be your best one because you've tweaked things based on previous lessons. Or if you only teach it once, tweak those little lesson plans and information and take notes. That way, the next time you teach it, you're even more prepared. As I've already mentioned, get involved, and then go back to school, keep some doors open. Listen, there's this adage out there that if I get my master's degree too quick, I'll be getting paid too much, and then that might be a reason that a school district might not want to keep me. I've been in Madison County for 22 years. As I've never seen that happen. We have consistently been told, go hire the best candidate. If that best candidate has a doctorate and 30 years of experience, then so be it. Go do that. So, go back to school, get that master's. That gets you paid more. That gets you more education. That gets you more experience. That's giving you opportunities to bump elbows with other people getting that master's degree as well. And you're constantly adding knowledge to your bucket, so to speak. That way you can, better prepared to help kids. Lastly, in Madison County, we want you to come join our team. Our school board and specifically our superintendent, Randy Neely, has been very adamant that, listen, these students go to school right here in the county where our kids are going to school. We want to hire you guys. I was in a meeting a few years ago, and one of the leadership at EKU said that it's been consistently that Madison County Schools is number one in employing our EKU students. So we want to continue to do that. That's why I come do this every year. I'll be at your all's recruitment fairs. I'll be at your all's mock interviews and things like that because again, we want to hire you. We want you to join our team, and hopefully, meeting me will help bridge that gap if you do have questions. So seriously, we have a little bit of time. Again, I'm coming to this with the perspective of a former principal who's hired people, as a human resources director who helps a lot of other people hire people. So you guys are not far away from hitting the turning in applications and hitting the applicant pool. What questions do you have? Please feel free to unmute your mic and ask if you have any.
Where you're sharing your screen, I don't know if you can see it, but I sent a few questions in the chat. Number one, does documentation and duty to report scenarios include formal incident reports, or would a dated post-it note with a description of the incident suffice?
Well, I would say that the incident report would be your documentation for that. But if there's not already some sort of pre-prescribed report to fill out, then you need to document it. So would a post-it note work if you can get all that information on it? Yes. I'm of the belief I like handwritten documentation. But again, you got to be able to, you got to keep it. So plan ahead and be intentional. It was very intentional on my part that I had a folder that I kept locked up, but that was my documentation folder. That anything, I pulled it out, dropped it in there. I always know that it was in the same spot. Follow-up question. As a certified teacher, would it be acceptable to look up previous disciplinary records to identify patterns when trying to design a classroom accountability? Is there a means for leaving? Yeah, so yes. So it's a student of yours that you are planning for. So getting knowledge about them, yes, don't it's a very good question, but don't overthink it. We want you to use that information and knowledge to best assist that student. So if they've had a history of having disciplinary issues, keep that in mind. But also with kids, sometimes we want to give them an opportunity to have, let's not punish them for prior issues. Let's give them a little bit of latitude. But yes, looking up, knowing someone has been a student that's been very, had a history of being in trouble a lot, doesn't mean you have to be like, hey, listen, Johnny, I've seen you've been a knucklehead for years. I know you don't, I know that we don't want to do that, but limiting them on a bathroom pass or something because you know that they have a history of making poor choices when they're not supervised adequately, that they make poor choices. And yeah, so use that information, grades, attendance, disciplinary things like that, definitely appropriate, but again, just don't be sharing it. Great question. Other questions?
I have a question.
Sure. Go ahead,
Are there
Brittany.
any other types of certifications or training that can help a candidate stand out a little bit above others?
I think when it comes to teaching positions, I think the biggest thing is that you have the certification for the area in which you want to teach would be first and foremost. And I think that's obvious. Is there one that we're like, oh, this one also has this and this candidate doesn't have it, it makes it better? Not necessarily. I think for me, it's just uh, going to get that continuing education to help yourself. That way, when you do get the job, you're even more prepared, and it's a rank change and it's more money in your pocket. But no, I don't think there's necessarily one of those. Now I will say this. I knew early on I wanted to go into administration, and today you can't start a principal certificate until you have 3 years of experience. But I did find when I started taking my administrative classes, I was a little better prepared as a teacher just because I got more involved and more knowledge about the laws and the why things principals do, why they do what they do in the first place and all that. But no, not necessarily one of those. I think the biggest thing is just having that teaching certificate. So guys, what's going to happen is a lot of these jobs, at least in Madison County, we'll start posting a lot of these in April, some more in May. You don't have a teaching certificate in April or May, but you need to be applying. So what would I recommend you do when you get, whether it's Madison County, which I hope you do, but any other district, when you apply for a job, 99% of them are going to be online. They're all going to ask you to upload a copy of your teaching certificate. Well, what do you do when you apply for a job and you don't have a teaching certificate? Should you wait? No. I would recommend that you type up a few sentences that just says, hey, my name's Jane Doe. Let's say you're applying for a middle school math position. I graduate from EKU with a middle school math certificate, and I graduate on, I'm making something up, May the 10th. I've already passed all my practice exams, and so once I graduate, I'll be applying to get my my math certificate. That gives the information that for people like me as a human resources director of, yep, that's somebody that we definitely need to put a part of the applicant pool. We're not going to punish you for that. And then the principal also knows they'll be able to see that of, yeah, they don't have the teaching certificate, but they have all summer to get that done. So just make sure you do that. So that's an important step. I think a lot of you all will need to be doing and be checking those job boards of places that you are looking to work. I would say April, you might get some that'll start doing that in March, but I can tell you firsthand, we'll do a little bit in late March or early April. And then we'll do a lot more in mid-May. And then after that, it's all the time. If a job's posted in Madison County, it's available. I don't know what other districts do. That's not legal, but we can't post a job thinking we might have one. It has to physically be available. Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
As a para, it changes a little bit for student teaching, I guess. Like, I know it says we got to talk to CT and principal, but like I work at Kingston.
I recognize your name. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can talk to counselors and other teachers because I'm already an employee, right? Like that doesn't
Correct.
change for
Yeah.
IEP and
Just remember,
504 stuff.
well, yeah, you can talk about those things. Just remember, regardless of what role you're in, if it's not really information that's something that you needed to know, then I guess politely mind your own business. I don't know.
Right. But like I have to do like check-in, checkouts with students and stuff. So I have
100%.
to have access to those
Yeah.
things.
Yep.
I got to talk to more than just my principal and my CT about those
Oh,
things.
agree.
Okay.
And that's good. Yes, you have other responsibilities. That's fine. But as I'm sure you already know, just make sure you're not sharing that information with others. But yeah, no issue with that at all, sir.
Okay.
Typically in this one, no one's asked it yet, but especially from our people that graduate in December. But unfortunately, there'll be some of you like this you go through the hiring season and you don't get hired. What do you do? Hey, there will be a first big wave of people that'll get hired right off the bat. Don't get discouraged. We hire more people in late July and early August than I would like to. Things change. People take jobs at the last second they didn't think they did because of spouses moves and different things like that. So don't get discouraged. Again, we'll hire more people in late July and early August than we'd like. Number two, go take a paraeducator position, go substitute teach, things like that. Just getting in more buildings or, a lot of our principals, if they don't have anything, are that able to hire somebody, they think it's a good candidate and they have a paraeducator position open, they will hire somebody with a teaching certificate, get them more experience. That way, if something does come open, they'll just hire the para to teach and then they'll go hire another para. Substituting is obviously helpful as well because it gets you in multiple buildings, start building more relationships and things like that. So, any other questions? Remember, no question's a dumb question.
I just have a really, really quick one.
Sure.
So in the hiring process, I know portfolios have come up. At least in the classes I've taken, we haven't really discussed what you might want to put in there. So from like an administration perspective, what are you looking for in a little portfolio? Would you prefer it in a binder or an online one? Because I've seen some websites as well.
So when it comes to these portfolios, that's always going to be a personal preference on the hiring committee or the principal or whatever. I mean, every school is going to be a little different. It might be the principal, it might be a committee, it might be SPDM council, it might be a department. Some people are going to want to see that. Some people, they're not going to care. Don't be offended by it. Others would like to see those work samples. They like to see, what does that assessment look like and things like that. Here's what I believe. I think your work ethic and earning trust from people will help you get interviews. People that the administrator trusts that put in a good word for you might get you an interview. If you notice all those things get you an interview, you have to get yourself the job. So some people, either your work ethic or what people have seen you do for kids or someone putting a good word for you will get your foot in the door and get you in the room to even talk to them in the first place. Then you got to go sell yourself on getting that job. And, what do we want to hear about that? Listen, guys, for me, I just need to hear about kids, okay? What are you going to do to help kids? We need to see enthusiasm. We got to see people that want to be there. They're going to see somebody that's going to, they're going to be a good decision maker and they're going to do the right thing, not the easy thing. The right thing, obviously, is not always the easiest thing, but the right thing that's going to be right for kids. So, I think those are going to be a lot of look fors from a lot of your best administrators of you might not be realizing it, but they're sitting there listening for, yeah, it's for some people it's hard to talk about yourself, but talk about how you're going to help kids. So when you keep it student centered, that in my experience is usually the look fors that a good administrator is going to be listening for. Any other questions? Well, folks, again, it's been a pleasure. I'll probably see you all. I don't remember what date it is. It's sometime next semester at our mock interviews and our recruitment fair. Listen, we would love to hire you guys. No joke, I don't have the data in front of me, but I bet we will hire 50 teachers, give or take, this summer. And that's actual teachers. We're not talking custodians, bus drivers, paraeducators. If that's the case, we'll hire well over 100 people, probably more like 150 next year, but we'll hire at least 50 teachers. In my experience, 45 of them, 90+% of them will be EKU grads. So listen, I didn't grow up in Richmond or Madison County. I didn't grow up in Kentucky, but I went to EKU, met my wife there, and never left. There are lots of people that work here that are not from here. It's a great quality of life. We're not huge like Fayette County. We're not tiny, like little Irvin or something like that. But good quality of life here. So we hope you'll consider coming and working for us because I assure you we want to hire you. Any last questions before I hop off here?
Yeah, don't miss this opportunity, guys. March 6th is that
Thank you.
next date. Yeah.
Thank you. A good opportunity for you all to come brush up on your mock interviews, on your interview skills and things like that. And I think that's actually that's probably intentional on your part. March 6th is good. If I'm you, I try to have my resume brushed up and as pretty up as much as possible that day because that's kind of your kickoff before what I would call the hiring season's about to start. If you haven't passed your practice exams by then, maybe I'd be like at an arbitrary goal to, hey, listen, I'm going to be ready to hit the job market March 6th. March 6th, might not get a job yet that day, but I'm going to be ready for it because I assure you the jobs might not be posted, but here's what principals know. Principals, let me show you behind the curtain for last thing, and then I'll be done. At least in Madison County, a job might not be posted yet, but by March the 6th, I'll guarantee you the principals in Madison County, they know if they're going to have openings yet. And they're already looking at the applicant pool out there and asking around and looking at student teachers before a job's already up. They're not making their decisions, but they're at least mentally forming the people they'd like to talk with. And you want to be one of those people that principal talks with. So go take care of kiddos and the rest will work itself out. Well, Ms. Baker, thank you for the opportunity to speak with everybody. And as always, if I can do anything for your students or for you guys, please let me know.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Pleasure, folks. Thank you.
All right, guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Be back promptly at 9:45 because we have a former student that's going to talk to you about Frisco, Texas. And her experience working there, I believe. So 9:45, be back. Please be mindful when you come back that you have your cameras on, and I'd like to see more than your forehead. I'd like to see at least your face. There are ways to blur backgrounds and things. Yeah, be back at 9:45. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Thanks. Okay, I have that it's 9:45 and I always believe in honoring people's time. I'm going to pull up the agenda. We've got several things that we're going to be getting to. So we just had our first break, and now we're going to move to our 9:45. Former student Isabella Sanchez is going to speak to us. Right after that, we'll have Daniel Blankenship with communication skills and conflict management, and then I will be talking about your student teacher task. And so we've got a very busy morning, and then we'll have a break at 12:30 for lunch. So again, unless you've been told otherwise, you need to have your screen on, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen and let Isabella come on.
Hi, good morning. My name is Becca Penny, and I'm the principal at Rogers Elementary in Frisco ISD. And I am here with Bella Sanchez, our amazing graduate of your alma mater. And she has been thriving in her first year at teaching third grade math science at our school. And she's a little nervous, as am I, because we're like, we don't know what we're supposed to say, but we're glad to be here and we're eager to tell you all about Bella's journey here in FISD. We recruited her this time last year, and we were just reminiscing about how the moment we met on Zoom, it just felt like a perfect fit. And I can tell y'all that Bella's program definitely prepared her to be a thriving first year teacher. We were just talking about how our veteran teachers and her peers that are also first year teachers all are just so impressed by Bella. And of course, it's definitely innately who she is. She's amazing in working and building relationships with students, but also she came extremely prepared to enter the classroom and be a leader with her students. So we are eager to answer any questions, or Angela, if there's a particular prompt that you want us to provide, we'd be glad to.
Welcome. We are so glad to have you all here. I'm not going to lie, folks. Every year at the career fair, I push students to go over there and talk. Because I know, and the other CEs that are with you today know that while you're young is the time to go and have adventures and seek out, new experiences and opportunities. And so, if you're not in a committed relationship and already tied to Kentucky, I highly recommend that you see them, listen carefully today and then see them again at our career fair in March. So just, Bella, why don't you talk a little bit about your experiences so far and how you think, first, how I think it has helped you grow as a teacher, but two, I'd really like for you to talk about what an opportunity is to have an experience outside of here in Kentucky or in the Appalachian area.
Yeah. So I'm Bella. I teach third grade math and science here. I was originally not from Kentucky. I actually lived in Georgia and I went to school in Kentucky. And I was one of the ones that was pushed to the Frisco ISD booth at, yes, by Angela, at the career fair. It is, I can say for me, I have loved and I'm like so glad that I made a decision to move over here. Just like Angela said, like I was young, I had nothing tying me down, and like this is the time to go and move. So it is kind of different, but I enjoy it. So we are located in Frisco, which is about 30 minutes outside of Dallas. So you kind of have like the suburban feeling and also the city feeling 30 minutes away. So it was like a nice little change from being in the mountains in Kentucky. And again, I love the city, so I enjoy being here. So I got recruited at the job fair last year by an HR. Her name was Jennifer Worth, and then she had put me into the system. I filled out the application, and that's when Rogers had reached out to me. I flew out here in November, had an interview. Unfortunately, I couldn't be hired in January I played sports at EKU, so I had to wait till after, but we kept in touch. They were at the top of my list, and she was just telling me like they kept me at the top of their mind, so it like worked out perfectly. And then I ended up here. I got the job, and I think you called me in March, I believe, and offered me the job, and I took it on the spot. I was like, yes, like I want to go, and moved up here in July. So I can say EKU's program has helped build the teacher that I am because EKU's teaching program is ranked. So I feel like I was very prepared coming in here. Um, I a lot of things didn't come as a surprise to me just because I felt like I was exposed to it through the EKU teaching program. So I feel like I wasn't as overwhelmed as a lot of first year teachers are normally. And I was just like ready to go. I have a great team here, so they were all like ready to show me the ropes around Rogers. Even everyone off my team, all the other teachers and staff here at Rogers have been great, just being mentors and helping me. But I felt like the EKU program has kind of shaped me into the teacher that I am today and helped build my foundation.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I can tell you if Brandy was on here right now, she says I'm going to record you for that first year teacher's advice for our end of the semester celebration. That's awesome. Yeah, there's nothing like having that confidence going into your first year. So one of the things that we always have people tell us at the career fair is like it's not just about salary, but we've been telling students pay attention to benefits and experiences and opportunities for growth. So maybe you could tell us a little bit more about that then.
Yeah, I'd be glad to. So, again, I'm a principal here at Rogers Elementary in Frisco ISD. So when I speak to the opportunities of salary and benefits, it's across the school district. We are a very large school district with approximately 70,000 students. We have 73 schools and 44 of them are elementary schools. So there's a lot of opportunity here in Frisco ISD. And we're constantly recruiting from out of state because we know that you have great programs and amazing teaching candidates to offer. And Bella is not the only candidate that we've hired from outside of Texas. And I will say that our out of state graduates are often very, very successful and then offer, just different perspectives and different learnings. In the chat, my HR director, his name is Gene Yarabino, and he's a great point of contact to communicate with. But he just shared a link to the FISD benefits website. So if that is something that you're really interested in learning more deeply about, it's a great website that really kind of talks you through how to be a teacher applicant, what we offer, but it's a really robust package. We offer a very competitive salary here in the DFW area. I like to, Bella said, we're about 30 minutes outside of Dallas proper, but when you're in DFW, you don't even realize that you're leaving one suburb to the next. We're really a giant metroplex. And so we're a big town, but we have a small town feel. Everybody kind of knows everybody, or there's 6 degrees of separation, and you're like, oh, I know this person too. So I really like that. I'm a Texas Tech graduate, and so I spent 6 years in West Texas, which is a much smaller environment, and I really was excited to move to DFW. I'm not from the area. And when I moved here for an adventure as a young person, I walked that story as well. I thought, oh, I'll try the DFW area for a little while, and then I'll move back home when I'm ready. Well, I never moved home. I met my husband, started a family, and I'm proud to say that I've been in Frisco for 9 years, and I'm really happy. And many of the reasons why I'm so happy is because of the benefits that we offer. So again, that competitive salary of a starting salary for $62,500. We offer different stipends for special education or bilingual teaching positions. All of our first year teachers get a $250 stipend to set up their classroom at the beginning of their contract. We offer a paid new hire week, which not all school districts offer that type of professional learning. And then we have a really robust wellness department. There's also an entire department that takes care of us in that way. We have an employee clinic. So if you're not feeling well, under the weather, it's completely free to employees, and we even cover families where my daughter or my husband can go to the employee clinic for only $10, no questions asked. You don't have to exchange insurance, and they can get treated for, the flu or whatever they may have. Our PE teacher, his shoulder hurt last month, and he went and got an X-ray for free. So I would say that, the district not only compensates us well, but they take care of us very well. Our first year teacher program is also, I would say, a huge benefit, maybe not insurance and supplemental pay, but I would say that it really enriches your life and keeps you well because they're pouring into you, which I'd be glad to talk about in a minute. But the other standout for compensation and benefits is something called the teacher incentive allotment that is unique to Texas. So the state legislature came out with this a couple of years ago, and it's optional for public schools in Texas to participate. And something about Frisco ISD is that we are very future ready, and we have a future ready learner profile, educator, and leader profile. And so we're always at the cutting edge. We're typically 5 years ahead of where other schools may be in the state of Texas. And so we started participating years ago, and that is to compensate teachers for student growth performance. And it's also associated with your appraisal in Texas. That's called T-TESS. But there's a formula where it takes your appraisal and your student growth, and that formula helps determine what level of bonus you may be eligible for. And there's 3 tiers this year. Next year, the state of Texas is adding a 4th year so that more teachers can be compensated. But because our district participates in the teacher incentive allotment, teachers get to keep that bonus that they may earn for 5 years. And that bonus can be up to $13,500 at a Title I campus like Rogers Elementary. So in addition to your salary, if you are growing kids, which is at least 50% of your students growing from the beginning to the end of the year, then you are eligible for TIA, and you get a scorecard. It's calculated by an outside entity, which is a university here in Texas that partners with Frisco. And you get to keep it as long as you stay in the school district. So it's a huge retention draw for our schools. I wish I would have had it as a young person because every dollar counts. And I think that's a really, really big benefit to draw you to Frisco and come try something new and adventure in Texas.
That's exciting. Yeah, so Kentucky had played around with that before. We just didn't follow through with it. So that is exciting. I have copied that link, and I will share that with students later, the benefits link. And there was something else, I believe.
Yes. Jean is our HR director.
Angela, I just want to say a quick hello. I know we've worked with y'all in the past, and Dr. Jennifer Worth, she'll be going out again in the spring. My name's Jean Yarbino. I get to work with Becca and Bella and a lot of new teachers across country. So we're excited to be here. One of the things, Becca does a great job of talking about the supports. I think one of the things that I'm not sure if you mentioned, Becca, was the 2 wellness days that we also get.
Yeah.
So this is pretty cool. So if, let's say you want to use it during the holiday season and just take off for essentially a paid day off, this is in addition to your 5 state and 5 local days that you get every year. These are 2 paid days off that you can use for any time for a portion of the school year. The whole idea is for you to all take care of yourself. If you want to go back to Eastern Kentucky and catch a softball game for the weekend, great. If you want to stay home and go Christmas shopping, you want to stay home and do nothing, you have 2 days that you can use, and you don't those 2 days don't roll over next year for the following year. So they're essentially designed so that you take off and take care of yourself, whether you're a principal, a first year teacher, or receptionist. It's part of the way the district really tries to promote not just hiring people, but also keeping them there and making sure that their well-being is in place. They also have some free financial consultants that we work through our benefits department. Obviously, we always encourage you to make sure you do your own homework. Don't listen to just an advisor. You do your own homework as well. And then you also get some fitness reimbursement. So if you have a Peloton membership or a gym membership, you get up to 50% back if you turn in a log that shows you've done so many sessions, up to about $20 to $22 a month. And that's all just designed just to make sure you are taking care of yourself so that healthy minds are going to be more productive in the classroom for our students. So Angela, I'm going to turn it back over to you. I just want to just say a quick hello. And if you see Dr. Jennifer Worth coming on, she'll be out there in the spring most likely. She tends to take this university. And there's also an RSVP link if you want to get some more information for follow-up. It looks like several people have indicated that they're interested. So I'll certainly follow up with y'all.
Yeah, I am sending you mine and Brandy, our directors, emails right now so that anything else that you want to get to our students, you can do so. Unfortunately, it is time for our other presenter. And so we have, let me tell you, we cram these days full of stuff for our students. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate you all taking time out of your day to come and join us for this. We greatly appreciate that.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank
Good luck,
you.
everyone.
Have a good rest of the school year, Bella.
Thank you so much.
We're proud of you.
Bye.
All right.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. So just guys, you just got a little preview of what you will hear from the career fair as people tell you about their districts and what they have to offer, not just, pay, but other benefits. And we keep encouraging students to really listen to that benefits package too. So Danielle, are you here? Making sure our next presenter is here. Danielle. I've not had time to go through the pictures. She may not have joined us yet. Let me message her real quick. She may be having, and if not, I can do mine. So any questions so far? Anything that you're have questions about?
Are there any other states aside from Texas that you know for sure come to these fairs?
Well, we have had Hamilton County, Ohio, join us a few times, at least. Well, they've said they would come a couple times, and then, with districts, it's hard if there's a crisis going on or something like that. Frequently, people, schools are not bursting with people, and so when things go on, they sometimes have to pull back. But they have joined us before. We reach out. We had a school district in Alaska that was asking us about recruiting here. So was there somebody in particular you were interested in?
Not particularly. I was just more so curious because I had heard of the Frisco ISD coming on multiple occasions, but I had never heard of like really anybody else.
Okay. Yeah, Frisco comes regularly, and then like I said, Hamilton, Ohio has responded several times, and then recently, we never know. As they were telling you, our district our school is heavily recruited, and so I won't be surprised. I don't know if it'll happen this semester, but I wouldn't be surprised if we start getting additional states because so many people are facing teacher shortages. So. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and pull up mine and go ahead and get started. I don't see Danielle in here.
Miss Baker.
Yeah.
According to the schedule, it says she's not supposed to be until 10:30.
Oh, what time is it?
10?
Oh, I thought she was next. All right, let me go back. Let me go back to my screen. I know first grade was only supposed to have 10 minutes. Oh, I cut them short. Oh, that's my bad. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and do my part because it always goes long. I am so glad. I saw 10 o'clock when I looked at that, not 10:30. I apologize to them that I cut them short. All right. Let me pull up my presentation now because it's the one that everybody has a million questions about. And I am checking on this first item. I'll go ahead and tell you. My screen is messed up. Give me just a second. Well, I'm having computer issues. Give me just a second. I'm going to stop sharing and see if that will. Dang, my computer will not let me. All right, let's try this again. All right, can you all see my screen? Somebody unmute yourself and let me know.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I am checking on this first part. For the fall, we allowed student teachers to do 1 to 2 days of their student teaching semester to use for district recruitment. And so I have emailed Brandy to see if that's going to be true for the spring or not. Usually, it is just fall, but I wanted to check, so I'm going to come back to that. So here's the thing. I need everybody to listen very carefully. Okay. You need to pay attention for when I say one placement. Okay. So if you're only in one placement for the whole semester, I need you to have your listening ears on and the other people to just kind of be ready to listen to theirs. There are differences, and I don't want anybody to be confused. Okay. When we meet in person, we usually separate the two groups out. That's a little harder to do with Zoom. So I'm going to do a whole presentation, but I'm going to talk about people with one placement first. Okay. So just like in your previous CED classes, you're going to be doing those observations. It's doubled now. Instead of having 2 by your CE and 1 by your CT, you're going to have 4 by your CE and 2 by your CT. Okay, so it's doubled. You're going to do the same lesson plan template. Every section will need to be completed to the best of your ability. You'll do the exact same post-observation reflection for each of those 6 observed lessons. All of those will be uploaded in SLL. Please don't slam the chat with all your complaints about SLL. Let's address that in another time. We know, and we're working on everything. Then in addition to the observations, you will have an entry called Unit Work Sample, okay? And that's what I'm going to spend a lot of my time on today, is that unit work sample, so that there's no confusion. Things have changed, so if you have friends or siblings or family members or people that you knew that went through this program previously, disregard what they tell you and pay attention to this. This is in your syllabus.
Ma'am, I have a question. I'm sorry. Okay, when you say one placement, do you mean like only one teacher the entire time, or are you talking about only the school the entire time? Because I'm
only one teacher. In other words, you're with that same CT the entire time. Yeah. Okay. So you can't have 2 different teachers at one school. That's still 2 separate placements.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay. Yeah. So if you're in a primary class and then you're in an intermediate class or vice versa, that's 2 placements. That's 2 different CTs. So, yep. So I'm talking about people who are with the same CT. Thank you for that clarification. That same CT for the whole spring. Okay. So I'm talking to those people first. All right. So and again, this is in your syllabus. I promise you it's exactly this. I'm the one that updates those, and this is the information that's in there. Your unit work sample for one placement, you will submit the following things: a Drake video reflection. Okay. So you have to videotape yourself within the first few weeks of your teaching experience, and then you upload not the video, but the reflection. That's a document. You'll find it in Canvas. Perhaps your CE can also provide it to you, but it is uploaded into Canvas and you'll have it there, and you will only upload the reflection. Now, at some point, your clinical educator and maybe even your CT will talk about it, because you're going to use that information, and I'll talk about that more in just a second. But it's just the reflection that you upload. Questions about that so far? Okay. The next thing is a unit plan. Okay. Now, there used to be some confusion because one of the documents had the word unit in it, but it wasn't the unit plan. Now, this one clearly says it's the unit plan. You will create the unit plan. There's a template. You must use the template. You must have at least a minimum of 3 lesson plans out of the unit. Now, the unit may be 10 days long, or it may be 6 days long. It may just be 3 days long. But you have to do at least a minimum of 3 lesson plans. Those do have to be on the EKU template, completely filled out, right? And then at least 1 lesson in the unit must be observed by your clinical educator. They'll complete the rubric. It'll also then go into one of your observations in SLL, but then the unit plan and those 3 lesson plans will also live here in the work sample. Okay. And then you'll do the post-observation reflection on that 1 lesson that is observed. Questions about that? Okay, moving on.
Angela?
Yes.
Also, during that unit, their CT could observe them as well.
They could. They absolutely could. It is
And that
required
way
by the
it'll
CE.
Yeah, and that way it'll save them from doing extra lesson plans.
It sure would. If you can get that to work out, gosh almighty, she is absolutely right. That becomes less work for you. And I'm telling you, it can be overwhelming the student teacher year because there's not just our requirements and there's things that you're expected to do because you're leading that classroom. And so it can be overwhelming. So yeah, if you can work it out that the CT can observe you too, great. That can happen, but it has at least one lesson has to be observed by the CE. Great. Thanks, Janet, for pointing that out. Any questions? Okay. Now we're going to talk about the solo week template. So the solo week template is where you create 5 consecutive days. Okay. It doesn't have to be Monday through Friday. It's just 5 consecutive days. And it's a little different. So it's not like probably anything that you've seen before, unless you've worked with an elementary teacher who has kept like a daily agenda of everything that they do every day, including their specials. It's kind of what it reminds me of. I had a sister who was an elementary school teacher, and it reminds me of it every time I look at it. But you go, and it's every class that you teach that you give all of this information and you complete it. You don't do the lesson plan template. It's the solo week template. It reminds me a lot of what a lot of teachers do, what they leave for when they have subs. It reminds me very much of what I would leave for a sub. And so it's kind of like a daily glance of everything that you do all day, without a huge amount of details. Okay. So you'll do a solo week template. Now, both of these, you will work in conjunction with both your CT and your clinical educator to decide when to do those. Typically, and I hate to even say typically, but typically the solo week usually comes towards the end of your placement. Now, I'm talking about people who have just the one CT for the whole semester. It kind of makes sense there because, if you're doing a solo week, it means that you're ready kind of to be solo, right? To lead the class all day long for 5 straight days. But again, that is left up to your CT and your CE because in the spring, with testing and things like that, there are a lot of moving pieces that can interfere or push the CT to have you do it at a certain time. And we want to honor and respect that. So when you enter into the classroom in the very early weeks, start talking with your CT and CE about when these are going to occur. Okay? Questions about that? Janet, Vicky, Beth, anybody, anything else on that one? We're good. Okay. Now, here comes the big one. And I say it's a big one because even as a teacher, I was always required to do this. And it does require a lot of thought and reflection and even input. And so your professional growth plan is a template. Again, it can be found in Canvas. Your CE can also make it available to you. But you're specifically evaluating yourself as a teacher. And so I know that as a student teaching, you think, well, I've really not had that much experience. But believe it or not, you have, and you've gotten input from clinical educators over several semesters. And so you want to look at that feedback and think about what you did to grow and change. Okay. And you're going to develop a very intentional plan for improvement. That Drake video that I mentioned at the very beginning, that's going to be also a factor. When you do that reflection, you're going to see things yourself. Boy, I really want to work on that. Maybe you need to work on your teacher voice. Maybe you need to work on wait time. Maybe you need to work on classroom management. It's really kind of up to you what you see and what you want to work on. And so that's going to go into that improvement plan. And again, you're going to discuss that with the CE and they're going to help guide you into identifying 1 to 2 areas that you're going to work on over the semester. Okay. The form looks kind of intimidating, but then when you start working, you're not filling out the whole form at the beginning. You're just getting, here's my plan. Here are the items that I've identified are going to be part of my growth for the semester. That's why you do it very early on, but you do not upload any of these documents until towards the end of the semester because you will have changes and you will get feedback to improve these items. Okay. So I'm going to pause right there for just a second and say, I know this is overwhelming. It will all make sense once you start working on these individual pieces, like the next one. So the professional growth plan, or the PGP self-assessment form, helps you evaluate your abilities in the 4 domains. And these are the domains that teachers are used to talking about themselves. It's planning and preparation, classroom environment, instruction, and professional responsibilities. And there's components with each of those domains. And so you're going to go through and you're going to kind of assess yourself and where you are. Some of them you're going to put some ones, because as a pre-service brand new baby teacher, there's things that you've not touched yet. That's okay. Trust me, it's perfectly okay. And then you'll probably have quite a few items that you'll score yourself as a 2, and etc. Again, you can get input from your CE and your CT about how they think that you're doing, but a lot of it is really how you feel. How confident are you in those areas? Okay. And that as well is going to guide this professional growth plan. But that self-assessment goes in there into your work example along with all of these other documents. Questions about this?
Yeah, I got a question.
Sure, go ahead, Alex.
So I'm assuming all this will be in CED. I forgot what number it was, but is that course going to be open when we start student teaching? Because I go back the 5th, and I know EKU doesn't start back till, like, I don't know, January 20th or something like that.
Yeah.
So there's that
Yep.
couple weeks where
Yep.
I'd like to get a bunch of this knocked out, because for me personally, like, I know once the semester starts, I gotta also do the finish the methods class, like project and stuff, and that's a whole ordeal. So I was just wondering if it's going to be open so I could knock this out when I go back on the 5th or whatever day it is.
Yeah, we are already working on opening the Canvas shell. So my hope is, what is today? I was looking at my phone to see what today is. Definitely,
The 10th?
we hope to definitely have it open by next Friday, the 19th. We started working on it. Well, we were already working on it because we've been looking at the feedback we've gotten from this year, from the survey on the Canvas shells. And so we've already started working on it. We worked on it in the office yesterday, a team of us. And so our goal is to have it open by Friday, the 19th. Does that sound pretty good?
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Other questions? Any other questions? Yeah, that's always a concern. Yeah. We race to try to get it open in the fall, and there's a lot of things sometimes that are outside of our control. But hopefully we got those glitches all fixed in the fall, and you all get the benefit of us messing up some things in the fall and fixing them for the spring. I hope. Anyway, any other questions? Okay, everybody stay with me, because there's no reason why you can't. If you've kind of tuned me out for just a little bit, there's no reason why you can't stay with me. And I promise you, I know you have more questions. So while you're listening to it the second time, I really need you all to be thinking about what I'm telling you, because here's what happened last semester. I go over all of this, I get a few questions, and then at the first of the semester, it's like I'm hammered. And so are the CEs with questions about this work sample. So please, please, please be thinking about where you might have questions. Yep.
I have a question really quick.
All right, great.
Is it possible for you to email us this document so we can have it throughout the semester?
I absolutely can, but I promise you, this is verbatim in your syllabus.
Okay.
Verbatim, it's in your syllabus. And so I know that that's not going to be open until Canvas opens. I think we emailed it out last year. Janet, do you remember? I was thinking that we emailed it out last year. But yeah, I'll email it to you as soon as well, maybe not today because it's a long day for me, but tomorrow I can get it out to all of you all. Brandy already has a email list for all the student teachers in the spring, and we'll just send this to you so that you know what to expect. But it's also in the syllabus. So if you lose the email, it's right there. Any other questions? No one, really?
Not as of right now, at least.
Not as of right now.
Just
I'm gonna let you all ruminate. I'm gonna move on to the next group, and if you all think of something, you can let me know. All right. So now I'm talking to those student teachers with 2 placements. Okay. You have 2 CTs. So you're elementary, you have a primary and you have an intermediate. You're middle school and you have a math and you have a science placement. If you have 2 different CTs, this is the section that is for you. Everybody with me? Again, we're going to be talking about the unit work sample. Everything is exactly the same as it is for the other people. You're going to have 6 observations. You'll have 4 by your CE. You will have 2 by your CT. Hold on. I'm talking to Danielle. Letting her know it was my ear. And you'll have 2 by the CT. You'll still do the same lesson plan template you've always done. It just every section has to be completed, and it should be completed to the best of your ability. I would recommend one of the first things I would do in those opening weeks when you're getting your feet on the ground is I would ask them for that information in that very top section where you do the background on the school and the background on your class, because people struggle with that section because they don't really know where to go. You can go to the school report card, and a good chunk of what you need is right there on the school. And then you'll work with your CT to get that is specific to your classroom. So moving on from your lesson plan, we're going to talk about the work sample. So again, you have this Drake video reflection. In the first, I can't remember if it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks, 3 weeks. In the first 3 weeks, you're going to videotape yourself in the classroom. You don't have to show that video to anyone. It is for you. You get a reflection template. Okay. In that reflection template, you will watch the video and answer a handful of questions. That reflection that you complete is what gets put in the work sample. You're not uploading that video. Okay. It's just the reflection. You're going to use that reflection for that PGP that we'll talk about in just a second. The other thing that will be new to you is a unit plan template. Okay. This unit plan template, again, can be anywhere from 3 lessons, 5 lessons, 6 lessons, 10 lessons. And I say that because really and truly, your CT will give you guidance over that. There are some schools that have set units. They do a unit a week. They teach the unit Monday through Thursday. They assess on Friday. They run them that way because that's how they run their PLCs. And that's how they look at their data. Other schools have them every 2 weeks, and other schools, it's ever how long they are to teach whatever they've identified as far as standards and lesson or learning targets. So your CT will always have a hand in this. And so ever how long it is, that's how long it is. It does have to be at least 3 lessons because you have to include at least 3 lessons on that lesson plan template, and you have to teach at least one of them and be observed by your CE. Okay. That's required. That'll be one of your 4 observed lessons that are assessed, right? So that lesson plan and your post-observation reflection will go in an observation upload, and it will also go into the sample work under your unit plan. And then, as Janet brought up with the other group, if your CT could do an observed lesson in this one too, that's one less template that you'll have to create. It is really maximizing what you can get out of this unit plan. Okay. And again, it would go up in his or her observation, the lesson plan and the post-observation reflection. And then it will also go in the unit plan. So, but it's a minimum of 3. And I say minimum because your clinical educator or even your CT might say, I really think I want to see also your lesson plan on X out of this unit. Okay. So ever how many that you are required to do, the minimum is 3. And hopefully it won't be many more than that. Questions
I
so
have a
far?
quick question.
Sure.
So, or this might be kind of a silly question, but the unit plan, is that our solo week as well? Like, can we double up on that and just the
No,
unit plan
because
is
the
the solo week?
solo week template doesn't look anything like a lesson plan template. They're 2 separate things.
Well, if we're doing like the 5 consecutive day plan where we're kind of talking about what we're doing, like, can that be the unit plan? So we actually have sort of 2 solo weeks.
It is. And trust me, for 2 placements, it used to be more. Now you only have to do 1 of each. So yes, the solo week is separate from the unit plan week.
Okay, so it's sort of like we have 2. 2 solo weeks, sort of. Like we have a week where we're teaching a whole unit, and then we have a week where we're teaching a solo week.
Well, keep in mind that unit is specific to one content area. So unless
Okay.
you're teaching the same prep all day long, it won't be a solo week.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted a bit of clarification on
Yeah.
that.
Solo week. And what major are you, Ellie?
I'm elementary ed, so I would have a primary and a secondary.
So your unit plan might be on math, right? It wouldn't
Right.
be on
And then
every,
like we teach something different. But I just
right.
didn't know if like that doubled up and that went like coincided or if that was different. I just wanted some clarification on that because it wasn't really clear on here.
Yeah, it's two different, it's at two different times.
Ms. Baker, I also have a question.
Sure.
So for those of us who have two different placements, my first placement is with an elementary school. My secondary placement is at a primary. Will we have two separate unit plans, two different solo weeks? So we're essentially
No.
doubling, or no?
You are not doing that anymore. You are not being penalized for having two different placements and having to do double the work. That is now gone. You will do one unit plan. Yes, I agree. You will do one unit plan and you will do one solo week.
So do we pick whether we
That
want
is the
to do an
gospel
elementary
according
or
to Brandy
primary?
Blackburn.
Okay, so we get to pick, like if, for example, I'm with fourth grade my first half until March 5th, and then my second half I'm with a kindergarten placement. So we get to choose, is that right? If it's in the first part or second part?
When you say we, the we has to include your clinical educator and your CT. There will be guidance, right? So, and I'm not going to say anything. I know what I would do, right? But I'm not your CE. So it will be in guidance with your CE and CT. CE more than anything because they have you with both placements. Does that make sense? Janet,
Right.
do you or Vicky want to pop in here and add any of your, I don't want to say too much because I have a tendency to insert my opinion rather than what I know everybody else to do.
So I would suggest that you discuss that with both your CE and your CT because different CEs like to do it different ways. And so we can't really say, well, you can choose when your CE might not be okay with that. Your CE might have like a timeline that they share with you. And so it's just better for us to say, check with your CE and your CT.
Yeah, because here's the thing that you all may not realize is that your clinical educators sometimes have, 15 and 20 students. So when she's talking about that timeline and you're talking about these require you to be observed by your CE, they can't have everybody doing their unit plan all at the same time. So now, will they take into consideration, you and your needs and your development? 100%. I just can tell you the good news is you're only going to have to do one unit plan and you're only going to have to do one solo week. And that's really is good news. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So, my second placement is like LBD. So, going off of like what you said, you only have to do one unit plan and one solo week template. Obviously, the unit plan would probably be more effective to use like during my history, middle school history. So the solo week, I guess this is just ask an opinion, but
Yeah.
solo week, you think it's more effective to use that for the LBD?
I'm not going to give an opinion on that one. I have an opinion, but I'm not going to, again, I'm going to leave that up to your CE because here's the other thing, Riven. Schools handle how they do their students with IEPs very differently. Some have completely push in and it's all collaboration in the classroom. Others have students that they pull and they offer, courses, especially in the high school and middle school. So I don't know what your situation is, but your clinical educator will give you the best possible advice and make sure that this is done when it's most effective for you and for students. Okay, so I'm not gonna answer when. I'm just going to say you probably have already been in touch with your clinical educator, correct? Have you been in touch with your clinical educator already, Griffin?
Yes.
So those are questions for him or her. And they can start giving you some guidance about things to consider and things like that. Okay. I promise you, I'm not just ignoring your questions. I just know that every one of us are very different and have our own opinions. So, any questions about the unit plan or the solo week template?
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Autumn.
An LBD major.
You're gonna have to speak up just a little bit because I have my volume maxed out and I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm also an LBD major too, and I just wondered, is there a different like template or lesson plan that we need to fill out for that? Because in the past we've had like different looking lesson plans for special education than our regular like math placements and stuff.
Our EKU template is what is required. It's part of our accreditation. So that's the one you'll have to use. So are you in a situation where you push in, or are you in a situation where you have students that you pull out for so many minutes today? Do you know?
This room.
I can't hear you. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. It's a pull-out resource room.
So it is a pull-out resource room. So you probably are doing lesson plans, correct? Yeah. So, and the good news is, in most schools, you'll have, like I was a high school English teacher, and so I always collaborated with my LBD teacher and helped them with the lesson. And what they did is just took my lesson plans, and then they would take it, and then they would make the modifications and things that they needed for their students. So you should be in good shape. I'm sure that you'll have good collaboration at the school that you've landed at.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Anyone else? All right. I'm going to move down to this professional growth plan. And again, I know for some of you that you're still half listening, but I want to make sure everybody has time to ask their questions that's specific to their situation. Okay, so the professional growth plan is a template. You may have one that they ask you to fill out at that school. I don't know, especially if some of you are doing the emergency subs. We have to have it on our document, the EKU required document. You're going to be using that direct reflection to evaluate yourself. And then you'll have this PGP self-assessment form. And the PGP self-assessment form will help you to identify in those 4 domains where you have strengths and weaknesses. And then I didn't mention to the other group, at the end of the semester, Brandy emails you if you have 3rd grade through 12th grade students, a student voice survey that you will complete, and then you'll get the summary of that you can also include in your PGP. Those are only done in 3rd through 12th grade. So if you are not in a third grade or higher classroom, you won't be getting that survey. But she does send that out. That is not in Canvas. So you're going to use this self-assessment form. And again, you can always, I think the biggest thing is that students don't need input on how they're doing. I think what you're going to need is you're going to need input on what some of those components actually mean or what they look like to be in one of those 4 indicators. Those are great questions to have with your CT, and it's incredible professional learning for you to have those conversations with your CT, because there's a lot to this profession, and it will take you years to understand some of it. But the more understanding you have, the better you're going to be at self-reflecting on yourself. And so that self-assessment form, to me, this one kind of equates with this one. These 2 are documents that lead you to creating that professional growth plan. And so when you get that initial one started, the whole form won't be complete. You'll start it. You'll discuss it with your CE then after you and your CT have kind of gone over it. And then you'll kind of decide, okay, what are the next steps so I can grow in my identify areas, usually just 1 to 2. You'll come back and you'll do that again. You'll come back and look at it and you'll put some more items in there. So you don't upload any of these into SLL until you reach near the end or at the very end of the semester. Really, whenever your CE says, yes, I've reviewed all these documents, they're good to go. You're ready to upload them into SLL. It will be sometime probably definitely before your final evaluation, but more than likely it will be before your disposition as well. So keep that in mind and there's nothing wrong. This is the one time it's okay to get as much on that reflection as possible and that professional growth plan and discuss it with the CE and then maybe fill in some of the missing items later. It's different. If you've never looked at one or never been exposed to it, it's a lot. So anyway, so that's the documents that go into your work sample. Remember, with the unit plan, it's the unit plan and at least 3 of those lesson plans and post reflections. And then after that, it really depends on what your CSE has asked you to do, how much more of that you will have to put in there. Those observations, ones that are observed in this unit plan, also get uploaded as an observation. So it's a win-win. It's actually creating a little bit less work and duplication. All right. Now, I'm going to make one more announcement about this and then open the floor to questions one more time. I just heard back from Brandy, and this is now true for you all as well. So I'm going to change this to spring 2026 students. You may use 1 to 2 days of those 70 days that you're required to complete to assist your district that you're being placed in efforts to get high school students interested in a career in education. Now, that can look a lot of different ways, so don't ask me. I just know of any districts that I've worked with and had students in how they did it. Now, I'll take any questions that you have about lesson or about the work sample.
I have a question
Yes.
about, so I know that we have to have 6 total observations, 4 by CE, 2 by CT.
Correct.
Do they have to be split between the 2 placements, or can we knock them out?
So you'll do ones if you have 2 do you say 1 or 2 placements, right? Yeah, for 2 placements, you'll do the CT at your first placement will do 1, and the CT at the second placement will do 1. So yes, those do have to be divided. Great question. The CE, I mean, I always did 2 and 2. Janet, Vicky, Beth, have you all, I mean, sometimes with weather in the fall, I hate to say, Janet, Vicky, Beth, have you all ever been faced with having to do not 2 and 2 when there's 2 placements?
I always do 2 and 2.
Yeah. Okay. I did 2, but I thought, well, crazy things can happen with snow days this winter. I didn't know if anybody had ever experienced. I never did. I always got 2 and 2.
We also have to, since we have final evaluations for both placements, we have to observe both placements to be able to give them final
That's true.
evaluations.
Yep. So, and I'm guessing if you have snow days, you're not going to have it get all your days in. And if you do have a lot of weather, there are sometimes adjustments made to that calendar. So be aware of that. Other questions?
Speaking of snow days.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. You're going to ask a question I won't know.
Well, everyone's been talking about how it's going to be a bad winter as far as snow. So the question I have is, so hypothetically speaking, if I was in my solo week and there's a snow day on one of the days, let's say Friday, for example, do I then have to do another solo day the next week?
Yeah,
to make up for that next day?
It's 5 consecutive days. So if there's a snow day, the next day you would just, like if you were on day 3 or day 4 or day 5 even, yeah, the next day you would just hit that 5th day. And keep in mind, gosh, I hate to open a can of worms. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. Yeah, that's how it rolls. There's so many things.
And then
there's so many things that
plan
could
for
happen.
that, I just switched to the new day.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if you're at a school that has an NTI day and they actually do teaching while they're online, you could potentially do your 5th day online. But so many schools still just do, here's the packets that you do on that day. I don't know if that'll be an option for you. Again, Janet, Vicky, have y'all had any of that ever come into play?
Well, as a person who has taught in a district that traditionally had a lot of snow days, sometimes it is, hey, we're online, it's NTI day, we're going on just like nothing is different. But then you have some people or some schools that just do review work. And sometimes, if you miss 1 day or 2 days, that next day you could go in and, pick right up where you started, where you left off. But then, in Estill County, we get a big snow and we may be out for, a week or 2 weeks straight. And then when you come back, you can't necessarily pick up and just start because, the kids have been away for so long. So you really do have to be flexible and talk with your CT probably first to see what they do at that particular school. Because, you know, if I'm not in a school very often, I don't necessarily know what they do.
Right. I just asked because,
Yeah.
you know, obviously if you do your solo week towards the spring, that wouldn't really matter because hopefully snow days will be
Oh,
done.
have you not heard of
That's
the
what I was
flood
getting ready to
we
say,
have?
Alex.
We flood here, so
We
yeah.
flood here, guys.
Well, for me, I'm hoping to knock out my solo week pretty early just because, and maybe I'm speaking towards like high school and middle school placements because I'm a middle school placement, but towards like, you know, the end of the year, like you already alluded to, it's just testing. And then solo
Right.
weeks
That's
become
exactly right. Yeah.
almost impossible to do some 5 consecutive days.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. And so yeah, you bring up, that's why I said you'll work with your CE and CT to identify when you can do that, because I know I was a high school teacher, so I know about testing and everything. But we do have, you know, we do have flooding. We've had other issues. Gosh, tornadoes. I mean, we have faced so much in Kentucky lately. That's why I hesitate to say anything. But I will want to follow up on what Beth said. I do know that the legislators passed that it could be no new content on NTI days. So if you're in your solo week, you were doing 5 days of progression and it was new content on that 5th day that you missed out on, I would be prepared if, like Beth said, if you miss a whole week, there's going to have to be some review before you can get to that 5th day. Is there any reason why you wouldn't do the review if you toss the last 4 days? Yeah, you can do the review, but then you still got to hit that, you know, hit your 5th day content because you've already planned it. You see what I'm saying? So, and you're going to want to. I mean, once you get control of the classroom and you're rolling along, you're going to want to do it anyway, I think. So, but there's all kinds of craziness that happens in Kentucky. So we could be here all day talking about all the variables that could happen. But just talk very early, like first day that you're in school, maybe not the best time, unless they're giving snow for the 2nd day. But have those conversations very early with your CT about, hey, how does the school roll with NTI days? Some schools are not doing them at all anymore. They're doing all traditional snow days. So, but go ahead and talk very early in day 2 or day 3 with your CT about that. Just because, like you said, they are giving a potentially bad winter. Other questions? I'm so sorry, you all. I want to hear all your questions. Maybe you don't have a question, you just have a concern or want a clarification. Please, let's take care of those now while we've got, you know, I've got several CEs on here and I'm on here, and I can immediately send questions to Brandy if I think that, you know, that we're maybe saying a few different things to you and want clarification ourselves.
So are we only logging our hours during student teaching in SLL, or are we also tracking those somewhere else, like Kix?
Mike, and that's a great question. You don't do hours anymore. So what your students have been doing up until this semester is Brandy would email out a calendar, and each month you turned it in. We think we have a way for you to do that calendar in SLL. Okay. So I don't know for certain that we'll be able to roll it out in the spring, but we're hoping to. If not, what we've been doing is she emails that stuff to you, and at the end of each month you email her calendar showing what days you were there, what days you missed, why you missed, maybe it was half a day. Yes. So you can, but there is no logging of the hours. You don't log hours in Kex anymore. You don't, you only tell about the 70 days of student teaching. That's the requirement.
Okay, thank you. But one more thing. So we've already talked about NTI days. So it's my assumption that we can count NTI days as a day, right?
You can count NTI days, but you can't count NTI days if you're just sitting there passively watching the screen.
Right.
You should be active. You should have helped, you know, plan lessons, help create documents, potentially score work or assess student participation. You have to be active. But yes, you can count an NTI day if you've done those things.
Okay. And do we need to let anyone know? Like, do I need to email my CE and say, hey, this is what I've done today, or just go with it?
I'm going to leave that up to your CE. I mean, you know, some of them like very open communication and not only that, but the things that you all tell us, I know you think this is crazy. We talk about this stuff, and everything that you tell us, we try to think, how else can we better serve our students and prepare them for the classroom? So if a CE asks you for that, it's not because they're wanting to keep tabs on it. It's because we have an incredible group of staff who could tell us constantly what our students need. Yeah. Great question. I'm glad you brought that up.
Can you explain a little bit more about the Drake video reflection and how we go about submitting all of that? Because I know we have to like record some form of math lesson now.
Okay,
I
that's
don't know if that
let me
has
let me
anything to
answer
do
two
with
different
it.
questions. That's a different question. I'll get to that in just a second. I have this
Angela,
app. Yeah,
can I interrupt just real quick?
absolutely. Absolutely.
So, to answer Lakin's question about CEs and wanting to know what they did on those NTI days, the perfect place to put that is in your weekly reflection.
Yep.
That way you're not doing double work. So just when you do your weekly reflection, you just say, on Tuesday was an NTI day, this is what I did.
Okay,
Are you all
thank you, because I
are you all
wasn't
familiar?
aware of a weekly reflection, so that also answered that question.
Okay,
I didn't know if we did daily, so perfect. That answered that question too.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Lakin. Yeah, I was just starting to say exactly what you did. Oh yeah, you all have to do weekly reflections. And we used to put those in the work in this unit work sample. We don't anymore. Because where your CEs look at them every week, we don't feel like it's necessary to upload those.
I
Yeah,
have
great.
a quick question. So besides the weekly reflection, is there anything else that's not on the document or that we're going to discuss that we should know about?
You're going to really tax my aging brain. I'm going to ask the other Cs. Are we forgetting anything else? Your monthly calendar, your weekly. So you got a monthly calendar that you turn into Brandy, unless we put it in SLL, which we're working on. Weekly reflections, your observations, all these documents I'm talking about now. What am I forgetting?
Do we still have to do the math video that goes to KDE?
Yes, I'm going to talk about that next. Okay. And I'm not going to talk about it a lot because I don't want to step on Jamie Marie Miller's toes on what she
You're
tells
fine.
you all. I love her dearly. I would never do that. Okay, so this is the direct video reflection. Can everybody see it on my screen? I can make it a little bigger. So it sounds really intimidating, but as you can see, it's not that big a deal. So you're going to look at your video recording and it tells you it's at least a 30-minute segment. I know that can be trying in the elementary, especially primary. Get as close to 30 minutes. Even if your 30 minutes includes you direct teaching a good chunk of the time, and then you working with individuals or small groups, Janet and all you other CEs, Vicky, Danielle, Beth. If you then go into working with individuals or small groups, that's fine. You save it, you view it more than one time. You're looking at it to self-evaluate. You'll catch different things, I promise you, the more times you watch it. You're going to write down the things you would do differently the next time, things you felt especially good about, and then suggestions for your own self-improvement. That's it, guys. That's what we're looking for. And then you get into those little details. What are some personal idiosyncrasies? Here's the biggest one that I've seen. You say, right? A lot. I do it sometimes too. What happens to your voice? Is it different in different situations? How did the children respond initially to the lesson? What did I do to set the mood or climate for learning? Did I meet my objectives for this lesson? Now, this one you may not be able to respond to from just watching the video. You may have to look at your formative assessments in order to really be able to answer that. What can I say about the interaction between myself and the students with each other? That's such a great question, that last one. How did I feel during my observation? What did I like or dislike? What are the most important things I can learn through self-evaluation techniques such as this, videotaping of lessons? Where should I improve to become the kind of teacher I want to be? And where could I receive assistance? You can ask your CT about that. You can ask your CE about that. Okay? That's it. That's the entire form. I'm going to leave it up while I take questions.
I have a question. It's not really specific to this video thing. However, I'm an FCPS and Brandy had sent me the email to apply for FCPS, but I didn't realize it was a whole nother process because when I applied to it, there wasn't anything for student teaching. So I had a bit of a barrier with that, but now I'm in it. However, I'm really worried that they're not going to process my application in this other background check that I had to apply to before school starts back in Fayette County. So I'm just wondering, what's your input on that? Because I'm a bit worried.
I'm already telling, I'm in part of that email chain, the people that have not met those requirements yet. let me tell you, they're expediting those. I think you'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay, I
But if
just
you-
literally paid for the background check. So, and then I'm making my physical appointment right now. So I should be fine. But then on the instructions, it said something about meeting for a meeting with this woman in Fayette County. So I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just confused. So I just wanted to check in about that.
Absolutely. Will you email me separately about that? It's angela.baker@eku.edu. It's super simple.
Okay, thank you so much.
Angela.baker@eku.edu. Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I'm on that email chain because I do placements for 400 and above, except for student teachers. So yeah, matter of fact, every student that has said that they want Fayette County, I've already emailed them all the guidelines because I worry about that too, because things like that can go slow. So email me and we'll move you forward on that. Okay. Thank you so much,
Okay,
Maya, for the
thank you so
question.
much.
Absolutely. Do you all
I
need me
have
to
a
share that document again?
Yes, please. And I also have a question.
Okay, let me go back to the document. I have so many tabs open, it takes me a minute to find it. There, okay. So now let me go back to share. Okay, go ahead.
Is there any other forms like specifically to our placements that we need to fill out? Like medical forms, emergency contact, like
Yes,
that?
there's a whole list of
Where do we find that?
You all ask great questions. It'll be in Canvas. There's a whole set, and we're revamping how our Canvas shows you it. There's a whole set of documents that are called first week documents. And yes, that's one of the forms on there. I can't remember them off the top of my head. I've not had student teachers in a while. Can anybody remember, Janet? Okay, go ahead, Janet.
So you'll have a medical form, you'll have a technology form, and then there will be a
emergency contact.
Well, that's on the medical.
Okay, I was trying to remember.
But it's the form that they fill out if they don't need accommodations.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so there you go. So those are in there and they're due by the end of the first week. Again, we have to have Canvas up by next Friday, the 19th. And so you'll be able to get those and fill them out and get them turned in.
And there's one more. There's that one that has all the school procedures on it.
Oh, yeah. And you can't fill that one out until you're in that classroom at least the first day.
Right.
So you'll have to, you're not going for 99.9% of you, you're going to have time to ease into the classroom and they're all your responsibilities for 99.9% of you. And you'll have time to ask your CT questions and get these forms completed. I've never had a student teacher that said, I can't get these done because I'm already doing 100. No, I've never had one say that. So you'll have time and you'll be able to get their input. Yeah.
And then when did you say that those were due?
It says the first week. Again, I'm going to tell you to refer to your clinical educator. We've got a great group of clinical educators, as you can see from some of the folks that's joined today. They'll tell you, hey, I don't think anybody that's a CE is going to say, you have to have those in by that first Friday. Nobody's going to do that. First of all, we know how overwhelming we've all lived through student teaching. So it says to turn them in by the first week, but if your first week is only 2 days or you have a day and then you have 14 snow days, I mean, I don't know, but your CE will remind you if they have, these documents are for your safety. These documents are to make sure that everything is in place, that, if you don't come to school, we know who to contact to find out, to make sure that you're okay, to make sure that if you have any allergies or anything that the school can take care of it. It's all things other than the school procedures ones, it's all things to make sure you as a human are good to be in that school all day long for 70 straight days. Is that a good way to put it, CEs? Yeah, it's not anything that's like, we've got to do this. It's just things to make sure that we have everything in place to make sure that you can be safe and successful there.
And I usually tell mine that it's the first full week you're there. So if you start on a Thursday, we don't expect you to have it done in 2 days.
Yeah. But there is some urgency, again, just because like that medical contact form, there's some urgency there to make sure that we've got our systems in place. Great questions, you all. Woo, my brain's hurting. I'm going to be really happy to turn this over to Danielle so I don't have to do so much thinking today.
Is there going to be a separate meeting for option 9? Because a lot of this is like there's like things that are kind of like
Samuel,
different.
Samuel, that's an excellent idea. We do not have one planned. You have my email, angela.baker@eku.edu. Will you email me that concern and I'll see if we can address that for you? How about that?
Okay, because it's like I already have all my contact stuff in there because I've
Yeah.
worked for the school,
Yeah.
and obviously I have a job to do, so
I
that
know.
affects.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Feel ya. I feel ya. Yeah. Send me an email and we'll see if we can't arrange a time, if nothing else. Somebody more more versed in option 9 than I am. It's something that, we're still learning about as CEs. We had someone come and speak to us, a year ago, guys, when Dr. Bottano came in and spoke to us. Yeah. So we're still learning too. So there's some lag time. We'll get you. But you email me and I'll make sure we get you taken care of. Any other option 9s on here? Besides Samuel?
I am.
Okay. If you're an option 9, email me. Okay. And I'll see if we can't work something out. You are very unique. You are not our unicorns, you're our peacocks, I'll say. Very unique and beautiful. I love option 9 program. I love the idea of it. All right. Other questions?
I know
I'm also option 9, Angela.
Okay. Just email me. Yeah, if you're an option 9, you just email me and say, hey, I'm option 9. And that way I'll create me a little list and we'll see if we can't have a session where we can do Q&A with you folks.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
And if you're option 9, be sure to CC your CE.
Perfect. Absolutely. Yeah. Because I'm sure they'd like to be involved in the Q&A answer too. We'll arrange something. Great, Samuel. I'm already seeing your email come in. Thank you all for doing that. And we will take care of you, I promise. And we will get you answers.
Touch on the calendar thing again? Because that was the first I'm hearing of that, and I'm a bit confused.
I don't have access to that. It'll either be one of two ways. Brandy will email it to you. It'll have all the days available in August, or not August, January, for you to student teach. And it's like a little check box. And you just go through and check, and there's like symbols for different things. And I don't remember them because I don't deal with it. It's Brandy's thing. And you'll indicate when you missed, how long of the day you missed, whether it was half a day, all day, etc. And then you'll put down your total of days at the end. It's just to help her keep track of your movement towards those 70 days. Does that make sense? Because by midterm, you should be at 35. But if we have a lot of snow and traditional snow days, then she knows that she has to kind of move our timeline.
And then you might not know the answer to this, but I am one of the students that's studying abroad at the end of the semester. So is it still 70 days if ours is cut short, or do you know how?
I don't know the answer to that one. That's a Brandy question.
I also have a follow-up to that. If you have a schedule, because I'm also one of the students going, about our timeline, because my CE told me it was different, but I haven't received any way in which it is different.
Yeah.
Like when I get stuff in by.
I've never had one of you all. And do either of you have a big enough? I have a passport. Do you either a big enough suitcase I can fit in? I'll be happy to go with you. Janet, Danielle, Janet knows the answer. Yay.
I do know the answer. I had one spring of last semester that went abroad to Ireland. So your schedule will be a little bit different. It'll be a little faster because your placements are going to be shorter than everybody else's. So your CE will have to get with you and schedule those observations so that they can meet their timeline before they take off. So, and I will be with JC before or right after the start of school to give her timeline. And I'm sure the other CEs will do the same thing.
So we just need to reach out to our CET about that timeline.
Yeah, reach out to your own CE, and they probably already have that. I never had the pleasure of having someone that was getting to do that. So, I didn't know. So that's good information.
And it's very doable. So don't stress about it. Yeah, it's very doable and it won't be overwhelming or anything. So
I
you'll
was
be
just
fine.
curious about the number of days in case like we have to miss for some reason, like we're sick, we don't have as many days to make up. I didn't know how that worked.
Don't get sick. Go get your flu and COVID shots. Whatever you can do. And get what is that stuff that everybody takes
If
now?
that does happen, is there something in place? I'm also going. Or like NTI or snow days. Is there anything in place, or is that again a CE question?
Actually, for the number of days that you all are responsible for your attendance, that is a Brandy issue.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
But exciting. I'm sure I mean, it's not like they've not dealt with this a few semesters. I mean, Kentucky weather, you never know what you're going to get. It's sometimes feast or famine. We either get a lot of snow or no snow or somewhere in between. So she's prepared for everything. I promise you. All right. I see things in the chat. Let me check real quick.
When it comes to illnesses, I know when it comes to illnesses, though, if you would have to make up days after what would be considered like the end of the semester, you would just graduate with an incomplete, and they would go back in and put your grade in once you hit those 70 days, which does happen because students do get sick. But snow days would be like a whole different conversation and approach.
Yeah. We have lots of things in place so that you all can be successful. I know it probably doesn't help you to tell you I'm not worried about it. They will work with you. We want you to have these experiences, desperately want you to have these experiences. So I promise you she'll have something in place for you. I didn't just notice, I looked at the chat real quick, that somebody asked me about the unit plan. If it's you have to do post-observation reflections for every one of your lesson plans, and the answer is only the ones observed, because it's hard to do a post-observation reflection. No, I'm going to take that back. If you created a lesson plan, you deliver that lesson plan, you do the POR. I had to think about the wording of that. Janet's like shaking her head. Yep, that's right. If you did the lesson plan, you delivered the lesson, you do a POR. So ever how many that is, that's how many you put those reflections in there. I always have to pick my wording very carefully sometimes.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Is there any way we could go back to the two, excuse me, the two evaluation or the two placements?
Oh yeah,
Unit
you want to
plan?
look at that sheet again? Let me find it, because I told you I have like 1,500 documents pulled
Yes,
up.
ma'am.
So
Just the unit or
yeah,
and just a bare bones explanation. You need
Yep.
two.
Yep, I've got it pulled up. So let me share it again. So for two placements, it's really the exact same thing. I had to separate it out because there was so much confusion that had built. And then we made it, and then the executive decision was made that no, people with two placements would only do one unit plan. You only do one solo week. There's not, why should you all do double the work when you're already having to kind of do quite a few extra things because you have two placements? So you're in your unit work sample, you're going to put your direct video reflection, the unit plan with at least 3 lesson plans and 3 PORs, a solo week template. Again, everything is on our provided documents. You'll do a professional growth plan. By the time you submit it, it will be complete. You will meet with your CE when you've initially started it, and you'll meet and he or she will give you feedback on next steps, and then you'll meet again and reflect on what you've done and how you're developing now, and then you'll have a final one that you'll discuss with your CE at your final post-observation meeting, and then they'll tell you, yeah, all your documents are ready to upload. Don't upload anything until they tell you to, because they want to make sure it represents the best of you. And then that PGCG self-assessment form is kind of like this direct video reflection. You're going to do it very early, and it's going to help you make your professional growth plan. That's the purpose of this one, and this one is to give you input along with all the input you've had from all your past observations and your post-observation conversations, to develop this growth plan. So there they are. It's for everybody does the exact same documents, a direct video reflection, the unit plan with all the 3 lesson plans or more, and the post-observation reflections accompanying it. Your solo book template that does not require other lesson plans. It stands alone. And then the professional growth plan completed, and then the PGP self-assessment form. Did that help?
Yes, ma'am. So just a bare bones, you need 2 observations with your CE and 1 with your CT. And
That
it's
is incorrect. It's doubled in
incorrect.
student teacher. It's 4
Right.
observations by your CE, 2 in each placement, and then 2 by your CT, 1 in each placement. So it's
Okay.
6.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure. So like just divvying it up, making sure everything
Yeah.
will line up. Okay.
Yeah, student teacher, it's doubled. So instead of 2 CEs, it's 4. Instead of 1 CT, it's 2. So a total of 6 observations. Now, if you struggle, it can be more. So sometimes we have students who are like, oh, I'm just not confident, to send them forward without seeing if they can improve in this one area. Maybe it's a really critical area, and they may ask you to do more. And so, but it is a minimum of 6, 4 by the CE and 2 by CT.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I also have a quick question. Somebody else asked it in the chat too, so I don't think you've answered it yet,
I'm
but
sorry. I'm still trying to get to all of them.
oh no, you're okay. I have the same question as her. I was placed at a specific high school, but then I had to be transferred to a different one. Do I need to redo those background checks and the other required documents that I had to do?
Or if you did the EKU forms, no. What school did you transfer to? Where are you at now?
Garrett County.
Okay, you're fine. There's just a few counties, and most of them I know who they are, have their own specific requirements. They're not one of them. You're good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I had that same question, except my first one was model. And I submitted the background check for model, but they don't require fingerprinting. Do I still need to go get fingerprinted?
If that's an EKU requirement, yes. You have to meet the EKU requirement. I don't want to speak to what the requirements are because I don't know. I don't handle that. That's Roswell and Brandy. And so I don't handle those. So whatever they sent to you initially that you had to do, that's what you have to do. What about the rest of you? Did you all everybody else have to do the fingerprinting?
I don't know what district you guys are in, but like for example, for EKU, we obviously had to do a background check and the physical.
CAN.
But for Mercer County, I also had to do a CAN report, the background check that got sent directly to them. So I would just call your Board of Education for your district and ask them, because your EKU stuff should still be fine because it just went to EKU. But if the district you're attending to student teach requires certain things, then yes, you would have to send them the documents they need.
And Brandy knows all those qualifications, and so if she placed you with somebody in a county that required that, she should have already told you, unless it's something brand new, right?
And we found out early last semester. We found out that Estill County requires a drug test.
Yep.
And nobody had any idea until
nobody had told us.
Yeah, nobody told us. So we were scrambling a little bit because they didn't start school till after Labor Day this year. So some people were panicking, but it goes quickly. We were able to get that back in just a day or two. So sometimes there are those other little requirements. Hopefully by now we've got them all figured out and know which districts do that. But yeah, sometimes they require things that Eastern doesn't necessarily require, some in addition to things.
Yeah. Yeah, she's absolutely right. That we were in a panic in the fall when Estill County pulled that on us. So if you're nervous about it, there's nothing. Reach out to your CT and say, hey, do I need to check with HR to see if there's any additional things that I need to do? If you feel comfortable doing that, go for it. But if the districts have notified us, like Fayette County, let us know very early on that their process has changed. Most of us have worked with us long enough that they know that who we are and what we require and whether or not they need additional stuff. So, other questions? It's a lot. And I promise you, Your clinical educators know all of this stuff forwards and backwards, and you can reach out to them. You can reach out to me. Once the semester starts, I do have a rule that I want you to reach out to your CE. But for right now, if it's things that we've covered today, I don't mind if you email me. But your CEs know this too. Build that relationship with them. And they'll be there to support you all semester long.
How many days are we allowed to sub during student teaching?
I want to say it's 5. Is that right? I can't remember. That's a Brandy question.
She had said it's 5 in each placement, I think.
I'm sorry?
Being all together.
Yeah, 10
I
total.
thought she said that you
I
could
was
do
told it was
5
10.
days in
Okay,
each
hold on.
placement. So
Hold
10
on.
total.
Maya, what did you say?
It's supposed to be 5 days in each placement. So if you're in the same placement, then 10. But
That was what was in my head, but I don't have it in my heart to say yes, that's 100% right. So
I was told by
then-
Brandy it was 10, and by my school district I'm with that it was 10.
Okay.
And then I was gonna say as well, Saray Colton, she just graduated. She was in student teaching this past semester, but I'm really close with her, so talk to her about it. But she also did sub days in her placement for classes that were not her assigned placement. And she just communicated that with Brandy. So if you know that there are teachers in the school that want you as their sub or whatever, you can communicate that as well, because Brandy allowed her to do that. So I was just gonna add that. Like, it's
Always
she's
communicate
very
with Brandy.
flexible and kind about it. So yeah.
The buck stops with Brandy. It really does. About those issues. I won't say yay or nay because I don't have it written down in front of me in any of my notes. That sounds familiar, what I told you all last semester. But for clarification, I'd ask Brandy if you face that situation. I think that's never a bad idea. Other questions?
For like how many days we can like miss and everything, is that going to be in like the syllabus?
It's not about how many days you can miss. It's the fact that you have to get 70 in by the end of the semester. And by the end of the semester, I don't mean the day you walked across the stage. We usually, try to have you all done the week prior to when our grades are due. And let me look at my phone real quick. Give me just a second to look at my calendar. I think I have it on my phone. If not, I'll have to look on it on my email. Okay, your student teacher exit seminar is the 8th. Well, I have it on the 8th, and then I have it on the 12th too. That's odd.
Our seminar, I think, is the 7th because we graduate the 8th.
Okay, so that's what I have on there. Then I had it some other days too. So you should finish before then, right? So you should be finished before May 7th.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not that I'm trying to like miss days. I was just wondering if like all the information we're gonna need is gonna be like in like Canvas whenever that's opened. Like with the calendar and like the weekly reflections and stuff, if that's all gonna be in there. Or if we
That's all
just-
in Canvas. The day thing isn't right now. Brandy always emails that. We're trying to get it into SLL. We've run one trial run of it, but with all the issues we've had with SLL, that has not been our priority. But they've been working on it, but it's not me. I don't do that kind of stuff. But Kathleen Johnson in our office has been working on it, and we did meet with her yesterday, and we think we have it fixed. So it'll be either in SLL or it'll be a calendar. But yeah, all it is just that when it's emailed, it's just the days that are available. Like she knows when the holidays are and things. But now different schools are out for different times. Like there's different spring breaks, there's different PD days and things like that. You all know PD days count. You go to PD days, they count as one of your days. And then the days that we do the seminars in the spring, those count. So yeah, so lots of it's not about how many can I miss. It's about you have to get those 70 days. That's an EPSB requirement set in stone.
I have a question about
Sure.
like half days. Like, I know the first day we go back on the 5th, it's a teacher day, so the students aren't there. I have a doctor's appointment at like 1:30. I would have to leave the school at like 12:30 to get there on time. Like, how do you count half days in a situation
You
like
can
that?
do it on there. You can put down how many hours you were there. It's
Okay.
not I was here all day or not at all. She lets you calculate half days, a quarter days, and everything.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you just have to like make up another half day to make sure you get like the full hours to count it as like a whole day. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Yep.
I have a question about the March 6th date. So that's mandatory. My daughter's supposed to be born on the 28th. So you know how that could probably go.
Yeah. You're never gonna meet a more human person than Brandy Blackburn.
Okay.
Trust me, if you need to be off because you've had a baby, you gotta be, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I talked to her about it with the actual student teaching, but I guess I hadn't seen that date for the seminar stuff,
Yeah.
so I was sweating a little bit because
Yeah.
I've already got planned to take off 2 weeks
Sure,
to be
sure.
with my wife and my baby,
Talk,
but
talk with her about that. She usually has
okay.
another way for you to meet the requirements or to get information that she wants you to have.
Okay.
So she's really good about that. She's been doing this for a while. All right, thanks. Anybody else? All right. Well, we went from, oh, we're not gonna have any questions and we're gonna get an extra long lunch to, hey, let's do this. Let's just take a real quick I don't know, 10-minute break, and we'll start at 11:30 with Danielle, who I messaged in a panic because I can't read an agenda or couldn't see the time correctly. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back and be ready to start promptly at 11:30. Is that what my agenda said? Somebody remind me if I messed it up again. Yeah, it's supposed to be me at 11:30. Now it's going to be Danielle at
Yes.
11:30. Yep. Okay. We're good to go. 10 minute. Be back at 11:30, and we'll get started with Danielle. Thanks. Okay, we are getting ready to get started. As soon as it turns 11:30, there are a few people that popped out and I'm admitting back in. But we're going to get started. Danielle Blankenship, one of our clinical educators, and starting in the spring, one of our adjunct professors, is joining us now to talk about communication skills. And she will also touch on that Senate Bill 181 so that you all have a little bit more clarification on that. Even though we're a semester into it, she's probably got some insight that would be very helpful. So without further ado, here's Miss Danielle Blankenship.
Hi guys, let me share my screen with you. All right. Okay, can you hear me okay? Angela?
All good.
Okay. All right, so communication and conflict management. So as Angela mentioned, my name is Danielle Blankenship. I'm a clinical educator at EKU. I have my master's degree in teacher leadership, and I was an elementary school teacher for 4 years. And these are my cute little kiddos. We are going to talk today just about establishing authority, maintaining approachability, and conflict management should any type of conflict arise, which hopefully does not happen. I'm going to skip this boosting your confidence video because I know you all just got so much information with your student teaching assignments. So I want you guys to have enough time at lunch to really decompress before the afternoon. So I'm going to skip this video, but I just hope you all will keep in mind that this semester is all about having a growth mindset as a teacher. You are going to learn so much, and some of it is through trials and errors and mistakes. But you will develop your skills so much as an educator throughout this semester. So please use your CTs and your CEs and ask questions and be ready to learn and be eager about growing as an educator because this semester is so much fun for you. There's so much growth, and it will really make a difference for your future classroom if you take the time to just ask questions and grow yourself. Okay. So first things first with communication, I wanted to note that starting out the semester, it's extremely important that you start with communicating with your CT and your CE, as you know. Some things that you would want to talk to your CT about would be all of the assignments that you have for the semester. So it would be helpful to make a list of your observations, of your assignments, of the unit plan and solo week and talking to them about the differences of those assignments so that you can decide with your CT if you have 2 placements, which one you want to do in your first placement versus your second. All of these conversations are super important to have at the beginning of the semester so that you can then communicate it with your CE and start to plan these things. Another thing you'll want to talk to your CT about at the beginning of the semester is the professional goals you have for yourself this semester. Your Drake video and the reflection will really help you notice areas of your teaching that you want to work on, as well as just the feedback you've gotten from clinical educators and cooperating teachers in the past. That Drake video reflection, if you sit down and take the time to really do it and really think through it, it will transfer very smoothly into your professional growth plan that you will devise with your CT and your CE. So just going in with those thoughts at the beginning of the semester of what you need to work on and what you're eager to grow in will be super helpful for you. And that's a great conversation to have with your clinical or cooperating teacher first thing, because they want you to want to learn from them and want to grow, and showing yourself as a lifelong learner within their classroom is just a great foundation for the relationship that you are creating with them. Similarly, communicating with your CE, if you have not introduced yourself to your clinical educator, please do so. It's important that you remain in touch with your CE, not just for scheduling and for your observations, but also because throughout the semester, you'll be turning things into SLL, and you want to keep up with all of your assignments so that it doesn't all pile up at the end of the semester. So make sure you've introduced yourself to your clinical educator. And then you might want to go ahead and give them your class schedule once you know it after discussing it with your CT. I guess a lot of the time your lessons are in math, reading, or a core content area. So it's helpful to kind of give those times to your CE so that the timelines can, start to be planned for your solo week, your unit plan, things like that. Because if you do your unit plan first and you know that social studies is at 1:15 p.m. and that's what you're doing it in, your CE is going to know they need to see you and schedule you at 1:15 p.m. So make sure just to start out strong with communication with both of your CT and your CE. And with that, we're going to kind of transfer into establishing authority when it comes to communicating with your students and just coming into the classroom as an authority figure rather than, an observer that also is hands-on. You're moving into that teaching role. You're going to be the teacher in this classroom. So make sure that you come prepared and organized. And you can do this by planning your lessons thoroughly, but being ready to adapt with your students and their needs. Communicating clearly with your students. So that is seen as just using clear and direct language when you're giving them instructions or directions, especially those that are in elementary school. It's a little bit shocking to go in front of a class of first graders and try to get them to follow directions, and you will quickly learn just how specific and direct you have to be. Showing confidence in your subject matter and your role as a teacher will go a long way in helping you establish authority in the classroom. My middle school, high school student teachers, it can be a little bit intimidating to stand in front of a classroom of high schoolers. They can be tough critics. So make sure you just walk in with confidence as the educator in the room and project that confidence. And that'll help those students warm up to you, respect you, and see you as just a credible source for the semester. And then being fair and consistent with your students means just to apply your rules, policies consistently with all your students. Students can become resentful if you are not fair and consistent with your rules and policies, or if you have favorites, or just maybe some of your students are getting more attention than others. So things to keep in mind as you're establishing authority. And then to kind of piggyback off that, setting clear expectations at the beginning of your semester is so important. So your expectations are going to be the behavior you expect, the directions that you give, the participation you want from your students, how you want their work sessions to look. You need to really come in with clear ideas and expectations for your students as the teacher in the classroom. So I have a little brainstorm for you guys because I do not want to just talk at you. And I'm going to send it in the chat. If I can get my screen up correctly. Let me see if I stop sharing, if it'll be easier. Sorry. Okay. So if you click this link, it should take you to a page that looks similarly to this. Sometimes EKUs permissions mess up my documents even when I work on them. So if you can't get this, let me know. This is just a brainstorming activity that's going to ask you to think through some of those behavioral expectations that are important to you as an educator, so that you can walk in first day knowing what is important to you to put into practice with your students. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to work on this, and we're actually going to share it because I don't want to talk at you. I want to give you tools that can help you on your at the beginning of the semester student teaching. So I just want you to think through some of those core values and goals you have as a teacher, which could be, you know, respect, your work sessions, responsibility of your students, kindness and empathy, growth mindset. Just think about, as an educator, what are the core values of your teaching that you want to implement day one in the classroom, and kind of how you're going to get there with making sure that that's successful, and how you'll model that behavior and you'll get your students to be involved in that as well. So I'm going to give you a few minutes just to think through these, and then I'm actually going to have us share some of them. So a few minutes and then we will talk about it. All right, I am going to pull up. I'm going to try to pull up. Okay. Is everybody finished? I had time to work on it. Cool. Okay. So who would like to, you can unmute, you can type it in the chat, but what are some core values or goals that you have for your classroom?
I'll go. So I wrote down a bunch of like qualities, but I think number one is really pushing equality, empathy, a strong work ethic, and a good moral compass. If kids have good morals and you instill those values in them, then they will treat their classmates equally. They will be empathetic people. They will try and work hard. So yeah, just pushing those values, but making sure that they like all know that they're loved, because a lot of kids don't get that at home. So yeah.
Right. And I love that teachers are one of the most important people to help create good humans. We have such an impact on the kids that are in our classroom. So I love that. Does anybody else have anything to share? I saw one in the chat. Yep, safety, respect, best efforts, and growth mindset, all important things to be successful learners in the classroom.
I think for myself,
And how go ahead.
I think for myself, something that's always really important for me, and I kind of remind myself is I'm not creating an academic robot. I'm trying to take care of them as people. And that's obviously they're going to be the most important part of things.
Yes, exactly. You're so right. As teachers, we actually get more time with our students than their parents do, than their family does. So we have to nourish them in ways other than academics in order for them to just grow to be well-rounded humans. We have such an impact with that. So I love that answer. I see creating a safe environment. Wanting students to know that they are loved, but to be challenged to their fullest. Absolutely. It is so important as a teacher to be stubbornly persistent that every student in your classroom will grow and that growth looks different for each individual. And a lot of that is fostered through relationships first. Collaboration is so important. These students are so chatty and social these days. Intrinsic motivation is an area where students are struggling highly right now. And it's not an easy feat, but it's so important that you teach your students responsibility in that way. So how are we going to get there? How are we going to get our students to meet these, expectations or goals we have for them? And more importantly, how are we going to get them on board for that? How are we going to have them involved in just the environment that we foster? How can we get our students to be stakeholders in that?
I think being consistent, because as you said a little bit ago, we have to be like very persistent. And just as an example, I was subbing for some fifth graders, and one little boy, he was asking me for help on one of the assignments, or not asking me for help, he was asking me to do it for him because, as he said himself, he said, "I can't do that, I'm sped," and he was being funny. Like he like thought that like I would like laugh with him and just do his work for him because everybody else does, he said. And then I said, "I'm not going to do your work for you. Like, you are capable of doing this." And so I did like two kind of for him. And then I helped him do it. And like it was just one problem, but like he did the last one by himself. And whether or not he left feeling capable is one thing, but like I left him feeling as though I made him feel capable. Like I don't want my students to think they can just like have things done for them because they can just like get that through. Like I want them to be very prominent in their own learning.
Yeah, definitely. And that confidence, if you instill that confidence in them and you push them through one assignment, they might push themselves through the next one. And I love that. I love that you gave that student the opportunity to feel successful and be successful on their own rather than taking the back seat to it. Mutual communication. Just knowing that you're a human just like them. Yes. Making them feel heard and understood. Yes. And the thing is, as teachers, we make mistakes and we have bad days. And sometimes in the middle of our lesson, we say something wrong, we teach something wrong. And it's important to show ourselves as humans to our students and say, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I made a whoopsie, I made a mistake. I taught that wrong. Let me back up and redo it. Because in our students' minds, then they think, oh, I just watched my teacher make a mistake, but I also saw how my teacher handled it, and they went back and they fixed their, error, and they kind of, not laughed it off, but, didn't let it set them back too much. And so our students are watching us as humans, and how we react to setbacks as well. All right. Well, I love that. And I love that you guys took the time to think through this. Your teachers will luckily you guys are going in mid-year, so your teachers have set really great foundations in those classrooms for you. But do not hesitate to instill some of your own personal beliefs and styles into the classroom. It's important to practice it, but it's also important for your lessons to be successful. You're not the same teacher as your CT, so making sure that you take the time to instill your own values into the setting will just help your lessons and your relationships be more successful with your students. Okay, let me share my screen again. Okay. And rolling on from that, this ties in really well. Maintaining approachability with your students. So we touched on a lot of this with just how we set our expectations for them. But make sure when you walk into that classroom every day, everything that happens at home or lack of sleep or school stress or job stress, you leave that in the car, in the parking lot, and you walk in with your best foot forward in that classroom. And in some ways you can maintain approachability are listed here. You can just be warm to your students and make them feel heard by just making eye contact with them and being interested in their daily lives and their relationships and their success. Listen actively to your students. When they're talking, make sure you're listening attentively and you're validating anything that they're saying. Active listening is something we often teach our students to do, but we have to make sure we're doing it as well. And that can be as simple as don't be piddling with papers at the desk when a student's sharing something. Don't be trying to jump ahead the lesson when your student's sharing something. And of course, there's a time and a place where sometimes it's not appropriate for them to be speaking or sharing when you're teaching. But when you are able just to listen actively to them and make eye contact with them and value them as the humans they are, that maintains the approachability and trust as the educator. Using positive body language with your students. So not crossing your arms and kind of shrugging. And I see sometimes people just kind of mindlessly walking around the room and, it looks like they're monitoring, but they're not actually checking in with the students. So make sure your body language is just displaying one of an open teacher, that you are here for them. And then we touched on this greatly about just being genuine, being human to your students, and about how much authenticity helps your students to connect with you. So share your interests with your students, be honest with them, and just let your individual personalities shine through your teaching. One way that is effective to maintain your approachability with your students is to start each day or class out with a routine that is not necessarily academically based. It's just a moment to touch base with your students. Elementary school student teachers, your classrooms very likely have some version of a morning meeting already in place. They're very popular because research backs the effectiveness of just starting the day out on a good note. But just in case you're not familiar, the morning meetings are typically, they have a greeting, they have an opportunity for students to share information about their lives or important events. There's some type of group activity, whether that's singing a song or playing a game or reading a poem or a read aloud. There's something for you to do with your students that's fun and not necessarily, based in rigor or standards. And then very often there's a morning message where the teacher writes the students a message or maybe like an agenda, or just begins the communication with the students for the day. In middle and high school, this same idea can be done a little less formally. Just make sure you're greeting your students when they enter your classroom, standing at the front door or the classroom door and greeting them by their name as they walk into the classroom each day is a great way just to make students feel seen and valued by you first thing as they're coming in the classroom. And then it's also done a little bit more informally when it comes to sharing in middle and high school. That could be as simple as your student coming up to you and talking to you, or you asking about their weekend, how they are, and that's kind of done on an individual basis. The group activity is often a bell ringer in high school and middle school, a focus question or something fun. The fun part in middle and high school sometimes, gets pushed to the side because you're trying so hard to get your learning, objectives done. But don't be afraid to do something fun with your high schoolers. If you think back, even to yourself as college students, some of your best professors are the ones that stop and have fun with you or allow you to be creative. So don't be afraid to take that time with your students. Sometimes high schoolers will pretend they don't think it's cool and fun, but we know that they actually do. So, and in high school, it's important, and middle school, it's important just to go over your agenda for the day so that your students know what to expect as you are, moving through that. So, sorry. And again, the goals are just to set a respectful and engaged tone, and build positive community at the very first start of your day or your class. Okay, so as we are getting to know our students and we are maintaining our approachability, we do have areas with our students where we as professionals cannot cross over with them. We cannot talk about with them. It can get a little sticky if you know students personally from church or outside events or just from family. But there are areas that we have to avoid with our students. And these areas are their personal or sensitive topics. So family, partners, finances, those are things that we don't need to be talking about with our students. And it's different to talk about your family positively and kind of give your students an idea of who you are outside of the classroom than it is to come in and maybe talk about things that aren't going well in your family life or your relationships. And students should just also never know anything about your finances. We have to watch with being negative or judgmental in our tones. So things like, you never have your homework, or I'm not surprised that you're not finished, or of course you're off task. So those negative or judgmental comments can really affect students and their relationships. And so they have to be avoided as the professional. Comparison is easier to do than many people think. So things like, I wish everybody worked as hard as Isabella, or why is Tommy working, so diligently while Fred is not? Things like that. Just don't compare your students to one another. It'll cause problems amongst them and amongst you and them. And then personal beliefs such as religion and politics just should be out of the classroom, kept out of the classroom. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen again, and I want you to type in the chat something specific that you need to avoid when speaking to your students based on what the slide just said. Try to think about the things that aren't obvious, like who you're voting for as president, but take a minute and just put something in the chat of an area of discussion or topics that you have to avoid with your students. Other teachers, that's a really important one that I just saw, especially when you're in middle school and high school and they have different classes. Never talk about other teachers in that building. That is not your place, whether you're hired there or not. Every teacher does something differently, so don't ever talk to them about other teachers in the building. Or other students, that's a good point. That's funny. Having a negative mindset when talking to your students. Frustrations about personal or work life. That's a good one. No matter how stressed you are, your students do not need to know. Do not need to know that. Grades of other students. Students' family issues. Yes. If students want to share personal things with you, that is different of you being a safe person and hearing them and asking questions and checking in for their safety. That is different than if they share something with you and you're just interested and you follow up with, well, how's your mom's boyfriend? Or are you and your cousin still getting along? You know, when it starts to get more, I guess if your mindset starts to be entertained by it and you think, wow, this is really interesting to know, because it is. Sometimes as humans, we're like, oh, you know, your mom's boyfriend went to jail last night. Wow, that's crazy. Of course, we're humans and we think about those things. But if it's not pertaining to students' safety, it does not need to be addressed at all. Yes, be careful of the tone that you use when speaking to students, parents, and other adults in the building. Yes. You are professionals in that building, and your tone of voice, your word choice, should reflect that. And that also comes with confidence. Even sometimes you have to fake it till you make it, and you just be as confident as you can in yourself in order to be professional so that you can just establish those relationships as well. Okay. Good deal. We're going to go back into it. Okay. Senate Bill 181. You all might have heard about this already. It's a big topic of discussion because there's legal issues with it. It's the legality of it is serious and important. So Kentucky Senate Bill 181 mandates that all school-related communication must be funneled through officially designated traceable platforms. So that means no texting, no emailing, no talking to your students outside of whatever the approved communication platform is. Your school has this in place. This is a question you can ask your CT if you're unsure of what it is. Whatever the school is using is district approved and it's traceable. Some people are using Infinite Campus. Some people are using ClassDojo. Whatever it is, your CT will know what it is, and that is how you will communicate with your parents or your students if need be. That is so important. Do not email them, do not text them, do not call them, do not have them on social media. The only way you communicate with your students is through the approved communication platform. Yeah, so that's about it. Going further into it, the communication that the schools have chosen and the districts have chosen has parent access funneled into it. So this is just a safety precaution for students that however they're communicating with their teachers, their parents always have access to it. You guys as student teachers should be aware of and adhere to the school's policies regarding communication, including how the platforms are introduced at the beginning of the school year or, the semester. If a student teacher becomes aware of unauthorized communication, between staff, volunteers, and students, they may be required to report it under the law. So just if you would ever come across an educator who was communicating with a student in a unauthorized way, you may be mandated to report that just as a safety precaution for the students. And any student teachers that have any type of violation of Senate Bill 181, it could impact your certification process or the ability to complete your student teaching. So basically, moral of the story is only communicate to your students through whatever the approved communication method is that the school has in place, because it's been mandated by the district, then trickled down to the school and to the teachers. Your CT will be able to help you with this. Okay. All right, so communicating with parents. This is kind of related, but a little bit differently. So each of you should begin the semester by sending home an introductory letter, collage, or message to parents. The message should include an introduction of who you are, your interests, where you go to school, your preferred method of communication, or how parents can get in contact with you. And that's really it. But I have a copy for you guys, and I'm going to send it in the chat. Also, there is an indicator on your rubric for student teaching that talks about communicating with parents. Many clinical educators consider something like this an introduction to your parents as you communicating with them. So if you send this to your clinical educator, if you tell them about it, they are going to be able to mark you on that indicator that you do communicate with parents. So that's something to keep in mind. This is something that needs to be done just as a professional, because you want parents to know that you're working with their students, but also kind of an added bonus would be that it'll help you to meet the indicator on your rubric. So I'm going to send this in the chat. It should, this is just a copy of what you could use. And I'll pull it up on my screen so you can see it. Again, if it doesn't work, it's because sometimes EKU permissions mess up my things. So, okay. So I hope you can see this. Basically, this is just a meet the teacher flyer. It doesn't have to be this elaborate what you use, but it's just an introduction. It says a little bit about you, talks about who you are as a human, like your favorite books and colors and, foods. Your students might like to know these things about you. I always thought they were fun to read, and I like reading them about my children's teachers now. But the most important thing that you put on that is going to be your contact information. And this was just a free version on Teachers Pay Teachers. And I think one of my students even might have edited it. So if it's like that on yours, I'm sorry, just make a copy and erase her info. But you can find these for free online. It doesn't have to be this elaborate, but it's important just to introduce yourself to the guardians of your students.
Have you already sent the link to the chat? Or
I think I did.
I'm not
Did it come through?
I don't see it either.
Oh, okay. It went to a direct message to someone. Sorry about that. Let's see. Let's try again. There you go.
Thank
And
you.
it should prompt you to make a copy. And like I said, when I pulled it up this morning, one of my students had worked on the actual document, and I tried to erase it, but if it didn't, I'm sorry. And again, you can always go to Teachers Pay Teachers. There's a lot of free options of these. Or you could just write a little letter and, cut out a strip of paper that introduces yourself and gives them contact information and send that home. It doesn't have to be as detailed as the one that I sent.
I bet a lot of them know how to operate Canvas, something I'm just now learning. A lot of good graphics on there. That way they can tailor it if it's high school or whatever to things of more of an interest. I do like that idea of almost a little infographic.
Yeah. I do love Canvas too. Okay. So just a few more slides stands between you and lunch. Okay. Now I have to figure out how to get this off. There we are. Okay. So that is a good way to just introduce yourself, set the tone with the parents of your students. I'm going to go over this briefly, but you should not have any conflicts with the parents. But if for some reason you have a situation where a student went home frustrated or misunderstanding something, or a parent reach out with a concern that is in regards to you, first and foremost, this is something that you would handle with your cooperating teacher. Your cooperating teacher might even handle it for you, but your first person you would go to would be your CT. And then you would just approach the situation by being a professional, using professional language and tones, being clear and polite, focusing on positives and areas for improvement. So this would be if you would have to share with one of your parents that their student is maybe not meeting the expectations in terms of academics, behavior, etc. You would want to share positive feedback with them alongside the areas of improvement, because your parents will just accept it better if you are also speaking positively about their child before and with the information that might be kind of hard to hear. So share positives and how they're good in the classroom and how they're succeeding before you are specific about, how maybe they can help to improve their students. Make sure that you respond to parent inquiries promptly. So within 24 to 48 hours, just to show respect for them and their concerns. You can set up a meeting with parents if necessary, if the situation would warrant that. If you would need to discuss any concerns in more detail, again, that would be something that would be done through and with your CT. When it comes to communicating with parents, make sure that boundaries are maintained. So you keep communication focused on the student, their academic progress, and their behavior, and avoid personal topics unless it directly affects the student's learning. And then anytime you're communicating with your students' parents, just be open to their feedback. Parents have concerns and viewpoints about their students that far exceed anything that the teacher knows and can address. So just collaborate with your teachers or your parents to find solutions together in order to support the student's success. Guardians and parents know their children better than anyone. So don't be afraid to get parents involved if you need help with student behavior or academics. But when you do it, again, just make sure your CT is aware and present and guiding you through the process, and make sure you're focusing on just strong and positive attributes of the students, as well as setting goals and goals for them to improve. Okay, so we're going to switch gears from communicating to conflict management. So this would be if a conflict would arise. So there's 10 common sources of conflict for student teachers. I've kind of highlighted the ones that I have noticed the most. So that would be classroom management issues, conflicts with authority, personal issues or distractions, a resistance to new methods, or a lack of motivation. So these are some areas that you need to be aware of going into the semester in order to hopefully avoid any type of conflict. So if a conflict would arise, kind of a general rule of thumb is to always start by identifying and getting to the root of the issue at hand. No matter who this conflict is with, make sure you're speaking using a respectful dialogue and tone, and that you're listening to the other party involved as well. And then make sure that you find an appropriate solution and that you follow up on whatever solution is created. So this general blurb here can be applied to situations where there's a conflict with you, there's a conflict with the student, just getting to the root of it, being respectful, and following up on however it is resolved is a professional way to handle it. So specifically, if you would have a conflict with authority, so this would maybe your CT, your CE, another team teacher, your principal, I would hope not, but anybody that is an authority figure to you as a student. The goal is to maintain a positive, respectful working relationship. So the first thing you would do would be reflect and understand your own perspective of the issue before bringing it to their attention. I would also just suggest sleeping on it, not going into any situation with high emotions, but make sure you've taken the time to reflect and understand not only your perspective and emotions, but theirs is what their possible perspective could be as well. Communicate respectively. So choose a good time to talk privately with this person and using I statements to express concerns without blame. So that would be like, I feel as if when I'm teaching, I, can't get, all of my points across because maybe I don't understand it in the way that you do, talking to your CT. Using the I statements rather than the you statements is going to set the tone for the conversation to be more productive. Saying how you feel and what you're struggling with, not what you're noticing out of the other party. Listen openly to your mentor's perspective and seeking just to understand their reasoning behind it. I can tell you with confidence that your CE, your CT, they want you to grow as educators. So even if there is some type of miscommunication or a source of tension, make sure to listen to what they have to say because they want you to succeed. No CT takes student teachers wanting them to have a negative experience. It's actually, teachers' plates are so full. So these CTs taking student teachers, they want to make you a good teacher and they want to grow you as an educator. So listen to them and then collaborate together to find a solution that would support you and your growth as a professional. And then if anything would happen with authority and you would need additional help, contact someone at the university. So if it was your CT, you would contact your clinical educator and just explain the situation and get help on your side. conflict management, lack of motivation. So if you would find throughout the semester that you are overwhelmed, you're tired, you're not feeling like you're coming into the classroom with your best foot forward, here's some things you could do to kind of reset yourself. So reconnect with your purpose. So reflect on why you chose to be a teacher. And in the thick of all your assignments and schoolwork and student teaching and job, it is important just to remember why you chose this career field. Set small, achievable goals for yourself and celebrate small wins, whether that's a positive conversation with a student or a successful lesson or academic growth or relationship growth. Celebrate the small wins in each day. There are so many little moments you could harp on that negatively, but if you want to come in loving your job every day, make sure just to celebrate all of those sweet little moments throughout the day or successful moments. Seek support throughout this semester, not perfection. So ask for feedback and encouragement and not just evaluation. That means ask for feedback when it comes to positives and negatives. You know, what did I do right in this lesson? What could I work on? And not just in an evaluative way where you are doing a formal observation and you're wanting a grade in a rubric filled out. Just seek support when it comes to teaching and relationships in general so that you can grow and change your craft. And then practice self-care throughout the semester. Make sure you're eating well, you're getting enough sleep, you're exercising, or you're enjoying some fresh air, et cetera, et cetera. Watch TV, get your nails done. I don't know, but make sure that you're taking care of yourself this semester. It's a lot. It's worth it in the end, but it's really good practice to get into the routine of taking care of yourself. Because even when you have your own classroom someday, teaching can be a lot. So make sure you just try to avoid that burnout as an educator by just having self-care and fun away from school. Okay. If you would have a personal issue or a distraction come up this semester, remember to be a professional and to stay focused in the classroom. So separate school and personal life. Avoid bringing any of your personal issues into the classroom. Every day you need to arrive at your school prepared and focused. But if you're having an off day, communicate with your mentors, explain briefly to them what's going on, and do this in a way that keeps them informed, but not necessarily seeking sympathy. So that would mean maybe wording it as, hey, I'm really just having an off day. I wanted to let you know in case it was reflective in my teaching. You know, I'm really, happy to be here, but if you would see that something's off, I just think I need a little bit more sleep tonight, something like that. And just remember that you are not expected to be perfect. You're expected to be growing, self-aware, and professional. Okay. And I'm going to stop there. Here's my email. I am happy to help with anything, whether you're one of my students or not. I have a lot of good ideas. I like building relationships myself. So here's my email. I hope you all have such a great semester and that you grow as educators and that you ask all the questions to your CTs and CEs just in order to perfect your craft this semester. So that's it.
Such good information. Thank you so much, Danielle. I'm going to continue to take questions. When I messed up our agenda today, I also messed up Danielle's schedule. So we're going to say goodbye to her so she can attend to some of her family needs. And I'll take any of your questions and wrap us up for the morning. And we'll look at the agenda again. Thanks again, Danielle. Great job. Yeah, such good information.
Yes.
Oh, such good information. Communication is challenging, especially when you've got so many different sections of people. You've got your coworkers and your CT and your CEs, and then you've got parents and you've got students. It's a lot. So that was a lot of really good information. I know it was very helpful to all of you. Has anybody got any questions before we adjourn for lunch? All right, so I just want to remind you, I'm going to pull up the agenda since I'm the one that evidently needs help keeping on task or keeping the schedule right. So when we come back this afternoon, promptly, matter of fact, I would love for y'all to be back at 1:27 so that we can start promptly at 1:30. John Akers always has incredible information to share. I have heard them in several different capacities when I was an educator and a DPP. And then I've heard him in this role as a clinical educator, listening to him speak to you all. The information he gives you is invaluable. He is considered an expert in this area and is sought out not only by state officials, but also by federal officials in his knowledge about school safety. So he will be with us from 1:30 to 3:30. And then our own Darlene Stalker from advising a career field, Darlene Stalker is here. You've already heard several people tell you how important it is to have your resume ready. She'll be going over tips for that and do's and don'ts. And there's even help in that in her center to work on those. So that's our agenda. Again, I'd like for everybody to be back at 12:27. I know you're not used to having a long lunch. If you work much in schools, you might as well get ready to have about 20 and 30 minutes if you're lucky. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back promptly at 1:27. Have a good one. Hey, John, can you hear me? Hey, John, can you hear me? Hey. I think you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
There we
How are
go.
you doing?
Yay. I'm doing well, thank you. Thank
Good.
you. Trying to stay dry.
I know. I've been on this all day long. I went to grab my lunch and I was like, oh my
That's
gosh,
right.
it's been raining. I didn't even know it. So
That's right. Let me see if I can share my screen.
okay.
That's always a thing here. Let's
It
see.
is.
Are you seeing anything?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, let me go to slideshow here. Okay, are you seeing my introductory slide?
I am. Yep.
Okay, let's try to see if it progresses here. Are you seeing the pyramid
Yes. Mm-hmm.
and then the important factor stuff?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Well, then I will just backtrack on that and we'll leave that as the screen there.
Awesome.
Now, if I tried to do this 2 minutes before, this would not have happened. We would have
I
had a
know.
mess up on this
Trust
thing.
me, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a horror story. This was way back when I left Fayette County, and I was asked to come back and make a major presentation to all of the middle school parents who were transitioning into, the eighth graders transitioning into high schools. And so
Right.
I wanted to show everybody how good a presenter I was and all that stuff, pride before the fall.
That's
And
exactly
so,
right.
so I had a brand new computer and I practiced this thing, whatever. But what I didn't realize is that this Dell computer, after 10 openings or booting ups or what do you call it, startups, it required you to fill out some kind of questionnaire about warranty. And
Yeah.
I got 700 parents in front of me and my computer crashed and I couldn't figure out what was going down.
My.
And it required 2 clicks to fix it, but I didn't know that.
Right.
And so I had to fudge it for about an hour and a half without my
Jiminy.
PowerPoint presentation. I looked like the biggest fool in the world. So
I'm
so
sure
I've
you
always said
didn't.
in the future, I have a hard copy of this in front of me.
Yep.
I have this coming down, so
Yeah.
I got burned once, but I'm gonna get burned twice.
That's exactly.
So
Always
how
have
are
the
you
backup
doing?
plan. I'm good. I'm good. You talk about snafus. I was in the office yesterday with Brandy, and she's had a report moved up 3 months early. And I said, look, you don't need to be at our seminar tomorrow. I said, I'll run it for you, and that way you can go ahead and have all day Wednesday to work on this report. And I've run them before without her and everything, so I thought no big deal. But what I didn't think was at work I have multiple screens, right? So I can pull up a variety of things. Well, I just have my little laptop at home, and I thought, well, maybe I'll get my personal laptop and pull it up so I'll have my notes. Well, I should have, because when we were talking yesterday, she said now Frisco School District out of Texas have been coming to our career fairs for a couple of years now, and they've hired several of our students on the spot. And so they wanted to, some time in our agenda to talk to students, directly, all of them. And so she said they asked for like about 10 minutes. So when it came time for them to present, I was busy trying to get ready because I was the next presenter. And so I didn't look at the agenda, and I took literally that Brandy said they'd asked for 10 minutes. So at 10 minutes, I cut them off. They were supposed to have like 45 minutes, and I couldn't pull up the agenda because they were sharing their screen and I couldn't do anything. So I was like, dang gummit. So I've had to email them and apologize,
Oh yeah.
So, but anyway.
I have a wonderful lady that works for me, or works with me, I should say. In fact, she's right next door right now, who keeps track of my goings and comings and things like that. Now, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing that, whatever. Because as we get closer to the legislative session, in fact, I just wrote another little report to some folks.
Yeah.
And we have these meetings all scheduled. Plus, I'm doing EKU student teachers, Asbury, Northern Kentucky, UK, and Western Kentucky.
Wow.
And juggle all these things, which I love doing it.
Right.
It's fun. But I'm also, this is the budget year session. We have every 2 years we have the budget session, and so I got to protect our money.
Yep.
And so,
You absolutely do. Yep.
So I'm living out of my car basically, though
God.
though I come to campus because my home internet service does not have the real broadband stuff. I'm doing it from a Wi-Fi connection off of a Verizon tower, so it doesn't run my PowerPoint and stuff and my audio at the same time. So I come down to Eastern, get at my little cubby hole here and fire it up and do my thing.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, there's been times here that I've told, students, let's turn our videos off because, I would get those messages that it was unreliable and I'm like, "Oh, we got to finish." So we just turn screens off and things. Today it's been absolutely wonderful. So
Yeah.
hopefully we won't experience any problems. Sometimes when weather moves in, like you pointed out, it can be a little tricky. I have told them to be back promptly at 1:27. I said I want to start at 1:30 and I don't want to still be admitting students at 1:30. I wanted everybody here. And so they had a few extra minutes on the other side of lunch. So I thought they're getting a full hour. That's something they're not going to get for their next, 70 plus days. So they might as well get used to,
That's
short
right.
lunches. An
That's right.
hour is
That's
a
right.
luxury.
Now, I've got my cell phone turned off right now simply because I have, I don't want to be interrupted during this session and stuff. But I've got your cell phone number. If something should crash on me, I will call you, on your cell phone and we'll figure out what we need to do.
Yep. I'll be right here. I probably will just mute myself and be looking at. I've had several emails come in that I need to respond to, but I'll be right here. So yep, I'm at your service.
All right. Okay. That sounds good. And what time am I showing? Well, I turned off my phone here. So what time we got here? There it is.
It's 1:20.
So
yeah,
yeah,
it's
I've got
1:20.
multiple screens going on here. I got 1, 2, 3 screens going on over here. So I
Yeah.
see the time over there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for holding my hand. And we'll make this
Absolutely.
thing work. I will go ahead and mute myself here for a few minutes here and then
Okay.
we'll
Sounds good. I'll start admitting students as soon as they head it back in. Okay, we will be starting shortly. If you've got friends texting you, panicking that I'm not letting them in, I'm admitting them all just as quick as I can. I do get the message on my screen, so tell them to be patient, that as those appear, I'm letting everyone in. And thank you all for being back early as I requested.
Angela, is that the fan in the back making any noise for you to hear?
I just barely hear it.
Okay, I'll cut it off. If I get real hot, I'll turn it back on.
Okay. Okay, still admitting a few students, but it is 1:30. And as I told you all earlier, I like to respect people's time. And so we're going to get started with our afternoon portion. And I'm always thrilled to introduce Mr. John Akers, who is the Executive Director of the Kentucky Center for School Safety, and has been doing that job for a while. He is sought out not only by our officials in our state, but federal government as well. He is very knowledgeable, and every time he speaks, I mean, how many times I hear him, I always learn something new. And I am confident that as brand new baby teachers getting ready to go in your careers, the information is giving you will be invaluable. So please welcome Mr. John Akers.
Thank you, Angela. I really appreciate those nice words. Couple of things. One, I want you to know I'm an Eastern boy. I can turn the clock way, way back and just tell you that I was in your role many, 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 many years ago as a upcoming teacher. And so I always love talking to what I would consider my students at Eastern Kentucky University, talking about student teaching and coming into our career. Let me tell you a little bit about myself, not in a braggadocious way at all, but just to kind of give you a background of where I springboard from, so to speak. I graduated from Eastern Kentucky University in 1970, so you can do the math, been around for a while. And I taught for 5 years. I love teaching. I was teaching ninth grade students civics, and that's probably something that we still need to teach more so this year, or not this year, but nowadays, I should say. Then I came over to the dark side and became an assistant principal of a junior high school, and really loved doing that. Thought that, that was a lot of fun. Then I got promoted to be an assistant principal at a high school in Fayette County. And I love doing that. And then the superintendent thought that I might have some skills to be a head principal. So I was the head principal over at Bryan Station High School for 8 years. And then shortly at the end of 1980s, they were opening up a brand new high school in Fayette County at that time called Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School. And I was tapped to be that principal there and loved every minute of that, starting a school from scratch. I retired from Fayette County in 1999 and briefly had a brief stint working with architectural firms on designing schools. But then I got a call from the Secretary of Education, Marlene Helm, and she said, "John, I think there's a job out there that's got your name on it." And that would be the Kentucky Center for School Safety. It was a brand new agency, and they asked me to try it out. And I've been at it for, Angela, 25 years now. So I've been here for a quarter of a century, if you can believe that. So I love it. Yes, I'm a 55-year veteran in education, still have a lot of fire in my belly. And in my role as the director of school safety, I work with all kinds of educators around the state. In fact, we train so many principals. And when I say that to you all, we assessed over 1,500 schools in our state with what we call safe school assessments. And that's basically a climate and culture piece. How are things going on inside the four walls of a school? So though I'm not an active principal, I train principals and I listen to what their problems are, and I listen to what the teachers' problems are. And like I said, we've been into 1,500 schools in our state, so I have a pretty good feel for what's going on. During my tenure and I'll get off this Mimi thing here in just a quick second. I was tapped by the U.S. Department of Education to be a consultant with them, showing how principals need to work with staff members when we start talking about school safety issues. And so I'm going to be speaking from that vantage point as well. Now, talking about voices here, I'm going to be talking with you from two perspectives. One as the State Director of School Safety and consultant, and the other, I'm going to pretend that I'm your principal and that you're my rookie teacher coming in, and I'm going to tell you what I expect you to do when we talk about supervision, when we talk about kids, and we start talking about safety. And I'm also going to be talking with you about my vision in my school, which you will be a part of, on how I want things to be conducted. Okay? So that's kind of the backdrop on this thing. I love in-person presentations because I can look at you and I can read the audience a little bit. So this is difficult to read the audience here. So if I start fumbling around and acting like a fool, just forgive me. Just call me an old guy and forget it, okay? So there we go. So as you can see on my screen here, this is, a review for you on what beginning teachers, from my perspective, need to know a little bit about. Now, my guess is somewhere along the line, you had to regurgitate this information on this Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I'm just going to talk about two levels of it. One, the physiological, and the other one, safety. Then I'll stop right there. And let me give you an example of what I mean by the physiological. I had a situation at a school where I was the principal at, and I won't name what school it was. And I had an incident that occurred that kind of sets the stage for my feeling to you on how I want you to treat your students. Here's the case. Being a high school principal, many of my high school kids never carried umbrellas. And on a day like today, with it raining cats and dogs out there, we had kids that were standing on the bus stop getting drenched because they didn't have the umbrella, and they might have had some kind of hoodie on or whatever, but they were coming in wet. Well, we had a case where a kid came in wet on a late bus, and he had a math class, first hour class, and the teacher always started off the class with a 10-point quiz, okay? And she was a very, how do I want to say this professionally, a very strict teacher, I'll put it in those terms. I was thinking uncompromising, but I'll just leave that off to the side there. So when the boy came in dripping wet on a late bus, the teacher told him to sit down, take out a clean sheet of paper, and take this quiz. And the kid said, forget you, just like that. Okay, you go to the office. So the kid came to me, and I said, well, you're looking dripping wet. Let's go over to the counseling office first and get you dried out. Every school has a washer and a dryer, trust me on this one. And and we also have a clothing bank. I said, let's get you some warm clothes. Let me get your clothes cleaned up. We'll have them back to you by the end of first hour class. Have you had breakfast yet? He said, no, sir, I have not. I said, well, how can you learn anything on an empty stomach? He said, I was running late and the bus was late and I just couldn't get down to the cafeteria. I said, well, let's go down to the cafeteria. I haven't had breakfast either, so let's go down there and get us a waffle and a juice, and then let's walk back to class. I walked the kid back to class, and the teacher gave me what I would refer to as the stink eye when I walked in there, like, what are you doing with this boy here like that? I said, he's ready to take his quiz. And I stared her out with the old administrator stare, like, don't mess with me, look. She gave the kid the quiz. And I said, now I want to see you at my office. I didn't say it in front of the kids. I sent her a note. I said, I want to see you in my office at 3 o'clock. And that's a note that you don't want to get, by the way, in your mailbox, to see the principal at 3 o'clock. So when she came in, I said, here's the situation that I saw. How did you see it? And she couldn't say anything. And I shared with her exactly what I was talking about. And this is what I'm trying to share with you all. Look at the kid first physiological when they come in. They may not have anything to eat. They may have gotten up late. They may have not even slept the night before. Be very much aware of what they look like when they come in. And I'll say this, what they might smell like. Because maybe some of their parents are smoking dope by the time they come to school, and you're going to smell it on them. Be aware of the physiological side of this thing. I'm your principal. I want you to be my eyes and ears out there because I can't get into your classroom. I want you to be my eyes and ears out there in your classroom on the state of the physiological side of the kid. So I hope you're buying into me on this one. Okay, now, the safety things where I'm going to get into for the rest of my presentation here, okay? But I wanted to set the stage with, before the kids even open their mouths in your classroom and stuff like that, look at them, eyeball to eyeball, and see if you can read. You will develop how to read body language, I'll tell you that. You will learn to read that. Eye contact, things like this. These are very, very clear indicators, okay? Okay, So usually when I'm meeting with the class, I'm going to say to you all, what's the most important factor of school safety? And I'll go around, I'll hear all these different adjectives and things like that. But I land on this one, that the kids have to really know that you care for them. And I start off back to that physiological side saying, when the kid who came into my office wet, and I took him across the counseling office and did all those things I told you about, he and I became very close. I didn't know him from Adam, but for the rest of the school year, I was his buddy or he was my buddy. He knew that I cared. I didn't try to jam any education down his throat. I just tried to jam care down his throat, and that's what it is. One of my professors here at Eastern Kentucky University gave me this when I was a sophomore in the education class. They don't care, the kids, they don't care how much you know till they know that you care for them. And you can say, what's this got to do about school safety? I will tell you, because you are their kids' first responders on anything that happens in the school. Your principals and your law enforcement folks and stuff, they're secondary. You have those kids a lot longer than we do. And so with anything happens in a school setting, the kids have to know that you care for them, and that if they know that you care for them, you'll be able to direct them in times of need when emergencies arise. And we'll have emergencies that arise in your school. And so I want them to feel comfortable with you. Okay. Now I want you to be their teacher. I don't want you to be their buddy. Something that just makes me sick to my stomach is when I read in the newspaper, and I also have information that comes to me from the Standards Board, about how many teachers have lost their certification for crossing that line with students. And I'm talking about the line of sexuality, where teachers are having sexual relationships with kids. You're their teacher. You're not their buddy. So stay away from that type of situation at all. I know that high school girls look older, and high school boys look older. Heck, a lot of my boys in high school had beards on. They looked like, men ready to go out on the 5th shift of some factory or whatever. But don't cross that line. Do not cross that line. Do not let them call you by your first name, your Miss or Mr. or whatever, prefix you want to have. Make sure that you have that professionality. You can care for them. And when it comes to hugging, do the side bump hug. Don't get in front of them. Come to the side bump hug. I think you know what I'm talking about. That's the very generic hug that you can do. But usually a fist bump and a high five will suffice. But be their teacher, not their buddy. Okay. You also, like I said a second ago, are their protector. You're their first responder. Because if we have to go to lockdown, if we have to go to shelter in place or whatever the case may be, you're going to be giving them directions, and they want to know, do you really care for them, and that they will respect you during this time. So let's get into some basic standards. You have to show mutual respect, if you like it or not. Now, you're going to have kids in your classroom that you're going to dearly love, and you're going to have some kids in your class that are going to try your patience. Let's be honest with you about it, okay? And you have kids that are, how do I want to say this, view themselves differently when it comes to gender issues, and this has landed in our schools. But you as a teacher, I'm going to tell you, as being your principal, you respect every single kid that comes through that front door. Let me give you an example. And I don't mind calling this teacher's name out because he's such a good person, Steve Parker, who was a PE teacher for us at Bryan Station High School. Here's the setting. It's the second semester of a PE class, and the teacher's getting ready to call the roll for the new kids that are coming in for his class for this new semester. And he's calling around each name, Jones, Smith, Maxwell, whatever like that. Then these boys are answering in kind of their macho way, yo, here, like that. But when he calls this one boy, he's got a very high-pitched voice, and he sounds what some of the guys thought sounded like a girl. Well, when he answered in that voice, man, there was a cacophony of boys laughing and, kind of, making fun of him. Coach Parker asked that young man to stand up, sit with him. He said, you call the rest of the roll. You're going to be my teacher aide for the rest of this school year. That little thing right there, and I witnessed this, by the way, stopped those boys, I'll call it prejudice against this boy, because the coach, the teacher, brought that kid up, made him a quasi-leader with him, and they didn't have another problem for the rest of the semester. you have to show mutual respect for every kid that comes in there. And some of them are going to try your patience, like I said, but 95 to 98% of them are going to be kids who you can really help out. Okay, you show that you're caring, just like what Coach Parker did, like I said right there. And this is where I get into a situation where if I was with you in your setting over here at Perkins, I would be walking around the entire time I'm talking with you. I never did stand behind a lectern. I always moved around. The reason why I'm doing that, I'm doing proximity control. If you were with me over at Perkins and I saw you looking at your iPhone or your iWatch, I would come over there real close to you and make you feel uncomfortable, that I want you to be listening to me rather than texting a friend or saying what a queer this guy is who's trying to teach us school safety stuff. I would be watching you. That's what I'm talking about when I say control your classroom. Be aware, and proximity control neutralizes a lot of issues that come into play inside a classroom. So that's another basic standard. Do mutual respect, show that you care, but also you're in control. They're not. Okay? I want you to be consistent and fair. You're going to have your little teacher pets that are going to always answer the questions and things like this. And you have to treat them just like you do the kids that won't raise their hands up. And we want you to be fair and consistent. Now, if you start showing favoritism one way or other, they will kill you on whatever social media they're on. Oh, so-and-so doesn't like me, so-and-so doesn't like me. Then their mom and dads come up there, whatever. You have to show that you are consistent and fair with all of your kids there. And I'm sure you're thinking right now, well, what's this got to do with school safety? Well, I want you to be in control of your classroom. I want you to be able to be consistent and fair, and I want to be able to defend you when the complaining parent comes up to my office and you and I are working with that parent. So please understand that. Also, just kind of a little bit of custodial stuff here. Keep your room neat and orderly and free of clutter in case we need to move to a lockdown, in case we need to evacuate quickly. We don't want them stumbling over debris in the hallways, but in the aisleways. And this makes my point that students should be able to move around your room unimpaired. We call those trip hazards, if you want a classic term. We don't want kids tripping over things like book bags or whatever. Now we're with Chromebooks and stuff. You don't see as many of those issues out there, but just something to be aware of. Okay. And I say this: require mutual respect among all your students. You're the role model, like I said earlier. Now, here's the situation that I want you to do as a teacher. If you show a kid that's not, or if you observe a kid not showing mutual respect, during your planning period, have that kid come to your classroom, or you can meet with them up in the counseling office or whatever, but have a one-on-one with the kid. You're going to be seeing that kid a lot more than counselors are and anybody else in that school. Ask them those probing questions. I see you're treating this kid, your fellow student, not very well. Well, what's going on between you guys? And kind of probe like that. Well, here's what I expect you to do as my student in my classroom. I want you to show respect to that kid. If he gives you any trouble, you let me know. Let me get into this thing, but don't you get into these things. Let me help you out, get along with everybody. So that's kind of a preventative way that you might be able to help control your classroom a little bit better. And I'll say this, of all the problems that we have in the state, and too many of the news media gets into the school shootings things, like just what happened up at K-State here yesterday. That seems to drive the force here. School shootings take place 0.1%, but in the state of Kentucky, you have 5 incidences of bullying taking place every minute in the K through 12 schools. I'll repeat that. 5 incidences of bullying taking place every minute during the school year. And those are the incidences that are reported. And research tells us that probably less than 50% of the kids report that they're being bullied. So you can find out that there's probably another 50% that are not. That's why I want you to be vigilant in your classroom, looking for any kind of details and issues like that. And I will say this to you. The boys tend to be more bullying with physical stuff. Girls tend to be more bullying with online stuff. And I've seen so many in our state, female to female issues going on, that in our state, we see 3 to 1, girls to boys. Some of the girls that are completely nasty and never lift a finger to another child, but they can destroy them by destroying their reputation and their standing among their school community. So just be aware of that. Okay, let's get into this now. Your classroom door shall be locked, not should, but shall be locked during instruction. That's the law. That's non-negotiable. You may be in a classroom right now, or when you're doing your student teaching, with a teacher who does not lock their door. If they are doing that, they are breaking the law. Let me tell you why. Now I'm going to switch voices with you, and I'm going to go over to my consultant voice from the U.S. Department of Education. After the shooting that happened up at Sandy Hook, which, by the way, the anniversary date today is December the 10th. That shooting took place in December 14th, so we're coming up on an anniversary on that. There was a situation where I was one of 4 people that went to Connecticut to work with all of the principals in the state of Connecticut on school safety issues. Okay, this was 6 weeks after the shooting that occurred at Sandy Hook. So we're meeting the night before with the Sandy Hook Central Office Administration. I'm sitting across the table from Janet Robinson, who was the superintendent of that school when they lost 25 people, staff members and kids under the age of 7 and 8. And so I didn't know quite how to interact with her. I sat there and she was reading me and my body language, like she was saying, "John, you look like you want to ask me a question. Go ahead, feel free to ask me a question." And I said, "Well, Janet, if there's one thing I could take back to Kentucky, what would you tell me?" And she said this: with the number of exterior doors you have in a school, and that's usually, well, Dunbar had 87 exterior doors. I can tell you, so anybody at any time could probably get into the school building through an exterior door. And so Janet was saying, with the number of exterior doors that we have in our schools today, most anybody could break in there. So how many doors could a bad person come into a school and open up classroom doors and do bad things to kids, as in shooting them, before, and there's the operative word I want to use with you, before you could call a lockdown? Okay, so I took that back to the General Assembly, and I said, I'd like to see this, that all classroom doors shall be locked during instruction, just because of what I learned at Sandy Hook. The Kentucky Education Association opposed me, and they said the law should say classroom doors should be locked rather than shall be locked. And the reason being is that elementary teachers say that they have these pull-out programs where kids are, teachers come in during class time and pull a kid out for reading or speech or whatever the case may be, and that it's a inconvenience for the pull-out teacher to have a key to insert into the lock and unlock the door, have the kid come out and relock the door. Well, after we had our shooting down at Marshall County High School, I doubled down on that with the legislators, and we won. That was in 2019. So it is the law that your classroom doors shall be locked during instruction. If your teacher that you're with right now isn't doing that, they're in violation of the law. Now, I don't expect you to be a narc and call me and tell me about it, and I can send the cavalry over there. That's not what I'm asking. But I'm saying that as a rookie teacher for me, I want that classroom door locked at all times, okay? With the exception, okay, here's the exception now. If you're counseling a kid one-on-one in your classroom when you're not having class, where you're calling the kid back maybe to your classroom to talk about his academics or his or her relationships with kids in your classroom or whatever, leave your door open for all the reasons. Particularly, guys, if you have a female student, don't even do it in your classroom. Go up to the main office area there, get into the counseling office, and do it there as well. I would almost suggest that the female teachers do the same thing just to cover your tail, because we're in this litigious society where parents want to sue for any and everything. You had that kid in your room by yourself? Well, let's go find out what's happening. Kids tell lies sometimes. And so we need to mitigate some of those issues like that. On my PowerPoint here, getting back to locking your classroom doors, I say beware of pushback on that, because you'll find today that 20% of the schools have classroom doors that are unlocked, because we have next door here at Eastern, we have the Department of Criminal Justice Training that has a group of compliance officers that come around to the schools. They're not a part of my agency, they're part of their own. They come around to schools and they see if the schools are enforcing the law appropriately. If a compliance officer comes in unannounced and rattles your door and your door is open, they're going to report you. okay? And they're going to report you to the principal. Then the principal has to report it to the superintendent. Then it comes to us at the Center for School Safety as a non-compliance. So please be aware, that's how that law got going. You're looking at the bad guy that finally made the point to the General Assembly to get this done. And if it saves a life, then I'm happy about it. And I don't mean to be modeling on that, but my point is that's how, I guess I need to tell you that out of the 38 school shootings that have happened in our country, I've been involved with 25 of those principals directly. Not during the shooting time, but afterwards for aftermath and lessons learned and whatever, where I'm face to face with these folks. So I'm not just reading stuff on the news and coming up with ideas here. These are things that I'm seeing and reading. Enough of that stuff. I don't mean to get into that. Now, keep your key on your person. Now, you're going to be getting out of your classroom. You're going to be doing hallway supervision for me. Many of you will have your doors already set to pre-lock so that once you have your door propped open and the kids are coming in, if that door should close inadvertently and you're out there on hallway supervision, I want you to have the key to be able to get back into your classroom. Okay? Keep your classroom door locked when you're not there. If you're going to lunch with the kids, or if you're on planning period and you have to go to the office for meetings, whatever the case may be, keep your classroom door locked at all times when you're not there, because people can come in and do bad things in there. Okay? Don't bring anything to school unless you want to lose it. Don't bring anything valuable to the school unless you want to lose it. Those little lockers we give you to put your coat in, and the key we give for you to lock your desk in, those are cheap. They are built by the lowest bidder, and kids can probably get into those things with a screwdriver. So don't bring anything to school that you want to lose. Rule enforcement. Okay. I'm going to throw a term at you that some of you may know about. It's called instructional discipline programs. You may know it as the Foundations program or the PEBAS program or CHAMPS or Passport or whatever the case may be. When you inherit a school that has one of these programs, learn everything you can about that and get with your departmental chair or your grade chair and ask them how you can best comply with the requirements of that instructional discipline program. Basically, the whole idea of an instructional discipline program is to make sure all the teachers are being consistent across the board. One of the biggest problems we run into schools with classroom environment is teachers fighting teachers. Believe it or not, I've handled more of those things than I have probably with kids misbehaving, because teacher A will support the school rules and teacher B thinks they're the 10 suggestions. And then so when we get a kid into the office and I say, well, why are you doing this? Kid says, well, this teacher says I can do it, but this teacher says we can't. You need to be fair and consistent on what you're doing. And when I say that, that goes across the board with all your teachers. Principals have this little thing we call the rule of thirds. When you come into a school, you can almost identify this. And when I say this to our principals who've been out there for a while, they shake their heads up and down. Rule of thirds. A third of your staff will do everything you do, do everything you say. A third of your staff will do most everything you say and do and you ask of them. And a third of them will always question you. Okay? So be on the side over there, compliance with your principal. Life will be a lot easier for you on that. Okay. Now, school districts have basically two codes of conduct, one for the district, and then because of schools having what we call site-based councils, they may have a stricter code of conduct than what the district has, okay? So when you become a teacher, for me, look at our code of conduct, which will be a little bit more strict than the code of conduct by the district. Okay. And I just made that comment right there. I'm getting ahead of myself. I told you that we have assessed over 1,500 schools. The number one problem we run into every school in the state of Kentucky, and I'm sure this is true across the country, is the inconsistency of rule enforcement. And that is what I just talked about a few minutes ago. And that's why many schools have moved to these, what I call canned packages, such as the PEBAS program, the foundation programs. They're all good if you can get all your teachers on the same page, pulling in the same direction. So just be aware of that, okay? Now, this is where I get really direct with you. If you think I've been direct now, I get more direct on this one. You have to be my eyes and ears in the hallways. I am a supervision freak. If I can control the small things, we can control the big things in a school. That law right there is Kentucky Revised Statute law that says that I, the principal, am in charge of setting up a supervision plan, okay? And I made this comment just a few minutes earlier, that nothing deters misbehavior any more than you being close around kids when they're looking over your shoulder, when they're looking over their shoulder, seeing who's around. That, we call that proximity control. And so we will set these up, okay? As I said a minute ago, I'm required by law to make sure that I have the entire staff, classified and certified staff members, out there, making sure from the time the kids arrive to the time we kick them out in the afternoon, for you to be sure that they're under some kind of supervision. So we got this in the, we have arrival. I will be assigning you bus duty and walking duty and arrival duty and dismissal duty. And so we have buses and cars that come in, and I've been around long enough to tell you that I remember a day when parents didn't bring kids to school. They were all put on a school bus. That has totally reversed now. You go to any school in the state of Kentucky, you'll see long, long, long lines of parents jockeying for position to bring their kids to school in the morning and in the afternoon. It's like NASCAR. They're trying to get pole position there, I guess it is. But you're going to have massive numbers of cars out there. And as your principal, and I'll play that out, an elementary principal, you'll have a lot of parents drop off. And so I want you there when those kids are being dropped off. Now, you won't have bus duty every single day of your career there, but you may catch it 1 week a month. And so I need to have you out there on time on that, okay? Same thing's true for dismissal. In my case, I only had 3 principals that were working for me when I had 2,500 kids. So I needed to have staff members out there, bus call and car, car duty or whatever. So we need you out there. We need you in a timely fashion. So by the time the kids come to school and by the time they head on out. Okay, now I'm going to talk to you about the difference between hallway supervision, what I call active and passive supervision. You may have observed passive supervision in some of the schools that you were at. When teachers would come out of their classrooms during class change, they would stand up against the wall by their classroom door area and watch you traverse the hallways. Okay? We call that passive supervision. I call it the lifeguard thing, where you sit in a chair and your head goes back and forth, back and forth. In a school that wants to have what I call a warm climate, not talking about temperature, where you care for the kids, then I want you to take 2 steps out from the wall and chat with kids as they come by. Hi, good to see you. Thank you. For the schools that still have hat rules, you might remind them, hey, please take off your hat. Always use the word please. And I need to say this too, and I show it in this PowerPoint here, but I want you to know, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. Every kid that walks into that school is your kid. Now I'm going to assign you X number of kids for you to teach or grades to, okay? But when you're supervising for me out in the hallways, every kid's your kid. You may not know their names, but I want you to enforce the school rules that we have while you're there. You really can't do it leaning up against the wall and saying, oh, by the way, this, by the way, that. No, you engage the kids in a polite way. Please take off your hat, whatever. Now, if you catch a kid that's being non-compliant, follow him or her, find out where they are, get a description of the kid. I don't expect you to do a citizen's arrest or anything like that, but do get an ID, see if you can find out who the kid is, report it to me or to my assistants, and we'll take care of it for you, okay? But that's what I talk about, active supervision. And the more that you're out there, the more that the kids will know that you can't get away with a lot. Now, I've seen schools where teachers on hallway supervision clump up, where they go down to one end of the hallway and they commiserate together, whereas the kids are at the other end of the hallway doing things that they shouldn't be doing. But if you divide and conquer, we have greater supervision. Okay, classrooms, I kind of talked about that. I want you to be, constantly aware of, I'm not saying that word right. I want you to be very aware of what's going on in your classroom as you rove while you teach. Playground. Okay, this basically comes to my elementary folks, and I kind of like to have fun with you on this. Every playground that we have seen when we do our assessments have either a picnic bench or a bench. And during recess time, there's usually 2 classes that go out, and you have 2 teachers. And what we observe, and what we observe with with a photograph. We will take pictures with our cell phones when we're doing these assessments. Teachers during recess seem to think that recess is for them, and that's not true. Recess is a supervision program for you to let the kids, blow off some steam and stuff like that. But in the ideal situation, with two teachers going out, one needs to be at one end of the playground, one needs to be at the other playground looking inward and roving around and making sure that kids aren't doing things that they shouldn't be doing. So stay away from the bench. That's not your time. And what we have seen, teachers take their cell phones out there, they're sitting on the bench and they're going away texting somebody as a kid's either falling off a slide or somebody's beating him up or whatever the case may be. And a lot of schools these days have surveillance cameras in areas like that, and they can basically find out what happened on the playground and if you were on supervision plan at that time. So please be aware of that. Lunch duties. Some of you may catch lunch duty for me, okay? I'll be on lunch duty, as will be my assistant principals, but we have to rotate around and stay up in the office when discipline comes in from other classrooms that are coming in during the lunch period. And so I don't want you to be sitting in a chair like the lifeguard looking left and right in the cafeteria on supervision. I want you to rove around. And I want you to read body language. And I talked about that earlier in my presentation here. Look at the kid that looks like a lonesome child, a child that looks like he or she's not, fitting in very well. Go over and talk to them. You may not know them at all. Just sit down and say, hi, hey, I'm Mr. Akers. How are you doing today? What's your name? Okay, well, who's your teacher? You can ask little questions like that to draw the kid out a little bit. And when you find out who that kid is, whatever, that would be a good time for you after school to go visit that teacher and say, here's what I observed about the child in lunch. Is there anything that, we can work together on? Maybe I can get them to have a lunch buddy that can sit with somebody. Things like that. We want kids to be more inclusive. I'll get into research here a little bit. Most of your school shooters felt alienated in their schools, that they couldn't go to anybody. They didn't have any friends and things like that. Now, some did, but by and large, most of them felt like lone wolves out there. And so the more that we can connect with kids during their earlier years, particularly the elementary kids, the better off things will be. Okay. More supervision stuff. Restroom duty. Okay, there are 3 of us, and we got 15 or 16 bathrooms. And when my kids get out, they have to use the restroom, okay? I can't control them all. I had one assistant male and one assistant female, and then me. So I have to get you all out there on restroom duty, okay? Well, our profession is monopolized, if you will, right up to about 85% female to 15% male teachers. And those figures are even higher in the elementaries. So females, you're going to have to possibly pull restroom duty for male students. Okay, now I'm not advocating that you get into the bathroom, so don't think about that. But I am going to advocate how you can posture yourself outside of the door of the bathroom and giving teachers or giving kids, and I'd love to do this when I'm with you all, but I can't do it effectively here. And I say it kind of jokingly, you need to practice what I refer to as the stern look. And, I make fun saying you need to go home and get in front of your mirror and, kind of work on your ruffled eyebrows and stuff, the I ain't playing look type of a thing. Kids will know that. My wife, when she was a teacher at Lafayette High School, caught restroom duty for boys and stuff like that, raising 2 boys herself, along with me, obviously. She wasn't afraid to give boys a little razzmatazz, saying, get in there, get your business done, and get back out here. We're not going to play with you out there. If you start messing up, I am going to come in there and get you, those type of things. You can kind of set stages like that. And it's interesting, if you are really, really good at your job like that, the boys will go to another bathroom because they don't want to mess with you. I say that was kind of tongue in cheek, but it's a true thing. You may have to do restroom duty, young ladies, with male students. Okay. Access control, visitor policy. The term access control means I want to know who's coming in my building every minute of the day, okay? And I need your help. There are 3 principals, and I've got, at Dunbar, I had 175 staff members, okay? You're my eyes and ears. You're my first responders out there. So if you see somebody who's walking around the hallway who's an adult that is not having a visitor pass hung around their neck, I'm going to ask you to walk up to that person, introduce yourself. Hi, I'm John Akers. I'm a civics teacher here in the 9th grade. Are you a visitor? And the person, if they're really honest about, yeah, I'm a visitor. Well, let's walk up the office and let's get you checked in here, okay? But if the person kind of, blows you off and runs the other direction or storms off the other direction like that, remember those exterior doors are like Swiss cheese sometimes. Anybody can get in. I need you to get an idea of that person, where you last saw them and what their direction, and you need to report it to me immediately. And we have ways of communicating in schools like this, so we can jump into that. So I need you helping me out with access control issues, particularly when you're on planning period or, when you're moving around the hallways. Now, there are general duties that are assigned to by the principal that could happen your way. Let me go to my elementary colleagues for just a minute. In many of our schools, particularly in the smaller school districts, you may just have one school administrator there. And sometimes that school administrator might be called out of his or her office to go to central office or to testify in a court of law or whatever the case may be. And they won't be able to be out there leading the charge on bus call for bus duty. So I may find out that you have 6-hour plan, which is the last hour plan we had at the school where I was at, when I retired. And I would say, Miss Jones, listen, I've got to be out of the office here. I won't be out on bus duty. Would you cover for me? Even though you're not assigned to bus duty for that week, I'm going to ask you as a favor. Would you please come out there and cover for me? I need to get as many bodies out there as possible, please. Would you help me out? And I was never turned down being the head principal that evaluates kids or teachers. But the bottom line here, it's always a good idea to help out your principal in their time of need. So that helps out quite a bit down the road, I'll tell you that. So here's my recap like this. I'm a big believer in ROTE, so that's ROTE. Do the active supervision model. Remember, all those kids that are coming to your school, come into our school, are your kids, not just those who I assigned you. And if you see something or hear something, say something. Let me give you another example. I drove the same route every day for the schools that I worked at. In fact, I could probably drive there blindfolded. And I would be passing a lot of our bus stops driving in. And I would see kids at the bus stops waiting for the buses to come in, things like this. If you're doing that same thing and you're driving through and you see something that doesn't look right, maybe kids fussing, fighting, or if you see a bunch of elementary kids out there at a bus stop and no adults there, you can fill in the blank of things that don't look right. Let me know so that I can get my people out to look at what's going on those bus stops or whatever. That's what I'm talking about. If you see something or hear something, say something. I know a lot of you all are on social medias and things like that. Be very careful with that and what you say and do. But if you pick up something online, let your principals know about that. Let us know. And I'm going to talk about our tip line here in a few minutes. You can certainly, use that as well. Okay. Situational awareness. Okay. And I'm going to talk about this when I get into lockdown things in a few minutes. But what we're trying to develop with my teachers here is know your surroundings, know your options, no matter where you are, what you're doing. If you're in the lunchroom having lunch, or if you're teaching, or if you're in a classroom transition time when students are changing classes, know all of your options on what you can do in case something unforeseen should take place. And I'll get into greater detail on that. Now, here's where I try to scare you a little bit, that if I assign you to be a person on supervision and you're not there and you're willfully neglecting being there, you can be sued and your liability policy will not cover you. You will have $1 million plus. In fact, it's up probably around $2 million policy now on each and every one of you that are in a public school, if you are discharging your duties in a good faith manner. If I can document as your principal that you are all the time being negligent, being out on supervision, and something bad happens in your area, you can be sued and they will not cover you. Now, let me ask you to be a little bit understanding on this thing, because I'm trying to protect the kids, obviously, and protect you as well. Now, are there times when you cannot be out on supervision? The answer to that is yes. Here's an example. You taught your class for the hour that you did, or whatever the case may be, and you're in a classroom setting that's the students are dismissing, going to the next class. I'm giving you a high school example. And you got a kid over there who's got his head down. Or I'm gonna take a swig of water here real quick, I'm getting dry. You got a kid whose head's down, might be crying. Maybe his papaw passed away. I am, this is a total aside here. I am a dog lover. I've had a dog every minute of my life. And I just recently had to put down I'm getting a little teary-eyed thinking about right now my 15-year-old Labrador Retriever. And I sat on the floor crying my eyes out, as a 78-year-old man should. Excuse me. Kids are affected the same way. I want you to sit with that kid and be with them. If it's his papa, his mom, or whatever's going on, be with them. Hang on one more second. Excuse me. Hope I can keep my voice here the rest of the day. So there are times where you're not going to be out on supervision. Okay. Pardon me. I'll get over this in a minute. Be familiar with what your school's operating plan is. We call those EOPs. And at the end of this presentation, I'm going to give you a online flip chart on emergency plans that you can have on your phone, that you can flip to, that most of the schools use the same type of flip charts that we have because we turn it out to all the schools in the state. Okay. Now, as your principal and as you're my rookie teacher here, when we start the school year off without the kids those 4 days before school starts, I'm going to spend at least an hour and a half with you all, well, not one-on-one, but with all my new teachers. And I'm going to go through our emergency operating plans. I'm going to do it very, very thoroughly, and I'm going to document that I had you there. Okay? You need to know exactly how I want you to respond to the different emergencies that occur during the school year. Okay? Now, sometimes principals don't do this. Sometimes they turn it over to a departmental chair or to an assistant principal. I tell head principals, that's your duty. You need to be doing that, but they have to do what they want to do. Okay, and emergencies can occur sometimes outside of class time, such as when you have field trips or when you're out on the playground or when you're in the bus loading zone areas there. If you have a situation where there's an emergency, the news media will try to come in and get quotes from you all. As your principal, I'm going to tell you, I'm directing you not to talk to the media, that you send all media to me. But here's the scenario. If we have a situation where something bad happens in our school, let's say a suicide, which happens far too often in our state, and the media finds out about that, they might go up to the nearest Starbucks or McDonald's and sit around, and school's out, and they'll know that you're a teacher. They may come up there with a microphone when you're at Starbucks getting your pumpkin spice latte to go home with, whatever, and try to get a quote from you. And anything you say to the media can be included in a lawsuit for you saying, well, the kid didn't commit suicide, he was murdered, or we heard things like this, that, and the other. Be aware that anything you say will be libelous for not only you, but for the school. So direct all media to the principal, who I in turn will send it over to the districts, what we call PIO, which stands for Public Information Officer, because I won't even say anything to the media at all. Okay, anytime a kid has an accident in your classroom, and I'm not talking about bathroom accidents, I'm talking about an accident where they get injured, you fill out an accident report, and there's usually 3 copies to that. One goes to the principal, well, you keep one, and then one maybe will go to the counseling office, okay, or the school nurse. Let me give you an extreme example to make my point. I'm looking at a piece of paper right here, and one of the most painful injuries that I get, that I hate the most, is when I get a paper cut. And I mean, it's like a razor on me. And we had a kid in one of our schools, this was probably 2 decades ago, that had a paper cut that the teacher didn't fill out an accident report for him, didn't send him to the school nurse, didn't wash his hands or anything like that. And he got a staph infection. And he had to go to the office, to the hospital, and get antibiotics pumped into him intravenously. And they came back and said, where did that happen? It happened at the school. He went back to the school, and the teacher said, yeah, I remember when that happened. And no, I didn't fill out an accident report form. Well, you can figure out how the rest of that transpired. They didn't end up suing the teacher, but that principal came back around and said any time that a kid stubs their toe, send in an accident report form. It's better to do it and have it dismissed rather than not to do it at all. Okay, this is something that blew my mind. I was at a national meeting listening to first responders, and I found out that something that doesn't get any publicizing at all. We lose more kids in our schools across the country by bleed outs. I mean, that was a total mind-blowing thing to me. That's what are you talking about? Not, stabbings and stuff? No, this is where a kid may be accidentally cut himself. It might be a shop class, or it might be scissors, or it might be, there are all kinds of sharp objects around, in a school setting where you could sever an artery. What are the chances of this happening in your classroom? 1 billion to 1 probably. But I would spend the next time you're at Walmart, when you're my rookie teacher, I would buy a $3 box of 4x4 gauzes and leave it in your desk. And if somebody should cut themselves to where, they're bleeding, get that sucker out, put pressure on that cut, holler for help. It'll come fast and they'll come and get it and stuff like that. Now, what are the chances of that happening? Infinitesimal, but the bottom line is that's something that I would recommend. Know your severe weather zones. Here again, you might be at one end of the building with your class, and I'm talking to elementary teachers right now, and your playground's out on the other end of the building. But then you hear the sirens go off for a severe weather thing. You need to get into, we call that reverse evacuation, getting back into the building, and you may need to put the kids in a safe zone closer to where that door is, where you went out for your playground duty, as opposed to where your classroom is, all the way at the other end of the building. So know where all of your options are as far as your severe weather zones are concerned. And believe it or not, in Kentucky, we have gotten into a tornado alley now. We're getting far too many tornadoes coming in our neck of the woods here. Okay. As your principal, I'm going to tell you that I am going to, if you feed teachers, they will come. I will take all my new teachers, and we'll decide on a day when we're having a conference day. And I, along with you, will take a first aid training from the Red Cross. And I'll pay for the pizza, whatever pizza you like or whatever, and I'll get whatever soft drinks you want, though I'm a Pepsi guy. And I want to train you in first aid. I'm not turning you into an emergency room doctor here like that, but I want you to know certain things that you can do in your area as a teacher, because I'll use this again, you're my first responders, more so than us, the principals, and the EMT folks that may come in. Okay, here we get into some emergency responses here, and there's basically 4 of them. Fire, lockdown, earthquake, and severe weather. Okay, these are the 4 basic ones that we're going to be talking about. Reverse evacuation, I just mentioned in briefly, where you're coming in from maybe a PE class out at the football area there, or out at the stadium, coming in when severe weather comes into play, whatever. Moving from one outside area back into the building is what that means. Okay, so let's talk about fire drills for just a minute. That's required by federal law and the National Fire Protection Association. All publicly owned buildings have to do fire drills, okay? That's the reason why we do this. We will be doing 2 fire drills during the first 30 days of school, okay? Now, in your classroom, you will be having maps right by your door. They're probably a 5x8 card that will show your primary evacuation route and your secondary evacuation route, okay? And so we will be practicing primary and secondary evacuation routes throughout the year, okay? So we have to do 2 during the first 30 days of the year, and then we do 1 per month, weather permitting, okay? And I just talked about the evacuation maps, okay? And take your classroom roster with you when you evacuate the building, because we need to have an accurate accounting of the students that you have. Now, here I'm going to give you a dirty trick that principals do, and we're not trying to trip you up, but we want to be sure you're following what we ask you to do. You've been through enough fire drills over your life, going through public schools or private schools as well, to know that it's kind of like a mass herd going out. And, you got multiple classrooms going out at the same time. Sometimes us principals will snag a kid, say, hey, come with me. I want to see if your teacher's checking the roll. So I'll bring the kid in, put him in my office, then we'll go outside and we'll go around, and he'll be showing me a green card when we ask for attendance that everybody's accounted for, present and accounted for, or you're going to show me a red card saying that you're missing somebody. Or in some schools, they actually have a yellow card saying, I've got somebody extra, okay? So if you show me a green card and I snagged one of your kids, I'm going to put a note in your mailbox to see me at 3 o'clock because you didn't do what I asked you to do to check accurately your roster when we had to, evacuate the school. I know that sounds like a dirty trick, but I think you can see the end result in this thing is that I want accuracy. If you don't have somebody there, don't be embarrassed. Show me the red card. Let me go out and find him. See if we can find out what's going on. That's where the yellow cards come up to play every now and then, where we'll see the kid migrate over to another class. And so that's the reason why we do that. So please understand that. Now, Go Kit, and I'll show you what it kind of looks like. I don't know if you can see this or not, but this is a, I don't know. It looks like a book. Yeah, there it's coming into play like that. It's a book bag, basically. And ours has the Kentucky Center for School Safety on it. But in this bag is what we advocate teachers to have in their classrooms. That when you evacuate, you can pick up that bag and go with it. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you a graphic here in a minute that shows things that can go in there. Okay? And it's a long shopping list. Now, as your principal, and I did this when I was a principal, you can sell a bill of goods to Walmart. Back then we had Kmart's going on. And you can tell them you need some help. And I got book bags and the materials that went into the Go Kit free, donated to Dunbar High School and Bryan Station High School because I advertised for those for those businesses in my yearbook and in my monthly student newspaper. And I also hung banners in the gym and in the football field like that. So they got advertisement for giving me some things here. So let's tell you, in your Go Kit, obviously you might want to have a clipboard in there. And I'm going to go through this real fast for you. Class rosters, special needs students. You might have a kid that has autism, or you might have a kid that has a nut allergy, or fill in the blank there. You should have that. Maybe a water bottle, flashlight. The friction one is that's one you spin where you don't have to have a battery there. Doorstop, whistle lanyard. I'm just going to go through these very quickly. You will have a copy of this PowerPoint presentation for you so you can go through it yourself later on. Now, I do say have non-latex gloves if you have those because kids can have an allergy to that. But you can kind of get an idea of some of the things that can go in there. That's not an all-inclusive list, but a first aid kit is something that needs to be in there. Maybe hand sanitizer, wipes, etc. Sunscreen, believe it or not, if we have evacuation where we go out to the stadium or the playground or whatever, kids may need to have some sunscreen there. So those are some of the items that have been in Go Kits around the state. And I don't expect you to have all of them, but maybe some criteria of the most important things you need to have: classroom roster, medical information on kids, a whistle where you can get somebody's attention, things like that. Now, I'm going to spend a little time on this lockdown drill, okay? We've got to do 2 per year. That's required by the state. I'm going to do more than 2 per year, okay? And I'm going to do it differently, but I'll talk with you about that as we get into this thing. Always practice this entire drill. Do not shortcut it. Let me give you an example of what we have observed before. I'll go to the high school model for just a minute. Sometimes principals will do during second hour class, faculty and staff, we're going to go to lockdown. Go to lockdown. So what do you do as the classroom teacher? You get your kids up, they move over to what we call the safe wall. And now by law, you have to cover that little window that's in your door and you cut off your lights. Okay, that's your lockdown drill, okay? And what we've learned that in some cases, when we ask kids, how did they do the lockdown drill? The teachers covered the window, then told the kids to continue on with their lesson, did not practice the kids to get up and get over to the wall. So when I say practice the entire drill, do it, don't shortcut it. But let me tell you what happens with school shootings. And again, I go back to my 25 that I've talked about firsthand on what happened. School shootings primarily take place before school starts, during lunchtime, or during passage time. Okay? So when do we in the state of Kentucky practice lockdown drills? During second hour class when everybody's in the classroom. That's not an accurate way of doing that. Okay? I hope that there's somebody in this audience here that is from Corbin. Because John Crawford, who was the principal down at Corbin High School, which I think Corbin High School is one of the better high schools in our state, it's because of safety they take it real seriously down there. John Crawford walked into his cafeteria one day, and let me see if I can set the stage for you here. There's a gymnasium on one side, then there's what I call a concourse. That's a big lobby that you have in the gymnasium outside where the concession stands are and whatever. Well, in that school, the concession stand area also doubles as the cafeteria kitchen. Okay, so as you walk into this area, you have a big hallway behind you, you have a big hallway in front of you, and you have 10 doors over here going into the gymnasium, and then you have the 2 serving lines over here into the kitchen. I hope you get the pictorial view I'm trying to give you there. So John comes in with his bullhorn with his assistant principal. He says, "All right, kids, listen up." They're totally blown away. "What's going on? We're having lunch right now, talking to my friends and stuff like that. Listen up here. If a school shooter should come in here, what would you do?" The kids drew back and, "Well, I don't know. I guess I would get underneath the table." Well, we've learned through some of these bad shootings, that's not what you want to do. You want to have what we call a moving target. Okay? So we don't want you to do that. We want you to run and hide. That's what we want to kind of get into your mind here. Run and hide. If it happens before school, when you're in the hallways, when you're in lunchroom, when you're being dismissed, whatever the case may be, we want you to run away from the noise. So where would you go? And the kids who were sitting closest by the gym doors, they said, "Well, we would go over that way." And the kids who were sitting closest to the one hallway, "Well, we would go that way," and the same thing the other way. And then those kids who were closest to the kitchen would go that way. He said, "Okay, on my mark, and don't run over anybody. Get out of here as quickly as you can. Go." Well, he had his assistant principal had a stopwatch, and she clicked it like that. In 9 seconds, 300 plus kids evacuated that cafeteria. When they came back in, John said, "Now, let me tell you, that was fantastic. You did a great job. And just be aware that shootings can happen before school, during lunch, and all those things I just told you about." But he said, "That's through Monday through Friday for 36 weeks a year. How many of y'all go to church?" And all their hands went up. And they said, "Okay, know where your exits are in your sanctuary." Actually, there have been more church shootings than there have been school shootings, but a lot of people don't know that. Oh, when you come up to Rupp Arena to watch, I won't say UK basketball right now, but maybe Alan Jackson, which is one of my favorite artists, boom, know where you should go. I had the privilege of my son playing in the NFL. And every NFL game, before the game started, the announcer came on and showed on the big Jumbotron all of the exit routes. So John's telling his kids, be developing situational awareness. Know your surroundings, know where you should go. That'll help you out. I have 2 granddaughters that, we raised 2 boys. And I have 2 granddaughters that I hover over. They're older now and stuff like that. And I coach them, when they go to the mall at night and whatever, I don't have my keys with me, but keep your key or keep your pepper spray in your hand when you go out to the parking lot. Yeah, I'm a protective papaw, I know that. But the bottom line here is I want my granddaughters to be, safe. I don't care about the grandsons, that they can define their, but I'm being funny. But I really want them to understand situational awareness, okay? Now,
Not
I
to
mentioned right
interrupt
here.
you, I actually graduated from Corbin and had Mr. Crawford as my principal for 3 years, and we
Oh,
did that drill at least once a semester for 3 years.
oh, Emily, thank you so much.
It was to the
Yeah,
point he would tell us to flip the tables over to hide like
yeah,
behind them and would like show us how to flip the tables.
yeah.
Like it was kind of insane to live through, but he did show us that every semester. So
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. By the way, you guys got rooked off in that state tournament for football with Boyle County, but I'm an honorary Red Hound. Okay, we'll talk later about that. But thank you, Emily, for sharing that. Okay, If you are doing what you're supposed to be doing in your classroom, and a shooting should occur, and you swoop the hallway and get the kids in there, your door should already be in a pre-lock mode already. Then you put that curtain across the window there and get the kids over to the safe wall there. They may not be your students, you know what I'm saying? Because pandemonium could occur, and that's happened 3 times in the state of Kentucky over the last 40 years. So the chances of that happening may not happen, but I want to embed in your mind another way to do a lockdown drill, basically. Now, there's a model out there called ALICE, and unfortunately, several of our school districts, and I'm up in their principal's grill, or it's not principal's grill, the superintendent's grill on this model. Let me tell you what it's like and what it does, what it doesn't do. ALICE is an acronym, and it's a strategy for what I would consider adult buildings, such as the college I'm sitting in right now. This would be a good model for that, or a business model, but it's not a good model for schools. Now, let me tell you why. This is an acronym. A stands for alert. Well, yes, we want you to be alerted that there's a shooter in the building. L stands for lockdown. Heck yes, we want you to be locked down. I'm going to send you information to your cell phones as this situation occurs. So I'm going to give you those 3 things there. I want to alert you, I want you to be in lockdown, and I'm going to inform you during this episode, so to speak. C stands for counter. And this is where we teach the kids, or where they teach the kids to fight. Okay? They might get something, throw their books at them, or they might fill in the blank, whatever they could try to do that. You might have some macho guys in high school try to jump John Wayne and beat the guy, try to get that taken care of like that. We don't advocate teaching kids how to fight. Okay? Now, we can teach staff members tactical fighting if they choose to be trained in that. That's not a mandatory thing, but some schools actually have their teachers trained in tactical fighting if something like that should happen. Okay, let me give you 2 examples of why we don't teach the kids to fight. Oh, and look, let me get into the E. Escape, E stands for escape. This gives the teacher the authority during a lockdown to evacuate their classroom without being told. Okay? When they think, that's the operative word, that it's safe. That's not good. That's not good at all. Because you may not know what's going on the other end of the building, and you might be putting your kids in peril. So when you're in a lockdown mode, you stay locked down until law enforcement comes by and unlocks you. So let me get back to my point about the fighting model. I don't know if any of you are from Northern Kentucky, but over at Ryle High School back in 1992, they had a guy by the name of Clay Shrout that shot his mom, dad, and 2 sisters, and came to school with a loaded .357 Magnum, and had his girlfriend hostage, dragged her into his trigonometry class, held the class hostage. Okay? So here's a kid, and you get the classroom setting. He's in there by the door, inside the classroom, holding the teacher and 25 kids hostage with a loaded gun with his girlfriend, who is a victim as well, by the way. And so if you follow the ALICE model, they're going to tell you, well, you need to get your textbooks and desks and stuff and start throwing out there and overwhelm that shooter. Well, I'm here to tell you that police officers right next door to me here will tell you that kid's crazy already. He's murdered 4 people already. 6 more won't make any difference. He'll open up fire. Stephen Sorrell, and I still say his name because I know him personally, pounded on the door and said, "Clay, it's Mr. Sorrell. Let these people go. I will come in there." No, Mr. Sorrell, they argued back and forth too. Eventually the kid said, all right. And he diffused that whole situation. God bless his soul. But if we tried to do the fight model, can you see what could happen? Now, I will go fast forward about 20 years later when they were teaching this model over in Colorado at a STEM school, standing for science, technology, and engineering and mathematics. And they taught the kids to fight. Well, a kid fought a shooter and got shot and killed. So back away from the counter thing and back away from the evacuation when you really don't know what's going on out there. Now, most school shootings will take place between 3 to 5 minutes. That's before The SRO will neutralize the situation, or what we like to refer to as the cavalry, the rest of the street cops coming in. They're trained to shoot the shooter. They're not trained to negotiate. They're trained to shoot the shooter, okay? So we want you to stay put, then let me come around, not me, law enforcement come around and bring you out. And that's where you're going to have your heads up and you're going to be going out there, okay? And then get you into a bus and get you to a reunification center, okay? So that's what happens there. And as your principal, I would be telling you about that. And as your principal, Emily, I would be teaching you different techniques and tactics on what you can do to run away and hide. If you can't hide, like John was showing you, maybe you didn't have a route where you could go. You had to get behind something to protect yourself, like those tables. So I'm so glad to hear that. And I'll tell John about that. He'll love that. By the way, I've hired him as one of my principal mentors. Okay. To date, I don't have any wood here. I'll just have for Micah. I'll knock on this. No one has been shot. No one has entered a locked classroom and shot people. Now, down at Parkland, they didn't have that window covered, and the kids were not over on the safe wall. So the shooter, and I don't want to call his name, saw through there, shot through the glass, and winged a kid. Now, it didn't kill him, but he took a shot in the shoulder there. That's why we added in the law in the state of Kentucky that you cover that window with some kind of covering during the lockdown drill, okay? But please know this fact that to date, no one has ever entered a locked classroom door and killed one. Now, I'm sitting at Eastern Kentucky University in the College of Justice and Safety and Engineering and whatever else we do here. That Alice model is a good model for college, but not K through 12, okay? I think I've hit on this hard enough for you. So now, if the school is in lockdown mode, again, don't open your door. Oh, there's one other thing I want to mention to you. And I'll train you, and I'll train you on this, that if I get on the PA system when we've had a live lockdown situation, and I come on and say, okay, faculty and staff, everything's safe now, you can stop the lockdown, proceed as normal, you're not to do that. Maybe the gunman's got a gun to my head and says, get on there and say that. And so you wait until law enforcement comes by and unlocks the door and escorts you out of there. Okay, earthquake drills, believe this or not. And now we haven't had much up here in our area here. We had a couple of tremors maybe a year and a half ago, but West Kentucky, down by that New Madrid fault down there, they get shakes quite often down there. And I'll just touch on this very quickly. You've got to do 2 earthquake drills. That's supposed to show you how your room's shaking there. They do the drop, cover, and hold. You probably know that, where you get the kids underneath the desk and hold onto their desk. That's because the room will vibrate, by the way, and debris could fall down on their head. And be careful when leaving the building. You will tell them that. Now, what we say is that if you have done the drop, cover, and hold model, you've done half the drill. The other half of the drill is to say, okay, talk to them. If it should happen, what do you think it would happen? Well, the room would be ajar. Maybe the door jamb will be jammed and you can't get out of your room. What would you do? But if you can get out of your room, you'll have the ceiling tile down, and I've got a sprinkler right above me here, and I have electricity right here. And some of your schools have natural gas lines that come into the school to warm your classroom. Okay? You need to tell them that you might have electrical wire hanging down. You might have gas lines that could be leaking. Usually they're not over classrooms. They're usually over main hallways, by the way. But your water and electrical lines, they don't get along too well. And, they might have hanging debris. So you might do the gather hands and do the snake thing as you snake through there. I think you know what I'm talking about when I say get together as a line and kind of, snake your way out of there and out of and you'll see debris in the hallway and things like that as well. So chances of that happening, virtually none, but be aware. Take your go kit with you, obviously. Severe weather, basically, they are really revising this now. By the way, since 2017, they've been new construction is putting you or is constructing weather rooms for you. They're in areas of the building where it's been double reinforced, and you're no longer going to be in the hallway in many cases, because that's a wind tunnel when actual tornadoes occur. So they may have you go to a different area on that. So know your evacuation plan and know your different zones. Like I said earlier, if you're coming in from the outside, coming in, and there's an immediate danger there, you want to go to the closest severe weather zone that you can go to there, and have your go kit ready there as well. Okay, let me take a swig of water here, because I really want to talk with you about this. This is very near and dear to my heart. I experienced 5 kids during my time as a principal that committed suicide. And I can tell you, I carry those kids with me every day. I can tell you their names, and I can go through the whole ball of wax there, but I don't want to do it. But be aware that in about 2008, I got partnered with the Department of Mental Health. Now it's called the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disabilities. And I said, we need to do something about training suicide prevention in our schools. And so we were able to pass a law, and that's 158.070. That mandates that each teacher gets 1 hour of suicide prevention training for all K through 12 staff members. It used to be just for 6th grade teachers through 12th grade, but now we're having 2nd and 3rd graders that are committing suicide, believe this or not, in our state. And so I want you all to be trained on that. And so does the state, and that's mandated by law. So as a principal, I'm not going to let you do this training on your laptop and you can pass forward as you look at your cell phone. I'm going to sit in the library with you as we go through this training together, okay? So that everybody, I'm viewing you and my classified staff, that we're all on this same thing, taking the same training. I know the training forward and backwards. But if I say you all get trained and I sit in my office and do other things like that, I'm not being a good role model for my teachers. So I'm going to sit in there with you, and I'm going to be sure that you're paying attention. And I want you to really take this seriously, because the second portion of this law is that you are going to be teaching kids 6th grade through 12th grade on suicide prevention strategies. Now, I'm going to give you a video that you can show. I'm also going to give you what I will call an instructor's manual with the top 15 or 20 questions that kids will ask you, so you have answers there. You're not suicide preventionists, you're not that way, but you can be a facilitator of information. These videos that you will show the kids are somewhat self-explanatory, but this should not be viewed upon as a pain in your neck and you want to go ahead and teach your god-awful civics lesson. Take time. This is that caring factor thing I talked with you about as well. That's that environment that I want the kids to feel about. Now, you know, you've shown this throughout the year. Now, we have to do this before September the 15th each year. And so I want you from middle of August to when this time comes in September to really nurture your relationship with your kids and make them feel that this is so important to you that you want them to understand that it should be important to them. So I hope I've made my point with you on that. I mentioned earlier,
Sir,
yes.
if I'm not mistaken, I think they extended that to 4th grade through 12th grade. Did they not?
Yes, you're right. And you're absolutely correct. Yes. Thank you for saying that. I didn't revise my PowerPoint of the thing, but Samuel.
Okay, I was just sure, because I was like, I had to do that training to be a para. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's 4th through 12th now, not 6th through 12th, but.
Yeah. Thank you so much for saying that. And I will make myself a note to revise that, because this is a 2-year-old video right here. Let's see. See, at my old age, I'm still a lifelong learner. There you go. Thank you again. Okay. This is a partnership with our center and the Office of Homeland Security here in Kentucky, the Office of Homeland Security. I wish I could show you a picture of what their nerve center looks like up there, but they have multiple telephone lines that come in. They have multiple computers and things like this. Kids can, and adults can, activate this tip line by that. You can put it on your phone by using a QR code there, or you can text in, whatever. This tip line is monitored 24/7, 365. And When in doubt, send us a tip. We will want to look out what's going on. I'm trying to think. This lady who runs this tip line for us up at the Homeland Security Office made a report with us to our board at the end of October. And from middle of August to the end of October, we had over 1,400 plus hits. And in the category of mental health, probably about, I think they said close to 40% of those things were mental health tips. Now, they also had some stupid tips that, cafeteria food sucks, things like that. But bullying was a big issue there. Probably about 15% dealt with weapons. But that system is up and running. We've been have that. I send at least 10 of these posters a year in your schools. If you don't see those posters posted in your schools, find a way. I would like to know about that because I can send them again. State law requires them to have those posters up. And so there also is a video that teachers are supposed to do. It's not mandatory, that they're supposed to show their kids on how to access this. Now, most of your kids are so online competent, more so than some of us old guys are. They know how to do this thing like this. But tell them, don't shy away from this. Now, do we get some kids that try to tattle on one another when they aren't, when it's not legitimate? Let us determine that, okay? Let us determine that, which we will. And also, we can find ways eventually, if it's a death threat or whatever, we can eventually get a what we call an administrative subpoena, where we can go back and find out what that IP address is. But right now, it's one with that it's anonymous, unless there's a death threat, and then we can go through the Attorney General's office and get that administrative subpoena to find out what that address is. Okay, a couple other things to be aware of. Child abuse. This is where you start looking at your kids, knowing your kids from day one, and if you see kids that look like they might be under some kind of duress, you might see a black eye, you might see burns on their hands. I mean, I can go through a whole litany, and I'm going to send you what we call look-fors on child abuse. So some things that you can be aware of. It's your duty to report that to your principal immediately. And here's what I tell you all based on litigation over the years. If you report a kid for child abuse, I recommend you do it in threes. One, your principal. Two, notify Children's Services. You should know who your Children's Services numbers are right there in your immediate community. And then if you have a school resource officer there, I would document that. I would put them all in writing. I would send an email to them, and then I would come up to your principal and say, hey, I sent you an email that I suspect this kid might be, being abused, whatever. It's not up to you to determine if it is. That's Children's Services to do that investigation. But they have to get the heads up. Maybe 30 to 40% of these things are not legit, but maybe 40 to 50%, maybe even more 60% might be legit. And so we need to get those kids help. And don't think it's just coming from what I will call a different zip code or a different race. It crosses the board. I've seen kids abused in multi-million-dollar homes. And I've seen kids that are abused in homes that aren't very wealthy, I'll put it in those terms like that. So it crosses all of those things. So be aware of that. Okay, I already talked about the tip line. This is for high school people, and I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this one, but dating abuse, much like spouse abuse, has been since my time down in being a principal at Dunbar. I had a couple of cases of dating abuse where guys beat up their girlfriends, and you don't find that as a fight that occurs in a school, because that's, when there's a fight occurs, there's a huge audience there. This happens behind closed doors, so to speak. And so that can occur. So if you, and I have a whole story that I could tell you on that, but it's not effective right now. But when I did catch this one kid with dating abuse, he came from a very wealthy family. And I was not a very professional principal at the time because I saw my granddaughter there, if you know what I'm talking about.
And I wanted to know why in the world he thought he could beat up a girl. Now, I'm old school, folks. You know that. I was raised, you never raise a hand to a girl. That was just me. That's what mom and dad told me. And that's what, my brother and I lived under that code. But today we have boys that are beating up girls. And I think that's wrong. So when I asked the boy, I said, and I wasn't very friendly, very, very friendly to him. I'll just let you know that. What makes you think you could do that? And I was a lot more adamant than that. He said, well, when my mom steps out of line, dad has to correct her. Have you ever heard the apple not falling too far from the tree? Well, that's an example that I can point to for an example. You wouldn't believe this. Multi-million-dollar home, and the kid says, well, my mom steps out of line, dad has to step in and correct her. That's not the way it works in my family. Of course, I married an Irish woman, so I'm afraid of her still to these days after 55 years of marriage. But the bottom line here is that be aware of that. Let's get off that and move on. I told you about bullying, human trafficking. Okay, this is something that, I'm trying to make you aware of everything, and I'm going to send you something on this as well. We had 42 cases of human trafficking in our public schools this past year. Okay, I'm talking about the last school year. Okay, how does that happen? Well, you have people out there that prostitute children. They groom children. And my guess is you probably know what I'm talking about because I don't want to get into that too much. But they will find a kid, find the vulnerabilities, find ways to groom the kid to do whatever they want them to do, and then they'll happen. Some of these arrests came from people who attended the Derby, who attended UK basketball games, who attended Keeneland, who attend. Anytime you have thousands of people coming to an event, these are where these I'm trying to find a word here. I'll just use the word pimps, for lack of a better term. I can't think of another synonym right now. Bad guys, and I guess bad women. They prey on these kids, and they prey on these large settings like that. I'm going to send you look-fors on that. When you have, and you usually see it in clothing and in hygiene, where kids have been coming to school, kind of not real clean, and they have older clothes. Then all of a sudden, they're spit shined and shined up, and they wear really nice clothes and stuff like that. That may not mean that they didn't get it legitimately, but there might be some things that come into play with this. And so rather than trying to do this over a Zoom session here, I will send you a brochure on things that you can look for on those things. So those are just kind of be aware. And that crosses elementary, middle, and high school as well. Okay, alcohol and drug abuse, vaping is destroying our kids. It's odorless, it's smokeless, and we have kids that are just falling out of their desks high on something. I spend thousands of dollars a year training principals and SROs and teachers and people like this on the look-fors of these things. You can pull into any one of these silly gas stations where you can see Delta 5 and everything out there. And they really don't check their IDs, and kids will get older people to buy them for them, whatever. It is horrible. We spend a lot of money on vape detection, whatever, but just be aware that that's out there, and they can take a hit in your classroom. Have your little pen that looks like a flash drive, suck on it like this, and be higher than a kite right there. So be cognizant of that. And that's part of that proximity control that I'm talking about. As you walk around the classroom, kids aren't as apt to pull it out of their pocket and take a hit and things like that. So please be aware of that. Okay, now this is where I get to protect you guys as your principal, that is. You're my rookie teacher. Sometimes some parents out there will take advantage of rookie teachers and try to have their way with you when it comes to intimidating you and whatever. Now, all but 10 school districts in our state have parent civility policies where the parents have to behave themselves when they come in and have a meeting with you. Now, they have a right to come in and challenge you about a grade or a discipline thing and stuff like that, but they have to be civil. They can't come in there flipping you off, cussing at you, telling them you're going to take them to the Board of Education and scaring the bejesus out of you. They do not have that right to do that. They have a right to sit down in a civil manner and do that. Now, here's what will do, and this is what I will require of you, and I tell other principals in the state, you need to follow my model on this thing. For your first 2 years as my teacher, you will conduct parent conferences in my conference room with me sitting in the back. I'm going to let you be in the front of the room conducting it, but I'm going to be looking over your shoulder, and I'm going to train you on how to work with them and how the do's and don'ts and what we call the trigger instances that can set parents off. I'll train you on that before you have it. But I'll let you solo, but I'll be right behind you on that thing. I want the parents to look over and see Papaw sitting behind you, knowing that I've got your back, and I want you to tell the parents what you need to tell them. And then if it starts going awry, then I'll step in, but 95% of the time, I don't have to do that. But I want to protect you. And after this second year, you'll get your own style on that thing, and then I'll say, you want me there, or one of my assistants there, or a counselor there? You let me know, because I want to protect you. Because we're losing teachers at a horrendous rate. And one of the reasons being is that parental abuse. And I don't want that to happen to y'all. I want to protect my Eastern guys and gals to be in there to be good teachers. And so please understand that. Okay? All right. Now, I hope this works. Get your phones out. You have my permission to get your phones out and see if that will work for you, that QR code. And I'll take a swig of water while you're doing that. Give me a thumbs up if it came across. Good, thank you, thank you. Okay, what you've downloaded there is the flip chart for emergency procedures that are in there. Thank you, Samuel, I see that. Did it work okay? Yeah, all right. And so that's something that is kind of I guess a handout for you to have. And Angela, remind me to get to them the PowerPoint, the child abuse, and the human trafficking handouts. And I'll send that to you guys, or to you, then you can pass it on to the kids there. This to the adults there. Let me entertain questions for you. I appreciate your attendance on this thing, and again, I really don't like doing PowerPoints, but it's the next best thing there, and it seems like you guys were really tied into this thing. And so hit me with questions. I'll be glad to respond to you.
Can you go back to the slide with the QR code, please?
Okay, go back to the what now?
The slide with the QR code?
Yes. Okay.
I have a question about lockdown procedures. So
Yes.
I know you said you didn't recommend the ALICE, which is what they do in the county that I'm with right now. What do you recommend? Like, is there another program you recommend, or do you just recommend like how to run?
Okay. That's a great question you have there, Morgan. What I will tell you to do personally, just keep your kids in your classroom. They give you the option. They give you the option to leave it or not. Okay. Okay. So just stay put and let somebody unlock your door. And then I would not, if I were you, I would not teach the kids to fight. What grade level do you teach?
Just the county that I'm in now, I've been subbing some before, and that's what the training I had to do to be able to sub.
Yeah.
ALICE.
What grade will you be teaching when you start teaching?
Whenever I go, I'll be at a different county, so I'm not sure what they do, but I'll be with second grade first.
Now, can you imagine trying to teach second graders to fight? So
Yes.
yeah,
I know, and a lot of them would say, like, I'm not going to fight anybody. Like, I'll be too scared to even be able to fight.
and you're absolutely correct on that. And what I am reflecting is not just a John Akers thing here. What I'm reflecting is that what my colleagues across the country, I'm tied into 34 other directors of school safety, and we all are all in agreement. And again, that's a good plan for a private business. That's a good plan for a college, because we've had shootings over, we just had one up here we had a stabbing up here at K-State, but Virginia Tech is the one that caught everybody's attention several years ago. And so that's how that evolved out of that. And I will debate till the cows come home. Been in the role for 25 years in this thing, and I know, have you ever seen that Farmers Insurance commercial where the guy says, I know a few things because I've seen a few things? Well, that's kind of like me. I know a few things because I've seen a few things and hear a few things. And I don't want you to be like that Rowell High School, there's the word I'm trying to get out, shooting situation there. stay in your room, and you're not going to teach second graders to teach, so you to fight, so you should be good. The good question, Morgan.
Thank you.
Let's say that you are concerned about child abuse, neglect, suicide, some other thing that requires you to report something to administration. Do you recommend bringing up to the student your status as a mandated reporter and telling them that you're reporting it, or do you recommend kind of working in the shadows?
Okay, let me cut straight through the chase in this thing. All you're going to do is tell your principal and your child services person what you are observing, okay? And so that's not being in the shadows. That's being upfront on what you're going down. They will tell you, let us look into it, okay? That's what they will tell you that's going to do. But I want you to be sure that you are following up with some kind of documentation, i.e. the email. And what happened is there's a court case, and I didn't get into it here, but I'll get it now. There was a court case in Kentucky where a teacher reported a child abuse to a principal. The principal sat on it and didn't do anything. The kid was being abused, and so the lawsuit backtracked down there. And so they sued the principal and the teacher for negligence, okay? So now principals are being trained that you take it right to Children's Services. But we have some principals out there, and I won't say there are many, but I'll say you might have some principals out there that may not follow the letter of the law. And I want to protect you, my teacher, so to speak. So I want you to make sure that you have a documentation to the principal and tell the principal that you're reporting it to Children's Services. And if you have an SRO in your building, the same thing as well. So you will be overt on that and not in the shadows. Good question.
Does every school in Kentucky have a SRO now?
No, and that's a sad thing. We have 1,324 schools. We got 928 SROs. And some SROs are being shared among buildings. In fact, one of the things I was just talking with you about before I came on here, I was sending a survey out to all SROs, letting me know where they're assigned, because I lobby for funding for SROs to be reimbursed for their salaries in their school districts. And so I need to have an accurate accounting of how many SROs we have. So we have 400 in some odd schools that do not have an SRO assigned to them on a full-time basis. And so we're working on that. When I first started here back in 2000, we had like 98 of them. And then we got a few more each year. But then when we passed the School Safety Resiliency Act in 2019, after the shooting we had down at Marshall County, those numbers started escalating exponentially. And so now we're up to 928, and I'm anticipating well over 1,000 by the same time next year. But if you don't have an SRO in a school when you are eventually assigned one as a teacher, and you want to see if we might be able to swing one over there on occasion just to do walkthroughs or whatever, I'm networked in with the people who do all the training next door to me here, and we can arrange that. Principals would probably appreciate that too, having somebody walk through, if nothing more, having their cruiser parked out in front. Good question. Anything else? Okay, well, let me put a ribbon on this one and just say that, I want to thank Brandy and Angela for inviting me to share a few things with you on this. I know this was like drinking from a fire hose, giving you all kinds of stuff thrown out there. That's why I'm going to send you the PowerPoint so you can come back and pick up what you might have not gotten during this time. But it's important for me to make sure that as you get into your profession, and I hope you'll stay in there in one way or the other, in education, I really want you to be able to treat these kids with a caring mode, that you're their teacher, not their buddy. But when you get to that mode with them where you are with them and they believe in you, it's a great thing. I have kids come up to me, they're not kids anymore. Heck, a lot of them are retired adults now, telling me how much I meant to them as their teacher, as their principal, and you will have that. That's some of these great rewards that you get. And so, and it wouldn't hurt either. And Emily, I'm going to call John Crawford as soon as I get done here and tell him Emily Perry said, you done good. And so we'll be able to do that. Here's my contact information. If you have any follow-up questions you want to answer, fire them to me. I got my EKU address right here. I do invite you to look at our website. It's chock full of all kinds of stuff in there. Also, Angela also remind me to send the elementary school lockdown workbook. I failed to mention that. We want to have elementary kids practicing lockdowns, but we don't want to scare them. And I have a workbook that was devised and created by elementary teachers, principals, and school psychologists that will give our elementary teachers some good ideas on how they might want to conduct lockdown drills when the time comes in their schools like that. So those are 3 documents now, I guess I had. So remind me, Angela, that's your homework to give them to me before I leave my office here, and I'll get those to you, okay? So if you have any questions, students, the rest of the time and stuff like that, or want to make me aware of that, I respond to you, believe it or not. In fact, to give you an idea, one of my students in the class of 91 has asked me to join him on a podcast on Friday on school safety, because we're going to be talking about the shooting at Sandy Hook, and he wanted me to talk about firsthand stuff that we're talking about. So there are my students doing good things out there too. God bless you all on what you're doing. I think it's absolutely wonderful that you're pursuing this career. Y'all take care, and Merry Christmas to y'all.
Thank you so much. And I know, because when I was in the schools, I would often go back to the sites that you had shared when I was DPP and, review, because it's a lot of information. And so I think what they're going to find is when they hit certain situations, look at all their love that they're sending you. When you hit certain situations, they're going to want to go back and look at and now he said something about that. What was it? Because then it becomes urgent, and it's that urgency that drives them to your site. So thank you so much for your time every semester that you do this, and for everything you do to keep our schools safe. We appreciate you. All right, guys, let's take a little break. Let me look at that agenda, because I've already made one mistake today. Yeah, Darlene Stalker is supposed to join us at 3:30. So let's go ahead. If nobody has anything else for Mr. Akers, I just want to be sure before we lose him for today. Okay, let's go ahead and take your break, and let's be back here at 3:25. I want 5 minutes before our last session, so that as soon as she's over with, you all can go. So let's come back at 3:25, and I'm going to put some things out there, and you all can ask any questions for follow-up today, and we'll kind of do our wrap-up pre last session. Sound good? All right, let's take a break. Be back at 3:25. Thanks. Hey, Darlene, we've taken a little break. And so if you want to go ahead and test, we're just going to have a quick chat at 3:25. We're going to kind of do some wrap up before your presentation. So when you're finished, I'll be able to let them go. So if you want to go ahead, I think I've got if you're going to share any kind of presentation or anything, if you want to go ahead and be checking on that while we're waiting for a couple people to come back in at 3:25, I'm just going to do a little wrap up, and then at 3:30, we'll get you started. Okay, I'll continue to let people in as those pop up on my screen. I just wanted to do a couple of reminders. One, if any of you, missed a section of today's or want to go back and look at something, Brandy said she will get that. We've been recording. Brandy will get that recording out next week. A reminder that you start the first day back in January that your CT starts. So if they have a PD day, the very first day back, then you go on that PD day. If they have an NTI day on that very first day back, then whatever, I would first of all make sure I have been in touch with my CT and see what the school plans to do for NTI days. And make sure that they know that you're willing to do whatever. If they don't do online, if they just do packets, then offer to score those, give feedback, do something so that you're an active participant in that, so you can count it as a day. It could be very difficult if it's the first day back to school. Usually they won't do an NTI day the very first day back at school, but we don't know what every day is going to bring this winter. So keep that in mind. The other thing is probably the same day she sends out the recording. She will either share those presentations in a folder for you all or somehow get those to you. So be aware of that. Make sure, again, the biggest thing is just make sure you're touching base with your CE and your CT so that you kind of have all your ducks in the row for whatever is the first day back to school for you all. Have a plan and be in communication and make sure that you understand what your responsibilities are the first few days or the first week. Any questions from anybody about today or something that you heard now that you've mulled over, you have further questions?
So if we're supposed to start like the day that they go back in January, how will
Yes.
that sort of play with like EKU's dorms reopening and stuff like that?
That's a great question. If you're doing a Madison County school, I think my assumption is you have to figure that out. I don't really know. I've not ever had to deal with that question before, so I don't know. Is any of the rest of you dealing with this and maybe know the answer? I'll put it to the good of the group. I don't know the answer to that.
I'm
Yeah,
an
so
RA,
Oh, there you
so
go.
you need
Yay!
to have break housing in order to be able to stay. So I don't know if it's still open on the housing portal, but there's a break housing link in the housing portal that you can click on, and it should take you to the process to get that figured out.
Fantastic. Did everybody get that needs that information?
thank you, Callie.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Yeah, there are going to be things like that that I don't know. Brandy usually does most things with the student teachers. I run things like this because it's, pretty simple to do, in my wheelhouse. But when it comes to the finer details of student teaching, she runs that ship. So, I'm glad that Callie had the answer for us. Thank you so much. Anything else? All I can tell you is take your vitamins, take your supplements, because the first thing that's going to happen to you is you're going to be around a lot of germs that are new to you and you will get sick. So build up your your body's immune system while you can. Um, I don't know why it has to be that way, but it just is. I know about everybody I know experiences that. So it'll be a tremendous experience. You'll never forget it. So I know our next speaker is already here. And so this may be someone that you all already know because she works at the Advising and Career Services. She's the associate director. It's Miss Darlene Stalker is with us. And she often joins I think everyone I've ever been at, she's joined us for. So, and gives us great information on resume writing and interview do's and don'ts. And as you heard from several people today, those will be up on your doorstep before you know it. So it's good to have this, and maybe it's something that you can work on while you're on a break. So with that said, I'll let her start her presentation.
So good afternoon, everyone. I've been down here kind of playing around on this. The Zoom that I usually have, I can do a poll, but for some reason I'm not finding it on here even under more. So if anybody finds that, let me know. But again, I'm Darlene Stalker, and I am the Associate Director here in the Office of Advising and Career Services. And basically what that means is we do everything we can to make sure that you're career ready, okay? Because nobody wants to go to college for 3 to 5 years is what I typically say, because sometimes they come in and they carry credits. Sometimes they decide to do an experience or travel abroad or do something. So you just never know. But on average, 3 to 5 years, depending on your circumstance, and then walk away and not be employable, right? So career readiness is really a big deal. So I've been asked today to reach out and talk to you all about resumes, do's and don'ts, kind of, and then interviewing. So I'm going to get started and see do I have permissions to share my screen? Let me see.
Yes, you do.
I do. Okay. All right. Can everybody see that? All right. So effective resume writing. And I will say that at the end of this presentation, we do have a resume that's geared more for teaching. Okay. Just so that you guys know. But when we talk about effective resume, there's different things that go into it to make it more powerful and more of an impact. And I'm going to bypass this because I know that Angela probably can get me the roster that I can put into Slate for attendance. So what we tell students all the time is that a resume is not intended to get you a job, even though if it's crafted really well, it very well may give you a head start. But more importantly, it's designed to get you the interview, which is the next best thing. Okay. So on average, how long do you think employers look at a resume? If anybody wants to jump in there, let me know. This is where
more than 30 seconds.
30 seconds?
That's a very quick graze over is what I would assume.
Okay. Anyone else?
I was going to say maybe just 10.
Yeah, 10 seconds. Okay.
I think if it looked good, they'd actually spend at least a minute on it. But if it looks like crap, probably 10 seconds.
Okay. Well, national average says 6 to 7 seconds. But I do think it's like, Michaela, you mentioned earlier, all of you all, actually, you're kind of right. The initial glance at a resume is probably, if I'm being totally honest, as an employer that's recently done some interviews, it's probably my yes, my no pile, right? And I'm looking very quickly through to see if the education is there, the qualifications, especially if the job that I am posting requires a degree. Okay. So I might look and I might say, okay, this is yes, that's a no. This is yes, that's a no. Okay. And then I'll go back to it and I'll give it the due diligence that it deserves. But yes, at a glance, it's the national average is like 6 to 7 seconds is what they're going to look at it. Okay. And that's usually just for affirmation that the person has the degree and has the things that, the qualifications that the employer's asking for. The one thing that we often talk to students about is to make sure that you understand not to use a template. And there's a couple of reasons why, but the main reason is the applicant tracking systems that are out there. You have no way of knowing when you do a resume on a template, when you submit it, if the employer that you're actually applying for a job with is going to be using an applicant tracking system. Okay. So I don't know if like all school systems, but I think, aren't you guys going to like a one central area for applications now? Is that true, Angela? Like for to apply for a job, or are you still going county by county?
I mean, they can. I don't know that there's a universal application still yet because so many districts use different programs, and you have to remember, I'm retired, so I've not been on CAP forever.
Okay. Yeah. So that's hence is what we're talking about is some counties may have you go directly and apply, and then others may be going through like a third party. Okay. So because we don't know which ones are using a third party, then we recommend that you don't use a template when you're creating your resume. So, an example of that might be if you are on LinkedIn or you're on Indeed and you see a job posting, okay, and you apply for that, you're more than likely going to be going through an applicant tracking system, okay? So basically that's like a third party that you're going through, okay? So in order to avoid there being some glitches in the system, we say don't use the template. Okay. Templates have columns, they have tables built within. And when you use them, that applicant tracking system, as sophisticated as it is, doesn't always read that there's something in that column. And if it reads there's nothing in the column, it might spit your resume out and say that it's incomplete. Okay. So we just say don't use a template. That way you don't have to worry about it. Okay. But again, there are some places that don't use them, but that's the problem is you don't know which ones are and which ones are not. Like here at EKU, if you were to apply for a job, you're going straight to EKU's website, to our HR. Okay. And you're applying for a job. So you don't have to worry about whether or not there's going to be a glitch for that third party. Okay. So, we just say to be on the safe side, don't use a template. Okay.
Do you mean like any templates ever? Like, should we just like right now that you're gonna tell us like what we should put on it? We should just type that on a document and not.
I recommend putting it on a Google Doc or on Word, and then I recommend that when you submit it, you save it as a PDF. And then you submit that PDF, because how many times have you sent something to someone on a Google Doc or Word, and then it bleeds over into page 2, and you know when you looked at it last, it was not 2 pages. Okay. But because when it got submitted, it went through some kind of process, or when they opened it, there was something different on their computer. Whereas a PDF is just like it is what it is. It's like a screenshot of that. And so I recommend to save it on a Word doc or a Google Doc and do a save as for a PDF and submit that. Does that make sense?
Yes, I had heard people say like be concise, yada yada yada, but I had never heard anyone say not to ever use a template. Like you're the first person to ever tell me that. So
Well, it's sort of a thing with all career services. But I'll tell you right now that when you go out there and you Google what the perfect resume looks like, you get anything and everything, and there's a lot of templates out there. The good news is I think applicant tracking systems are getting more sophisticated, and I think it's going to matter less in the future than it does right now. But again, the problem is we don't know who's using applicant tracking systems and who's not. So if you applied for a job through a third party like an Indeed or something like that, then, you know, our thing is we want to err on the side of caution. We don't want to have you submit something and, you know, you get knocked out and you be like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but you know, something's wrong. So, we just say the best thing is just to use some type of Word doc. So, what we recommend is the things that we've got listed here on the screen. For content, to have a header at the top of your page. You want your name to be a little bit larger font than the other font that you use. And it should include content or contact information. So when we say contact information, the phone number, a professional email, your LinkedIn account, if you have one. I know some teachers don't have them, but I also know a lot of teachers that do have them. You don't necessarily have to put a physical address on the header because it might create some biases, and we try to avoid bias at all possible. If you were applying for a job, let's say in Fayette County, and you lived in Rockcastle, or you lived, you know, in Madison County, that you wouldn't want them to like automatically kick out your resume because they're going to think, okay, is this person going to be moving to Fayette County? Or are they going to commute? Because if they're going to commute, right now, I-75 is kind of a mess, or at least it was a few months ago, right? So, you know, if you put down what your physical address is, it might create some biases. So we just say, make sure you put down the contact information, the phone number where they can reach you, a professional email, and then again, like a LinkedIn. For the professional email, right now, I know that you have EKU student emails, but I would recommend transitioning into a professional email through like Gmail or some other accounts that are out there, platforms to use. Just make sure you keep it professional. So like you wouldn't want to say hotbabe23@gmail.com, right? So you just want to keep it like a professional email. But we do recommend that you start transitioning from a student email to an actual professional email that you can use when you graduate. Okay. Right underneath the header, and what we recommend for the header as well as for your cover letter is to use that same header. So that's kind of like what I call your professional brand. Okay. So if you create the header at the top of the page, and then you write a cover letter, that same information should be consistent across the board, okay? So the next thing that you want underneath your header is you want your education, okay? Any certifications you have, any academic honors that you have, you want that listed at the top of the page. You don't want the employer to have to dig for it, to keep looking for it, okay? You want it to be readily available and toward the top of the page. Okay, so we say directly under your contact information. Then we want you to put in your work experience, relevant work experience. So here's the deal with the resume. You're going to have one resume that hopefully encompasses everything you've ever done. Okay, and then you're going to have a resume that you're going to tailor make for each job that you apply for. Okay. And some things are going to be transferable and some things might not be transferable. So if you worked in retail, that might not be something you want to put on a resume if you're applying for a position as a teacher, in Madison County. So have one resume and then tailor your other resume specific to the job that you're applying for. Okay. Make sure that it is not a resume that is in paragraph form with the work experience underneath it. Okay. And by that, I mean, make sure you use strong action verbs and bullet points about what your responsibilities are, and make sure you're using the correct tenses. So what we recommend is when you see that job description get posted, that vacancy, go through and start looking at the action verbs on there and highlight them and say, okay, if they are using some type of applicant tracking system, they're going to be looking for those same words. Okay. So if they say, if they use the word quantify or analyze or, different kind of buzzwords, make sure that those are also on your resume. So those words that they're using, that language they're using is consistent in your resume, so that if they are using some type of system, that it says, oh yeah, this person's using the same kind of language. This person has read the job description. Okay. The next thing we talk about is areas that are optional. Okay. So a lot of resumes that you will see that are written will have an objective or a summary statement at the top. You don't necessarily have to put one of those on there. Okay. The next thing might be leadership, campus involvement, volunteer experience, field work, technical skills. Those are all optional things to put on there. Does anybody want to venture or ask about why a summary or objective statement should be used with caution?
I feel like they come off very cliche.
That's true. They can. Yes, they can. If you're going to use an objective or a summary statement, make sure that you use it very strategically and intentional. Okay. I want to think last fall, I had a position open here in the office, and I had a couple of students. I also am an adjunct faculty member in the College of Business, and I teach over there. And I had a couple of students that had their degrees in human resource management that applied for a job. Okay. Or applied for the vacancies that I had. And in their summary, they said, a recent EKU graduate seeking a position in human resource management, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Well, I'm not human resource management. I'm career services. That's a totally different field. So what kind of impression do you think that leaves me with?
It's going to leave you with the impression that they're seeking actually a different position and they might not be there very long term.
Right. So I'm going to invest a lot of time into training for somebody that might not be around, right? So if you are going to use a summary or an objective, make sure that you are you're using it with an intentional, okay, that you know the position that you're applying for. Most of the time when we use a summary or an objective statement, it is when you're transitioning from one type of career path to another. So I have had some individuals that have worked in corporate and now they're going to be a teacher. So they might not have as much experience in teaching, but they have an objective statement that talks about their transitioning from one career path to another. Okay. Same thing for teaching. I've had some alumni that are teachers that are like, okay, I want to do something different. So that's where that objective statement might be really helpful, is for them to be able to show I'm transitioning from this career path into this career path. It also might be helpful if you've taken a gap between graduation and actually starting a career. So let's say you graduated, but then you decided you wanted to start a family, and so you're 3 or 4 years out. Then you might want to have one of those statements in there that show or demonstrates why there's a gap in your employment. Okay. Same thing with leadership and campus involvement and those types of things. We just say that it's optional to put on there, because if you only have 6 to 7 seconds that somebody's going to just knee jerk look at your your resume and go on, you don't want that resume to be 3 or 4 pages long. You want it to be 1 page. Okay. Even as a seasoned individual with a lot of experience, you don't want it any more than 2 pages. Okay. But 1 page is the goal. So, there are some things that you can talk about in your cover letter rather than put on your resume. And that would be those like technical skills or soft skills that you have.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So since everything needs to be like really brief, would you just list like in education, attended Eastern Kentucky University from blank year to blank year, graduated with a bachelor's and blank with honors, and then like for campus involvement or whatever, would you only want to include it if you had like a leadership position? Because like I'm a president of my sorority, like my chapter. So would I be like chapter president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Zeta Nu Chapter, like that kind of thing? That would look good. It's not gonna distract from it. Okay.
No.
Okay.
But I would include it below your work experience.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because one time I had used a template and I had one of my homegirls who's in a doctoral program look at it, and she said, like, literally started laughing at me, and she was like, "You used a template for this?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah." So now I know to use the Word document, but I just want to make sure because I don't want to distract.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I do think it's relevant. Anytime that you can show leadership that you've done within your current, while you've been in college, especially if you're coming in and you don't have a lot of like outside of college work experience, then I definitely think that that's going to be to your benefit. We always say, and again, I go back to, if you have a Word doc, make sure that when you submit it, you do it in a PDF. You want to have 1 page. You want to have moderate margins. You want to utilize the white space on the page and make sure that it's very visually appealing. You want to be consistent with your font. So like, don't start out at the top with like Times New Roman and then switch down here at the bottom to a different font. You want to be consistent with the font all the way through. One thing that we have been told, we're a member of the National Association for Colleges Employers, and one thing that's often said is that you want to make sure that the font that you're using isn't like Times New Roman, because it's got kind of like the little curlies on the end of it. And once you put all that together, sometimes it's hard to read. So we usually stick with Calibri or Arial or something like that. And, the main thing is what we go back to, the 3 C's. You want to be clear, concise, and you want to be consistent. Okay.
How do we go about putting professional developments on a resume? Because I know we've done a lot this semester in methods, like elementary majors I know have. Like, how would we go about listing them on a resume?
Well, I definitely think you'll want to put it, but you want to put relevant work experience first.
Okay.
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 So this is kind of a screen that we use as like, why does it matter? For one thing, if you look at the job description and you have your resume well written, it shows what there's a match between you and what the job description is. You want to market what you bring to the table. Okay. The end goal is for you to be the best match, right? So you have to have a resume that demonstrates that you're the best person for that position, okay? You want to make sure that you have something on that resume that sets you apart, that makes you different than everybody else, okay? And then you want to make sure that the resume is written in a way that it will get you to the next step, which is an interview. A lot of times we have alumni that reach out to us and they're like, okay, we've been applying for jobs and we're not getting any hits. Nobody's calling me. And the first thing we ask them to do is send us their resume. And then 9 times out of 10, it's because there's something on that resume that just doesn't read quite well. Okay. And so we work with them on resumes. We do, and I do have the link here up here, or the email address. We do resumes at eku.edu. So anytime you want somebody to review your resume, you can just send it to us and we will do that for you. And even after you graduate, if you want to send it to us, you can still utilize our services here. Okay. So let's talk a little
I
bit.
have a quick question before we move on. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
So what do you suggest? So I've subbed before, but only within the last 2 weeks, since we've gotten out. And I'm just curious what you suggest from a professional standpoint. If there's someone who maybe hasn't subbed before, or like they worked at a restaurant all throughout college and they haven't yet like gotten the opportunity to do anything in their field, what do you suggest they say in that section where it's talking about related work experience that will still maybe set them apart, but maybe not push them back or hinder them, if that makes any sense?
Yeah, I think that that's where you're going to key in onto the responsibilities that you have, like the leadership and the responsibilities that you have within those current positions, even though it might not be what you deem as relevant work experience. And that's probably where I would just call it work experience. I wouldn't say relevant work experience. I would just, my header would be experience, okay, or work history, something of that nature. And I would just make sure that I'm using those keywords about responsible, making sure that you use leadership in there, okay? Taking initiative, those types of things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just curious what your input on that was, because I know I'm probably not the only one that's only just now starting to get their
Yeah. I mean,
toes
you
wet with
can't.
that. So
I mean, that's where I think that, yes, you go ahead and put in your relevant work, or you go ahead and put in your work experience, because the issue is you don't have relevant work experience.
Right.
Okay. So you have to, so it's going to be those bullet points that you put underneath that, and we can help you craft like what that would look like. Okay.
Okay,
But yeah,
thank
you
you. That's
definitely
helpful.
would want to do that. And, because the reality is, even though you don't have that specific experience of teaching, you do have experience. A lot of college students are like, okay, well, I don't have any experience. I've just been in college. And my thing is, well, you haven't just been in college. You have demonstrated that you're accountable. You've went to class. You've demonstrated that you take initiative and you know how to turn things in a timely manner. You develop time management skills. So there's a lot of things that you just have to wordsmith a little bit. And that's why we try to work with students individually to pull that into a resume to make it look good for you when you start to apply for a position.
Would you include your clinical experiences as far as grade levels that you've worked with in the past, or would you leave that information off?
No, I think I would. I
Because if you
definitely
had
think.
like a wide range of experience, that could make you,
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to say more, I don't know. I wouldn't say more eligible, but you might stand out over someone that's just been with like kindergarten, their entire clinical
Yeah.
experiences.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, and that's the whole point. It's a competitive process, getting a position or getting a job. So you want to demonstrate that you are well-rounded and that you're bringing more to the table than somebody else. So based on this resume, would you say it's a good resume or not a good resume?
Oh, it's a bad one.
This
Why?
is just me, but
It's
my
thick.
sorry, go ahead.
That's okay.
No, I'm sorry, girl. I was just saying it's like the bullets aren't really giving bullets to me. Like they look like paragraphs and everything's really smushed together.
I agree. I think it's really lengthy, but I used to work in human resources for a family business, and the first thing that I noticed was their work experience, and I noticed it looked really lengthy. I don't know, that would be a cause of concern for me just a little bit, because I'm like, okay, well, can they not stay with the job? Because if I'm looking like they weren't at some places for more than like a year, and I'm thinking, okay, well, is there a reason for that? Is that a them problem? Or that was just something that I noticed right off the bat. So lengthy, yeah, I agree with Maya, like very lengthy, not very, I feel like it's not very organized, but also the work experience is a big issue.
I have a question with work experience. So, like, I've worked since I was 15 and I've had 2 jobs at the same time sometimes. Should I just include, like, my last 2 jobs? Because I've worked at Starbucks for the past 2 years, but before that, I worked at two different jobs at the same time.
Yeah, I would just make sure that it's the most recent job first.
Okay.
Okay, because you want to go in that order, the most recent first. And then again, the goal is to keep it to 1 page.
Okay.
And I recommend 3 to 5 bullets if you can underneath of a job title. Probably no less than 3, probably no more than 5 if you can, just because you don't want to get too wordy. But the one thing that jumps out to me about this particular resume is the fact that there's something real obvious and nobody's mentioned it yet.
Is it the fact that the adjectives come before the verbs? Like, who are you to say that you're excellent at your ability to communicate? Like, what's the metric for that?
The address.
Well, the address is on there, but that's still not it. And I mean, I get what you're saying about the adjective and the adverbs, but
Work
if you're
experience and education are too low.
It's center aligned.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Bingo. It's center aligned, which drives me crazy. And yes, you have to dig for the education. You have to keep looking down that page, right? And well, and because it is center aligned, then let's see if I can get it back up, then it just makes it really hard to read. Really hard to read because those bullet points aren't to the left, nice and crisp, and it doesn't, it's just, it's all jumbled up. They have that objective statement at the top, which is fine, but then they have summary and skills and software knowledge and all that stuff would be fine, but it doesn't need to go before your education or before your work experience. Okay. And if you're really good at doing a resume, you're going to have a really well-crafted cover letter that's going to touch on those skills and software knowledge and stuff, okay? What about this one?
I think it's well organized.
Yeah, I like the layout.
Yeah.
The margins are kind of odd.
Yeah, the margins are a little bit, I thought the same thing, but then I thought once I got it cut and pasted in there, I thought that could be operator error, which is me. So, but yeah, as far as like the overall feel of this one, it's nice and crisp. It's, it's got your summary at the top, again, that's optional. But it's got your education, it's got projects. I could argue that projects maybe could go below work experience, but I also understand that the end goal is that the individuals applying for this project manager position, I believe. I can't see the top of that, so I don't know what the deal is with that. That's why I'm like, okay, I would rather that the projects be under the work experience, but for the most part, I think it's a pretty good resume. What about this one?
The picture. Are you not supposed to put pictures in?
No, but I know that there have been some school systems that have requested that you guys have a picture and that it's included. But we say don't put a picture on your resume. But, that used to be a thing probably about 10 or 15 years ago. A lot of people were putting their pictures on a resume. But yeah, this one's kind of a no. Where is her contact information?
Her contact information's all the way at the bottom, but I also don't like the fact that she's percentaged her skill levels.
Yeah, as I say, I don't know what that's about.
That's very
Yeah,
weird.
it looks like
I've
a
never
BuzzFeed
seen that
quiz.
before.
Yeah, I've seen that on quite a few, and I'm like, I don't know. I mean, how do you quantify problem solving it that it's kind of out there. Yeah. Yeah. And it's in a template. It's in columns. So let's say that first column has that picture in it, is a computer going to be able to read that that's a graphic? Or is it just going to assume there's nothing in that column and, oh, well, somebody just sent me a blank resume? That's the kind of things that we're like, okay, let's be cautious of that. But yeah, this one's a definite no. And what about this one?
It's very well organized, but he also did the same thing. It looks like the most recent resume did. Looks like he's sort of not percentaged his skills, but it looks like on a bar he sort of has.
Yeah.
And it's a template again. So
yeah. The education again, it's kind of buried. You're having to dig for it. So yeah, it's not ideal by any means. And then the color, we recommend that you keep it kind of black and white. Because you just don't know how that translates when it's being submitted. What about this one?
That one's good. Black and white, education's at the top.
I like that he doesn't put his home address. I guess it's a woman, sorry. Not the home address, just the zip code.
Yeah. Yeah. This one is one that we would say, yes, that's fine. Again, I could argue that work experience, the project should be down below it, but it's not a deal breaker for me. The deal breaker for me is when I have to dig to see where their education is. So some things, this is sort of the template that we have here in our office. So we can get you a copy of that. Anybody that wants it, all you have to do is email me and we can get you a copy of this. But this is kind of like what our sample is. Again, we say that some optional content is to make sure that if you are going to use a summary or an objective statement, that you're very intentional about it, that you understand what the difference is between a summary versus an objective statement. A summary is what you have done that makes you qualified that you're bringing to the table. Okay. An objective statement is, oh, I'm a recent graduate and I'm seeking a position to teach middle school math. It's very specific as to what you're wanting to do. Okay. But again, if you're going to use either one of those, make sure that you're consistent. If you do one that's an objective statement that you're seeking a very specific position, let's say that it is middle school math, okay, then don't use that same objective statement if for some reason you're applying for a high school position or an elementary, like a sixth grade or, something like that. Make sure that you are double checking that you've got your language correct, okay? Make sure you know who your audience is going to be, who's going to be receiving the resume. Provide only necessary details. Be consistent with your current tenses on it. Double check multiple times grammar and spelling. Let somebody else review it as well so they can see if there's any errors that pop up. Sometimes, there might be a word that is not an incorrect word. It's just being used in an incorrect fashion. Okay. Make sure if they're asking you to quantify that you can do that. So if you, for instance, if it says something about that you need to be able to control an environment of 20 plus students or 10 plus, or you're going to be responsible for handling any type of budget within a certain program or something. I don't know. I'm just grasping. Okay. Make sure that you can say, okay, I was a volunteer at a camp where I supervised 30 children, 30 juniors, something along those lines. So make sure if they're asking for qualifying specific information that you provide that. So this is a sample that Janine found here in the office, and she's actually one of the individuals that works for me. She came from Indiana, and she actually was a teacher in Indiana. And so she felt like this looked pretty good as far as a resume. So if you do have those certifications, it would be appropriate to include them along with the education at the top of the page. Teaching experience, if you want to be specific about it, you could put that on there. And then any type of supporting experience, or if it's just work experience, like you mentioned earlier about if somebody had worked in retail or done things like that, then put that in there. Any questions? All right, so I think we're supposed to talk a little bit about interviewing, so I'll kind of run through this one. I'm assuming that they all get placed into the positions they're going into the next semester, correct?
Yes, for student teaching, we do the placements for them. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's a win-win for you guys. You don't have the stress of an interview. Let's see if I can get this thing pulled up. So we do just for a record, if you all ever need if you ever need to have a mock interview, we do mock interviews here in our office. Okay. All you have to do is go to our website, and I can show that to you before we sign off. But we do mock interviews for students all the time to try to help you prepare. The reality is that interviews are awkward. They're uncomfortable. And some of the tips that I tell students that I think is important for you to keep in mind is that not only are they interviewing you for a position, but you're also interviewing them. And if you can get that in your mind and think about that, then you might be less stressed when it comes to interviewing, okay? So there are different types of interviews out there, and I'm not sure within the school systems what is the primary type of interviews, but I know like here in higher education, you could have an interview with us, and the first interview might be a virtual interview because we just want to get a feel to see if you might be the right fit. Okay. Then the next interview might be coming on campus, and that interview might include a one-on-one with a director. It might include a panel or a group interview with the team. There might be some people from outside of the departments that are part of that interview because of the collaboration that we do within the campus community. And then ultimately, there might be an opportunity for us to take them to lunch. Okay. So there are different types of interviews based on where you're applying. Okay. I think one that I didn't mention is, obviously there might be a phone interview. They just might want to get a feel for talking to you over the phone. A lot of people do a lot of virtual or phone calls before they actually bring people to the site because, sometimes they don't always have the budget or the money to bring people. So they might do that. Why do you think they might have an interview over lunch?
See how they interact with other people outside of a more official office, see how they interact, their manners, things like that.
Yeah. Trying to see how they're going to treat other people, and then also to see, are they a good steward? Are they going to order the most expensive thing on the menu? Are they going to order the cheapest thing on the menu? But yeah, just to see how they interact with this, the server. Are they rude? Are they, are they nice to people in general? Are they a pleasant person? I know I worked at Berea College for several years before I came back to EKU. And, every time we had anybody that we interviewed, we always took them to Boone Tavern, and we took 2 or 3 students with us because we wanted that person to interact with our students, and we wanted to observe how they were interacting with our students. So there's different types of interviews that you can have. And it's not uncommon for a couple of these interviews to all be tied into one day that you might have, or half a day. Has anybody had any of these interviews, like a one-on-one or a virtual panel group or case or lunch? You don't have to worry about doing that Scantron. It's not working correctly, and that's why I had attempted to do the poll, but obviously that didn't work out. But anybody?
I have completed a one-on-one in-person interview before, but where I said I'd used to work in human resources, that used to be part of my job. I used to conduct a lot of interviews myself, and they were always one-on-one.
Yeah.
I worked at Corbin School Board. Sorry. I worked at a school board this past summer, and they did a lot of group interviews for teachers. They did it for a lot for like instructional monitors and things like that. But that is one thing I didn't realize that teachers did, was group interviews and seeing how you prepare yourself to present in front of a group of your peers.
Yeah. We always, here in higher education, our interview process always includes asking the candidate to do some type of presentation. And the main thing is because we are the Office of Advising and Career Services. We work with exploratory students, we work with AGS students, and then we also work with the entire population. We do presentations and such. We want to see how they go about designing a presentation and what type of presentation skills they have. So there's different types of interviews. Interview prep is to know the job description before you go. Be prepared to ask a couple of questions. Make sure that you're dressed appropriate. Bring copies of your resume just in case. everybody should have a copy of your resume, but you never know if somebody happens to be out sick, they might pull somebody else in from another area and say, hey, we've got this candidate. Can you come help us with this interview? And, you know, you want to make sure that you provide them with a resume. You want to arrive early, at least 10 or 15 minutes. That might mean that you go the day before or the evening before to figure out where you're going to park at. You know, so that you're not running behind, because you just never know when you get someplace if parking's if it's horrible, then you want to make sure that you've given yourself enough time. During the interview, you want to make sure that you're adequately prepared, that you can give specific examples. Your responses are supposed to be tailored like you were preparing like a short story. And then you want to make sure that you're taking notes if you can. I tell everyone, take a planner with you, write down some questions. You should have at least 2 or 3 questions that you can ask an employer when they ask you at the end, do you have any questions for us? You should have at least 2 or 3 questions. I tell everyone, have at least 2 or 3 questions in your back pocket. But because I know that interviews tend to be awkward and uncomfortable, I say write them down. You'll hold yourself more accountable to ask those questions if you write them down. Okay. Always dress more on the side of business professional than being too casual. Okay. They may ask you a lot of questions that are very straightforward, like tell me about yourself, kind of open-ended questions. They may ask you some situational or behavior-based questions, like how would you handle this situation? How would you handle how would you handle a disruptive student in your classroom? They might ask you a brain teaser, like one question we often ask is, what TV or movie character do you relate to the most and why? And brain teasers are just there to kind of get a feel for your personality, because often it's not going to be about, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're looking to make sure that you have the credentials that they want and that you meet those requirements. But they also are looking for the right fit. Personality wise, are you the right fit to be part of their team? Okay. But a lot of the situational or behavior based, those are pretty popular right now. And, you know, like one question that we ask students often is, in reflecting back on a conflict that you had with someone, could you tell me about a situation where you wish that you had acted differently and why? So, you know, those are just kind of open-ended questions. They're going to ask you different types of questions, like what type of work environment motivates you or inspires you. Tell me about a time that you set a goal, but you didn't reach the goal. And how did that make you feel? They might ask you, what makes you the best candidate for this position? Why should I hire you? I tell everyone that when you're interviewing for a position, it's not a time for you to be modest. It's a time, now there's a thin line between confidence and conceit, but if you're ever going to be confident, it's going to be during the interview. Okay. Tell me about a type of work environment that challenges you. You know, is a fast-paced work environment something that you thrive in, or is a slow-paced work environment something that that just doesn't work for you because you have too much energy? You know, so those are different kinds of questions that they might ask. But you should always have questions that you want to ask them. These are a few of the questions on the screen. what are 3 qualities that you look for in an ideal candidate? One such question might be, what do you think the biggest learning curve for me in this position is going to be? Do you have opportunities for advancement or growth, professional development? Can you tell me what a day here at work looks like? But you should, like I said, always have 2 to 3 questions that you can ask. When you are asked behavioral-based or situational-based questions, you want to use the STAR method. You want to describe a specific situation, what your task was or the goal that's involved, what your actions were, and then what the outcome is. So like an example here in the office that Kelly often gives, who's our job location and development coordinator, was she was tasked with doing 6 tabling events here on campus. Okay. She took action. She reserved space for that. She ended up with having 5 of those activities ready and done. Excuse me. And then she said, you know, at least one of those I didn't get to do because of whatever reason there was going on stuff on campus. Okay. So, you know, just think about the STAR method, think about different situations that you can put yourself in that you might be able to use during an interview. Always make sure that you follow up after a job interview. That's probably going to include an email, and sounds like, oh, there it goes. You know, it is recommended if you can write down everybody's name of individuals within that interview, that you do that so that you can thank everyone. Sometimes that's really difficult to do. So what I like to say is when you send an interview or send a thank you back to the person that actually scheduled the interview, that you have like a blanket statement that you just say, you know, I want to reiterate and thank, you know, please extend thank yous to everyone that was part of the interviewing process. I really enjoyed meeting those that were in attendance. Okay. Any questions for me? I don't know where you guys are, but my phone's blowing up and my Teams is blowing up because apparently we're in the middle of an ice storm.
Well, my daughter had just texted me too that it was already sleeting in Clark County. So
yeah. My husband just said, you might want to come home. There's an ice storm.
Yeah. Yeah, good old Kentucky weather. Thank you again. I always sit here because, you know, I have adult daughters that are in their second careers, both of them, because they didn't like the careers that they first went into. So it's always so helpful what you tell us. And I'm so glad that young lady pointed out about using those templates, because so many people do that, and then you go to upload it and it will only take a PDF or something like that, and you can't do anything with it. So all great information. Anyone have a question for her before we dismiss for the day? I checked chat and made sure there was nothing there. Fantastic. All right. Thank you again. And thank all of you. We are anxious for them to get started in January. So they're in their final legs before they can start that job search. Thank you. Everyone have a good day. Be safe out there. Contact your CTs and CEs.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Have a good one, you all.
Yes. Have a good day.